Hello. Sorry about my lateness. So what had happened was, I ordered some food from Qdoba. But the website is kind of weird. Because the default is pickup at the restaurant, and if you like restart your order or something, like for me, I got a free entree, and I tried to order it, but you have to add all the food first, like the qualifying thing first, and then you can activate the coupon or whatever, and that shit did not. It didn't work because I didn't have the food in the order first. So I restarted it, and I forgot that it defaults back to pickup if you do that. So I accidentally ordered pickup, and then I had to call the store to cancel it, and they fully refunded me, and I was able to reorder for delivery, which was really nice of them. And so I was just eating food. A lot of sweetie pies work at Qdoba. Now I'm a Qdoba loyalist. I will always buy Qdoba from now on. So I decided that I wanted to use this model because the hair is so good. I'm very proud of the hair. Okay, let's play the video game now. Shadow Colony. Tangent! Do I have something for her? It's a log. I'm not sure. Does she like logs? I don't think so. Just talking to the kids right now. Too soon to give another gift. Here, dice. Want this log? Oh. Still made our friendship stronger. If your mom already said no, I agree with her, your dad says without looking up from his work. I know you two disagree about things, but she's still your mom. My mom's pretty awesome, to be honest. My video game mom, awesome. Oh, I forgot. Let me tell my little sister that I'm streaming. So many windows open. Close all of them. Whoa! Damn it! Stay still. Okay, let me just adjust my microphone. Okay, this will probably work. Hello, Mom. Don't you have something you should be doing right now, Goober? What is it? What do I have to do? Oh, I can sneak out through the drain pipe? Oh, yeah! Hey, Dice! Events in this area can be done in any order. They won't cause time to pass, but will increase your stress. Return home via the Expeditions Depot flag or the home button at the top left of the screen. Watch for collectible items you can bring back as gifts. Events respawn at the beginning of each year, and new collectibles have a chance to appear every season. I'm being rewarded for being a bad kid. Keep exploring. You slipped through the drain pipe and out of the colony before anyone saw you. Anyone, that is, except for a dark form watching you from the trees nearby. Could that be... ... Is that Dice? My best friend? My best friend in the whole entire world? He turns and disappears into the jungle. Now you're sure of it. That was definitely Dice. He's not allowed outside the colony either. Follow him. You scamper after him through the brush, heedless of branches and brambles scraping at your arms and legs. Without a proper envirosuit, you get all scratched up. This kid is fast. You quickly lose sight of Dice and can't find his trail again, but you do learn something by trying. Oh. The creature. Your way is blocked by a strange small creature with 1 foot and 4 large eyes, 2 of which blink sideways on top of its head like frog eyes. Oh, this must be a hawkeye. You've heard people talk about them, but you've never seen one up close. It suddenly starts flailing around like there is something wrong with it, even though it was fine a second ago. It keeps pausing to look at you, then goes back to flailing. Animals challenge? What is that? 3, wait. Let's put this at 0, 1, 2, 3. Damn it! Oh well. Let's put this at 1 then. And 0, 0, 0, 1, 2. Animals +1. You stop trying to get past it and just listen. Oh! You can hear little squeaky noises from nearby. It's probably warning you away from its nest. You carefully avoid the nest while speaking in soothing tones. The agitated little guardian titters warnings at you, but eventually lets you by. Oh, I'm getting stressed out. Oh! What is that? The area is muddy from all the recent rain. Like, real muddy. If you walk further, you're likely to get swallowed by a gruesome puddle of purple muck. Yeah, let's go around. Oh. What's this? Some farmland has spilled outside the walls. The fields don't look like they're doing very well. Nobody's around right now. In fact, it looks a bit abandoned. There are some meager-looking crops ready to harvest, but animals are starting to get at them. You pull up a handful of wrinkly tubers. They're probably supposed to be potatoes eventually. Or maybe yams. It's hard to tell. You dig around a little longer, but it's all pretty picked over. At the top of a rise off to the east, you think you spot someone watching you. They're dressed in black. Is that Dice? But they look way too tall to be Dice. Maybe another surveyor? You blink, and the figure is gone. Hike over there and look for clues. You bushwhack down into a valley and up the other path to where you thought you saw them standing. No signs of a camp, or anything obvious like a dropped pack. No note saying, "I'm watching you," signed a mysterious figure. Spooky. Oh shit. Probably go back. Something over there. Oh. Well. That's looking a little big. Like maybe I shouldn't? Okay, I need to go back, so. You leave the path and sneak through a strand of mush trees to one of the little sawmills dotting this area. It's a small but busy operation, 3 people feeding mush tree logs into some kind of machine, while a 4th one directs a 4-legged robot with a plasma saw mounted on the front. Stay and watch what they're doing. You stand outside and watch how they do it. When one tree crashes down, it almost seems like the others are wincing. It's probably just your imagination, though. They aren't planting new ones or leaving any behind. You know the mush trees regrow every year, but can they still regrow when you cut down everything like this? Even the smaller trees and bushes are getting ground up for mulch, with a scary big grinder that sounds like a roaring beast. The entire process makes you uneasy, but also proud of how industrious your colony is. You sneak up to the expedition's office at the colony gates. Nobody has seen you. Yet. The lively hustle through the gates kind of makes you miss your friends inside. If you want to go home, you could sneak back through that drain pipe now. Let's go home. Yes, go home. +2 bravery, +1 perception. And I'm better friends with Dice. Hey, Anemone. Anemone looks out from under the dugout, awning and scowls. Stupid rainy season. Stupid planet, she grumbles. I just want to go play. Cal is standing in the shelter of the garden shed, pulling on his boots and poncho. I love it when it rains here, he exclaims. Everything gets all muddy and slippery and nobody says, Cal, why are you so dirty? Go take a shower. Hey. Does this interest you? Dice blinks owlishly at your gift. Is it my birthday? I almost forgot. I hate it when people make a big deal about my birthday, but this is nice. Thank you. Dice, it's my birthday too, buddy. Oh, we can talk even more? You slip through the colony gates, feeling the breeze from the mushroom forest ruffle your hair. You look around for Dice, but he's nowhere to be seen. Maybe he went to class today? Probably not. As you're about to return to the colony, you hear what sounds like crying coming from one of the expedition vehicles. You pull back the tarp that keeps it from being blanketed with fungal spores, and find Dice curled up in the cabin. He wipes his eyes and turns away. Go away, he mutters. Are you okay? I'm fine, Dice sniffles. Just leave me alone. This is a great hiding place. Coming in. You pull back the tarp and slide into the cabin of the vehicle. Dice continues to cry, but softer now, as if he's trying to stop but can't quite manage it. His lower lip trembles. You're lucky you have family who cares about you, he sniffles. My mom is gone. My sister thinks I'm stupid. Dice is quiet for a long time, almost long enough that you begin to consider actually leaving him alone. Just before you do, though, he speaks. I'm never gonna go back to class, he says. I hate being around other people, and I hate doing schoolwork, and I double hate it when the teacher asks me questions. I'm not Tang. I don't know stuff like she does. Dice kicks the console of the vehicle a few times. Bang, bang, bang. Then bursts out into tears again, pulling at his hair. I'm just dumb, okay? People ask me questions, and I freeze up, and I say something stupid, and then everyone laughs at me, even Tang. Tang laughs the hardest. Dice sobs. She's embarrassed by me. I know she is. Maybe she just told me people would like me more if I stopped being so sensitive and immature. We need folks who use their hearts, too. Dice turns away from you. See? And you think I don't use my brain, he sniffles. Everyone always thinks Tang is better than me. Dice wraps his arms around his legs and hides his face in his knees. I hate her, he mutters. Everyone thinks she's so smart, but she's just a big meanie. I hate everyone here. I hate being here. I just want to be left alone. Aw, I feel for Dice so much. That's why he's my best friend. We're so similar. Okay, well, I gotta chill out, so I'm gonna go talk to Marzipan. Okay. You the bestiary. The Hawkeye? Never mind. Okay, we gotta go chill out. You're hanging out in the lounge and watching vids when Mars pulls you up out of the cushions. She has a devious look on her face. Goober, it's your lucky day. You get to help me clean my bedroom. Okay, fine. Really? She laughs. That was easy. Follow me. My dad says it has to be finished by tonight, so we better get started. Mars's room is worse than you expected. The door barely opens because there's so much junk in the way. It's mostly clothes. Mars has an extensive wardrobe and spends all her kudos at the nano printers making more. She plops down in her bed. I'll be the supervisor, she says. You should start by taking the dirty clothes down to the laundry room. Work hard? Sure, why not? You wash and fold, sweep and put everything away. It's tiring work, but it feels good to make progress. Mars just sits and reads old beauty magazines on her hollow palm. Hello, princess!
Mars's dad's Uncle Al and Uncle Bernie pop their heads through the door after a few hours. They're everyone's uncles, and as usual, covered in a layer of dirt from the sawmills. How's the cleanup going? Mars scrambles to turn off her holopalm and jumps off the bed to help you pack away the last of her school supplies. Oh, I see! Uncle Bernie puts his hands on his hips. You recruited a friend to help, did you? Goober, he asks you, did Mars clean too, or did you do all the work here? It was me, all me. And did she offer you kudos for your hard work? Uncle Al asks. You shake your head no. Should she have? Al gives Mars a disappointed look. That's odd, because she knows she gets her allowance for doing her chores, not just for being our perfect little girl. They tell you to finish up and get ready for dinner. After they leave, Mars looks a little put out by the exchange. My dad and Papa are the best, obviously, she says, but they're always trying to teach me these lessons. Don't they know that being this fabulous is hard work too? She pouts. She swipes her hollow palm to give you a couple kudos, your share of her allowance. Stick with me, and I'll teach you to be fabulous too one day. That was not relaxing. There's a commotion in the square. An expedition's vehicle is driven through the gates and is idling in the middle of the square, an unusual sight. People come down for command to investigate. Utopia gets out of the vehicle and trudges over to Utica. After a brief conversation, you see Utica gesture for people to unload the vehicle and clear the area. You stay out of the way to see what they're unloading. It's a body. Chief Surveyor Tonin's body. Someone quickly covers him with a sheet, but not before the image of his torn open body is seared into your memory. However he died, it was violent and bloody. You feel your stomach cramp with nausea. What happened? Dice asks, coming over to crouch around the corner with you. You share that Uncle Tonin is dead, and he stares at the sheet-covered body intensely, as if he could see through it. They say how? They never tell us the truth anyway. Nobody will tell the kids what really happened. Did something eat him? Did he get lost or fall off a cliff? Do they even know? Dice nods, frowning. They don't want us to know about the monsters and other worse stuff. They want us to think everything is fine, but it's not. This planet isn't as nice as they say it is. He shakes his head. They hate that they can't control us. You and Dice watch the adults carry Uncle Tonin's body away. From the way he's practically vibrating, you can tell Dice wants to ask more questions about what happened. After a few awkward minutes, he sneaks away without saying anything, probably to try to take a good look at the body. At least Tammy isn't around to see this, you think. At least they're together now, wherever people go when they die. You watch Utopia bend over to get a hug from Utica, wiping her eyes as she finally cries. Utica has never been the most comforting presence in your life, but it seems to help. Utopia will probably be the next chief surveyor. At 24, she'll be the youngest council member. She was only a toddler when the stratosphere left Earth. Apparently, her sharp eye and hoverbike flying skills are the best in expeditions. Oh, shit. I'm sorry. Oh, it's Glow. So beautiful. I love Glow. Your mom gives you a stern look. Be careful, she warns you. Now that we know for a fact it isn't safe out there during Glow, I won't have you venturing close to the walls. Stay where I can see you, close to the ship. Anemone flashes her headlamp at you as you approach. Did you ever learn Morse code? She says, giggling. Com says if I spell out a bad word, my headlight lamp is gonna break clean off. Here, you want a og? Anemone looks at the offering. Thanks. Dice pokes a glowing bauble bud with his toe. The seed head snaps free and drifts up into the dark of Glow, slowly breaking up into little luminescent specks. Wish, he says. Here. Want another fruit? Oh. Doesn't know how to react to me giving him fruit all the time. Another fruit? Oh, okay. I don't really know what I'm gonna do with this. I guess I might eat it? Y'all damn me? Oh. Damn, I can't go. I'm always trying to do things that the game won't let me do. Let's study humanities. One of your assignments this month is to study the internet, which is sort of like a proto-hollow archive, but a lot smaller and more slow. People didn't even have it implanted into their hollow palms. The best part of the month is the day you discover something called a meme, and subsequently endanger all of your friends by sending people contextless pictures with weird text on them. You just tell them you guess they had to be there. I can have cheeseburger now. They read from the strange image of what seems to be a cat wearing a cheeseburger costume. Ancient. Shit, okay. Damn. I don't think I'm gonna be able to do this. Oh, wait. Maybe this. Damn. I thought for sure. Push through. I'm doing so good. It's been a quiet glow, but the grim, surreal darkness of the season reminds you of last year's violence. As the month wears on, you overhear arguments at dinner, adults worrying that an attack is still coming, and others who think the first one was a fluke. Surveyors mention seeing new tracks in the forest, but are shushed so people don't panic. The gates are closed. You drill emergency procedures, filing soundlessly from the classrooms to the creche to hide under tables, waiting for the sirens to call the all clear. You drill and prepare and worry, but nothing happens. Then, just as glow was starting to wane, the toxic purple spill of the wormhole fading as the suns almost rise past the horizon again, the sirens start. You're reading a hollow novel in bed when you hear them, followed with the stomp of boots down the hallway outside your quarters. An alert flashes on your hollow palm. Shelter, in the creche, this is not a drill. You get another message from your dad. Me and Mom are going to stay in the greenhouses. We're safe. Just follow Auntie Anne to the creche and wait for us, okay? Don't worry. We're way more prepared than we were last year. Love you. Stay safe. You could go to the creche where you belong, or you could follow the security guards and see what's happening at the gates. Damn, I don't have 10 bravery. What's my bravery at? It's probably like 1 or something. Close 5. Okay, go to the creche. You head for the children's creche. Even with just the emergency lights on, your feet could never forget the way. When you get there, you spot Tangent and Dice huddled together on the beanbag chairs. Dice is stone-faced as usual, and he's holding Tangent in his arms. You can't remember the last time you saw them this close. Tang must be really scared. You take a seat on the beanbag chair and wait. Other children filter into the room after you. Anemone, her little brothers, Nougat. You don't see him, so Cal must be sheltering with your parents in the greenhouses. You hope they're okay. Talk to Dice and Tang. So dumb they won't let us outside, Dice grumbles. We live here too. We deserve to know what's going on. Treating us like little kids. I'm not even scared. You search his face for signs he's lying to sound cool, but his bad mood is sincere. Tangent smacks his arm. Don't be ridiculous, she snaps. There's dangerous animals out there. Dice just shrugs. Nothing scares him. You don't hear much from outside. After a while, the siren sounds all clear and you all file back to your quarters. Your mom and dad join you right away and give you a big hug and thank you for following their instructions. When things have calmed down, you overhear your parents talking. I'm not going to be the first to congratulate Rhett, but all of his defensive improvements were exactly what we needed. Your mom grumbles. Ugh, it's gonna be insufferable at the next council meeting. Your dad pats her hand. Credit where credit's due, Flulubelle, he says, and she smiles despite herself. It could have been worse. Your mom nods, and they both sit in silence before your dad speaks again. Poor Hal, he sighs. What a way to go. Hi, Miss Lady Ish. How you doing?
Hope you've been having a good day. I'm playing this game called I Was a Teenage Exocolonist. It's a sci-fi RPG adventure, basically. You're a child living on a foreign planet with your parents setting up a colony. And it's really interesting. I recommend it. I am well. How art thou? Having a pretty good day so far. I really like this game. Interesting? Yeah. It's really, like, the writing is really good, too. It's engrossing, like, immersive. Professor Hal? Your parents startle. Hey, Pumpkinhead, your dad says. Yeah, they're going to announce it in a few hours after everyone's had a chance to calm down. He didn't make it. It's gonna teach classes now. Your parents exchange a look. Don't worry about that, your mom replies. Classes will be canceled while they decontaminate engineering, and we'll see what happens after that. You don't know why the question pops into your head, but you immediately feel weird and guilty for asking. Hey, I wanted to know. He was the only teacher, so... You curl up quietly to think. It feels like there's been some mistake. Teacher can't just die. He's your teacher. You try to imagine life without Professor Hal, but you just can't. Oh, age 12. Dice is my best friend. Let's fucking go. Hey, Tangent. Tangent is storming around the quad in front of engineering, checking notes on her hollow palm, gesturing and grunting in frustration. Ah, this is the worst. Oh yeah, let's be a misogynist? What the fuck? What's the matter? Possibly, she says, her voice cracking. She seems too upset to even explain it. Mr. Hal, she tries again. Hal, he was helping me with this physics chapter, and now he's... She throws her hands in the air, virtual hollow palm screens flying everywhere. I can't understand this without him. This is impossible, she chokes out. Why did he have to die? Give Tang a hug. She stiffens, then lets you hold her. You can feel her shaking. You think she might be crying, but when she finally pulls away, her eyes are dry. Thank you, Goober, she says. I know you're having a hard time with this as well. Nothing is easy on Vertumna. When even the adults can't protect themselves, it's obvious we're on our own out here. Well, good luck? Tang nods, going back to her notes. Thank you, she mumbles. A sports ball goes sailing over your head. Far! Anemone giggles as she jogs up to you. That's what they used to say on Earth when a ball would go into the crowd. I like it. Here, I'll give Tangent this crystal. Oh, Tang is craning her head, looking around what she can see of the colony from the laboratory doors. Have you seen my brother? She asks. He stormed out of class today, again. He pinches the bridge of her nose. All I did was point out that he consistently makes the same mathematical error and offer a mnemonic aid that aid his memory in the future. I don't see how I'm the monster here. Here, have this. Okay. Didn't really like it. Not everyone in the colony is happy, Dice mutters, his arms wrapped around himself. Everyone acts like it because I don't want to sound ungrateful, but let's face it, it sucks here. Your mom is using this quiet time to plant this year's crop layout. It's important to rotate the crops to ensure something nitrogen replenishment. She doesn't explain it very well. Your dad is up to his elbows in rich brown dirt.
You've rarely seen him happier. Hey, Gooseberry, he says, squinting his nose at you instead of waving. Here to give your old man a hand? I could use one. Cal has collected a fine assortment of plastic and metal containers and assembled them into what passes for a drum set, and his clattering away at them echoes through the garden. When he sees you, he twirls his drumstick and gives you a cheeky smile. What? They were just gonna get nano-recycled anyway. Oh, what is that? Oh, nothing. Thought I saw something that I could grab. You step cautiously through the colony gates. Goober, how's it going, little partner? Chief Surveyor Utopia steps casually out to bar your way while making it look accidental. Whoa there! I don't know if you're ready to head out there and join the surveyors just yet. Why don't you skedaddle and stick the sports ball inside the walls for now? She rubs her knuckles into your scalp and sends you on your way. Let's sneak out, though. We're gonna sneak out. It's beautiful out here. Look how pretty. Okay, I guess we go here. Some farmland has spilled outside the walls. The fields don't look like they're doing very well. That person was very gender. Yes. Very pretty. Nobody's around right now. In fact, it looks a bit abandoned. Nothing's growing here anymore. There isn't even enough for animals to graze on. Try to plant something? You're just a kid playing at being a farmer. You mess around for a few hours, planting some things that look like seeds, but it's unlikely any of them will actually grow here. Oh, it's one of these things again. Popeyes are usually docile little creatures. They don't even come up to knee heights. They eat grass and hop away when you come near. But something has riled this group up. You see them fighting each other, getting in close, then rolling onto their backs and kicking with their big foot, punching each other up to 2 meters away. It's neat behavior, so you sit and watch until you suddenly realize you're surrounded. They've stopped fighting with each other and are all staring at you. They pounce! Defend yourself. Toughness challenge. Oh, it's easy. Oh, is it easy? Oh, it's not looking very easy. 3, 2, 1? No. If in the first or last pane. Okay. Oh. Goal! 0, 1, 2, 3, 5. Super goal! I did so good. The cute little critters kick you, but you kick back. You send them scurrying back off to pick on smaller creatures than you. The fucking strongest in the entire galaxy. To go home soon. Yeah. You leave the path and sneak through a strand of mush trees to one of the little sawmills dotting this area. Sure, let's do that again. Going home. You've been having weird dreams, as usual. They seem to get worse around glow. You wake from a dream that has tears drying on your face, but you can't remember why. It's that you were terrified. Whatever it was, it felt real enough that for a moment, you lie in bed with your eyes closed and try to calm your breathing. You literally rub your eyes. Surprise! Oh, it's your birthday! Your dad leaps onto your bed and gives you a big cuddle. Happy birthday, little tomato head! 12 years old! Wow! Can you believe it? No, Your mom answers for you, laughing as she hands you your presents. It was just yesterday Antecedent was showing me how to change your diaper. Because it's your birthday, your parents have brought in food from the canteen so you can all eat together on your bed. As you stuff your face with savory tofu chunks, you open your presents. Which one is your favorite? A photophonor. This instrument is part flute and part paintbrush, and uses a neural link to paint holograms in the air as you play. How did Dice know? What a great gift! You can't wait to practice in the lounge. Everyone's going to love it. And Dice is my best friend! I love that. He is my best friend. He's such a nice... He's not a sweet kid. Baby girl said, tell your daughter that she likes your hair. Thank you. I worked very hard on it. As your dad clears away the wrapping paper and the dishes from breakfast, your mom folds her hands on the table and gives you a serious look. Uh-oh. So, she says, we've been here 2 years now. I know your dad and I have always said you're in charge of your schedule, but we've been keeping an eye on you. A loving eye, your dad interjects, stuffing wrapping paper into the recycler pickup bin. A trusting, gentle eye? Professor Howell used to tell us all the time about how hard you're trying in school. Your mom continues. That's great. Your dad and I are really proud of you. Working might seem fun and grown up when you're a kid, but if you want to do more than manual labor, you'll need some book smarts too. Your dad joins you again. So, it's time to start thinking about how you're going to contribute to the colony when you're older. At the look on your face, he laughs. Don't worry, we're not going to make you get a job right now. We're just asking, what do you want to be when you grow up? A teacher like Professor Hal. Your mom smiles sadly. I'm sure he would have loved to hear that, she says. The colony will need someone as passionate about teaching as he was. Well, your mom starts to get up. I'm sure your friends all want to wish you a happy birthday. She stops and snaps her fingers. Oh, you might have considered a career as a depot clerk, but Al and Bernie mentioned their daughter Mars is working there, and she needs some help. Now that people can freely order luxuries, pretty busy there. Sure beats shoveling dirt, your dad laughs. If you don't take that job, you tell Mars I'll be right there. Your mom rolls her eyes and smiles. I love my parents. They're so sweet. Hey, Anemone. Tangent? Hang is very seriously considering a large piece of paper. One of the lab assistants told me that it is impossible to fold a piece of paper in half more than 7 times, she says. This is a myth. You can actually fold a piece of paper in half 12 times. Tang frowns. I can't abide those nominally more intelligent than I am, passing on hearsay and urban legends as facts. It is the duty of all scientists to question what is held up as truth. Okay. Hey, Mars. Oh, hey, Goober, Mars says, breezing past you. I'm sorry, I can't talk now. I'm on my way to work in command. She stops when you don't sound amazed enough. You know, the supply depot? She clarified. It's the most important job in the whole colony. Anything that gets made here goes through me first. Mars's smug smile gets somehow even more smug. Plus, I get the first pick of all the best stuff. Wow, Mars, that's amazing. You lay it on really thick, how Mars is just so cool, how everything she does is totally great, and how she's obviously the most important person in the colony. You're going to start a Mars fan club in her honor. She just laughs. Nice try, Goober, but thanks for the compliments. Then she just leaves, without even offering to help you get a job. Drat! It's like you went to Mars and work? What's next, having to actually ask for what you want? Ugh. Maybe you could ask again later. Darn! Having to use my words? Hal has collected a... Oh, wait. I think I already read that. Hey, Dad. I have no clue what Mom is talking about. It takes a while to find Dice, but when you do, you almost wish you hadn't. He's standing over the bloated body of a dead Hawkeye, nudging it with a stick. When he sees you, his eyes go wide. I didn't do it, he scowls. It was like this when I found it. Really? I believe you. I don't think you killed it. Wow! Dice is uncharacteristically excited about the roots. They're so colorful. I've never seen roots like these before. What kind of plant are those from? I can't sneak out. I gotta go relax. Like a good little goober. You split your time between watching holovids, listening to music, and studying for class. Occasionally, someone asks you to run an errand for them. You go on long walks. Overall, you spend the month relaxing, doing whatever you want, whenever you want. You really needed this. Here, let's forget our first words. I don't do playing, Tang says, watching Anemone and some of the smaller children tear through the colony chasing up their sports ball. Why would I put effort into chasing around a dumb ball, getting sweaty and tired? For fun? She shudders. I'd rather spend my time doing something important. You don't see an enemy. She sees you first. Tag! She exclaims, pouncing on you from behind. You're it! The sound of hammering rings through the garden, and you find Cal helping your mom to build a row of raised garden beds. Turns out some of the earth plants don't grow so great here, so we're gonna see if this helps, he says, taking a break to rub his face. Your mom stifles a laugh at the smear of dirt it leaves across his cheeks. Your mom says we gotta worry about the nitrogen levels soon, he continues, but that hopefully we'll be eating just plants that grow here before then. Sneaking out. I love sneaking out. I love exploring. Yeah, give me that. Geoponics engineers have set up a work site here, using the robo-plow to tear up the ground and prep it for farming. You don't want them to see you. They'll send you home for sure. Let's sneak past them. Darn. No, that didn't work. Darn. Got a super goal. Victorious. You skulk under the trees at the edge of their operation. The loud grounding of the robopal hides any noise you might have made. Oh, give me this. And this. You stop for lunch, eating an earth tree grown from your own greenhouses. A watermelon, nice and sweet like a more solid nice and sweet like a more solid watata pod. You munch away, spitting out the seeds. Practice spitting seeds. You take the challenge seriously, lining up targets and keeping score. Your aim improves. Oh, it's Dice! You spot Dice sitting in a clearing, but not before he sees you first. Instead of sneaking away as usual, he stays still as you approach, like it's totally natural that he'd be sitting in the middle of the jungle so far away from the colony walls. Now that you think about it, you're a little glad to see him. You are so far away that you can't see the walls anymore, and it's really weird out here. And it's getting late. Dice stares unblinkingly at you as you approach. "Hi, Goober," is all he says. "Hi, Dice." He seems to be in a good mood. Something you see very rarely. "Did you see Chief Surveyor Utopia out there?" Dice asks. "She has, like, X-ray vision eyes or something. She'll catch you for sure if you get too close. She caught me once and I got in big trouble. How about I show you something cool and sneaking out will be our secret, okay?" He jumps up and walks a little ways into the trees. You follow. Just a few minutes away, the ground drops off, and a large stone outcropping juts out over a cliff face. Dice walks right to the edge without slowing. It's a long way down. "Come on," he says. "Try to be brave." Bravery challenge. Okay. Oh wait, no. Let's... Darn. Nah. Oh wait, what? +2 to a card. Yeah! Final goal. Super goal! You bravely step onto the rock and walk out to the edge with Dice. You both sit down, feet dangling over the precipice, and look out at the amazing view. It's incredible. You snap a picture with your hollow palm, but you won't share it on the net. This is your secret. Yours and Dice's. I'm gonna keep exploring. You come across a cluster of mush trees. They're not fully grown yet, but they're still pretty big. It might be good to harvest them before they get all gross and mushy during the rainy season. If you were older, you could probably cut them down and get some kudos for them. Give them a friendly pat. You like the mush trees. You give one a pat and are surprised when it moves under your hand. It's not the tree though, but a camouflaged creature lying against the tree. It's small and looks a little like an octopus or a starfish. Lots of long legs wrapped around the tree like it's giving it a hug. Okay. Weird creature. You let your mind wander as you're walking and bumble straight into a field of gelatinous blob grass. Totally transparent, the sticky fronds are hard to see, but even harder to ignore, especially once they start glomming onto your boots and slowing you down. It's like trudging through thick mud. You stubbornly decide to keep going, paying close attention to the visible signs of this blob grass field. And there aren't many, just an absence of other vegetation. Uh-huh. No. We're just gonna do 222. Huh. Final round. Super goal. There it is. You can hop along from that rock to that fallen log, then climb over those old pieces of surveying equipment. You get through the villainous blob grass. You spend a bunch of time on it, though, and it takes some tricky balancing. It's tiring. The hell is that? Am I strong enough for this? There in the clearing, the most majestic creature you ever seen. It's like a unicorn from your dad's storybooks, but with leathery reptile skin that shines when the light hits it. It moves so softly, like it doesn't even disturb the ground. It could be dangerous, but you want to see what it does. Okay. Guess I'll, +2 to a card. Okay. Oh, 3, 3, 3, 2, 1. As you settle in to watch it from behind a strand of mush trays, the Unisaur looks up towards you, startled by your movement. You try to hold perfectly still and quiet your breathing. After a tense moment, it goes back to its business. First, it sniffs out a good tree and rubs the scent glands in its neck against it thoroughly. Then it pees, like a crystal waterfall on a rock. Everything it does seems magical. You quietly take a picture with your hollow palm, but you know you can't share it or you'd get caught for sneaking out. Next, it sharpens its horn against the rock, which is scored with rocks from having done this before. With marks, sorry. This must be its favorite sharpening rock. You notice the bulge in its stomach. It must have had a huge meal recently. Oh, I just realized that it has arms. Eventually, it curls up for a nap. You quietly sneak away. This was so wonderful. Rotumna is a magical place. I have come so far. I'm still journeying. I keep dropping my mic. This planet is full of all sorts of bugs. little wrigglers, popping beetles, shiny creepers, and snaily things. Oh my! You crouch in the long grasses and explore a square meter in great detail. There's so much to see. You don't even know what any of these things are. You might not even have names yet. Just watch. You stare with big eyes at the wonders of the natural world. Those the walls? Oh! I'm back where I started. See if there isn't anything else I can look at. Oh! This. You've reached the end of this area. Exploring. I'm not done yet. You're minding your own business when you stumble into something here. Something invisible that makes the hairs on your arms stand on end. Electric aura. As you walk forward, it begins to feel like something nipping at your ankles. When you look down, there's nothing there. Back away, the sensation stops. You move forward. Oh, it's worse! The feeling is like tiny electric bites, and it's growing more intense. Some kind of microscopic gnats? An electric field of some sort? It hurts. Maybe you can find a way to avoid it and get through this area. Okay. No. Next round. Four, 3. The final round. Now it's a super goal. By trial and error and a little intuition, you find a route through whatever it is. The shock seems strongest near some low-lying fractal palms. You can hear her humming from the palms and decide it must be some kind of natural electric field, maybe to ward off animals like you. Aminal! You spot a group of hop-eyes playing in a clearing. They let you get pretty close to watch them chatter to each other and rub noses. They're all friends, just like people, but they hop away if you get too close. Animals challenge! Oh. Yeah, this seems fine. Next one. Five, 3, 3, 1. Is there a super duper goal? The Hotpies are wary at first, but you crouch down and copy their little cute squeaking noises. You bounce towards them, and amazingly, they don't hop away. You play with the Hotpies for a few minutes before moving on. Cute little guys. It's almost time for me to go home. I'm exploring a lot. Okay. You spot a suspiciously regular mound of spark snow. Maybe something is buried underneath? Dangerous, though. Poke it with a stick. You cautiously break off a branch and prod the suspicious mound, watching closely for signs of movement. Nothing. You poke further and discover it's in fact just a regular pile of snow. Nothing more. You're too worn out and tired to continue. You have to go home now. Anemone Anemone sneezes 8 times in a rapid succession as you approach. Ah! They exclaim. I hate that skunky pollen. How am I supposed to train like this? You spot... Oh. Never mind. You spot Dice hanging out in the open flatbed of one of the expedition vehicles, kicking his legs over the side. You won't let me go on expeditions yet, he grumbles. Say it's too dangerous for little kids. He scowls. I'm not little. It's not that dangerous. They're just scared. Hey, you want this medicinal root? Who loves them? Favorite thing. What is it, Tangent? Tangent is deep in conversation with one of the other scientists. He seems to be consoling her, though Tangent's face betrays no emotion as he claps her on the shoulder and reassures her that she's doing really well for someone so young, and that everyone compromised some of their samples when they were first learning. He leaves, and Tangent sighs as she goes to put her head in her hands, stopping short when she realizes she's still wearing gloves. She peels them off and digs her fingers into her eyes. What's up, Tang? Tang grimaces. Just great. Well, I compromised an experiment I was working on because the vent was still open when I was spraying the workstation down with sanitizer. She sniffs. It's so gross here, she says. Probably did that flunky a favor. Tangent takes a bottle of sanitizer from under her workbench and cleans while she speaks. There are pollen spores everywhere, she whines. He comes over and tells me it'll be okay, Tang. Like it's his job to console and patronize me. I'm being patronized too. We both sigh in unison. Being young, she says bitterly. Don't they understand that we have higher expectations for ourselves than they do? I need to learn from my own failures. What I don't need, she continues icily, is someone to pat me on the head and tell me it's okay and the adults will make it all better. I messed up, she says. Just let me fix it. Don't make a big deal about it like I'm a child with a boo-boo. I don't know why she was smirking at me. My dads are so uncool, Mars complains. Mars, do your homework. Mars, you should help out more. Mars, we're going to cut off your allowance. She scoffs. As if, right? The money is mine. I earn it. With a toss of her hair over her shoulder, she seems above it all entirely. Doing what? Do you even have to ask? My presence enlivens this dreary colony. I'm their beloved daughter. They owe me. Tell me about working at the depot again. Oh wait, do I even have high reasoning? Oh, you want to hear more? She humps and tosses her hair over her shoulder. You know, it's a lot of work. I practically run the whole command center. Requisitions and nanoprinting are the backbone of the whole colony. Wow, she sounds like Administrator Seek. Cal is lying in the scrub grass at the edge of the garden, staring up at the sky. He blinks at you as your shadow passes over him. Hey, Goober, he says, smiling around a stalk of grass between his teeth. You ever just take some time and appreciate this place? We got sky and clouds and rain and wind. After growing up on the Strato, it all seems pretty magical. Your mom is hard at work. Are you even surprised anymore? She cares about these fields more than she cares about anything else. Have I even spoken to Dice yet? Yes. Okay, time to go relax. I'm gonna hang out with Mars. Mars is frowning over a hollow screen, but gives you a distracted smile. Hey, Goober, she says, gesturing for you to sit down. Can you keep a secret? She searches your face and nods. I know I can. I'm working on something for a secret club. Can you give me a hand? You spend a few hours helping Mars with her secret project. Club for kids. You design a logo, then get into an argument about whether older kids should be allowed in, like Calm, Anemone's brother, who is 17. You think it's a bad idea, but Mars disagrees. He's super dreamy, she says, twirling a braid with a finger. I know if I just spent more time with him, he'd notice me. I'm mature for my age, you know? Shake your head. How can Mars be thinking about boys already? He's such a character. Your dad comes back from work one day looking seriously under the weather. He's pale, with deep circles under his eyes, and he keeps sneezing. It's fine, he insists. It's just all this pollen in the air. It's gumming up the old air tubes. Do you remember hay fever, Flute Lou? We always got it back on Earth, too. Your mom frowns and crosses her arms. You did, she agrees. Why isn't it bothering me? You're a lot tougher than me, Sweet Pea, your dad says, and your mom rolls her eyes. I'm sure I just have to get used to it like you did, he continues. Maybe I'll go for a stroll outside the gates later. Really get a good lungful of the stuff. I'll feel bad for a few weeks, but after that I'll be fine. Your mom raises both eyebrows. At the gates? Oh? Your dad shrugs, then he falls into a fit of sneezing and can't answer. Your mom directs him to go lie down on the bed. You need rest, not machismo, she scolds him. I don't have your dad sneezes. A macho bone in my body, foo-foo. And I have to fertilize the corn and the pixie beans this week. Uh-huh, your mom grunts. Your dad pulls a handkerchief from his pocket and sneezes into it a few times. Big, yelling honk sneezes that echo through your whole quarters. He pulls it away from his face. You can tell that something's wrong. Oh, your dad says weakly, holding the handkerchief away from his face. It's bright fuchsia pink and glittering in the light. Weird. Then his eyes roll back in his head, his knees buckle. Your mom yells for you to call Instance. Chief Engineer Instance takes your dad's vitals and gives him a cursory look over, but she seems satisfied with what she sees without having to do a thorough examination. The explorers have started calling this the Shimmer, she says, shining a light down your dad's throat. He's looking a little better, but not much. It's an airborne environmental toxin, likely in the pollen fog. Dad. It doesn't seem to cause long-term damage to the body, Instance explains. She gestures in the air, making notes in her hollow eye that only she can see. I've been tracking its effects for 3 seasons now. The toxin is flushed out of the body after 3 to 5 days, and it's not contagious. He looks down on your father. What that means for you, Geranium. Oh, his name's Geranium? I didn't even know that. Since you're particularly susceptible to the toxin, you should be taking better pains to avoid exposure. If you must go outside during pollen, use a respirator. Your dad smiles weakly. You got it, boss, he says. Your mom smiles and puts her hand over his. As your literal boss, I'm ordering you not to come into work for the rest of the week, she says. You're on strict bed rest. She leans in to touch her forehead to his. They stay like that, smiling with relief. Even after 1 day of bed rest, your dad is looking a lot better. He's clearly anxious to get back out into the fields. You're gonna love this new crop, Goober. It's called a pixie bean. They glow in the dark. He's already pulling on its boots. The fields look so beautiful at night. I'm happy that we finally found something that would actually grow here that isn't soy, and more soy. I'm happy too. All this reading is thirsty work. Your hollow palm pulses with a message from Tang. Hello, Goober. If you're not occupied, could I ask you for your assistance in the lab? Thank you in advance. Tangent. Typical Tang, but her asking for help is something so rare that you can't help but head over right away. You find her hunched over a spectrometer, making notes on a hollow screen. Oh, you're here, she says, blinking rapidly. She looks like she's been awake for days. wrinkled, a little shiny, and with the wild-eyed look of someone who needs a cup of black tea. How can I help? I'm researching the shimmer, the respiratory illness some people report during pollen. Says, I'm loath to admit it, but I need your assistance. She takes 4 vials with swabs inside and puts them into your hands. I need recent saliva samples from both you and your father, she says. There must be a reason why he's so susceptible to the shimmer and you're not. You share half of your genetic code with him. There must be some marker we can compare between the 2 samples. Then, she continues, pulling another vial from a rack of test tubes. Administer this to yourselves. Wait 3 days and take the samples again. The test should be able to determine if anything in your body can change. Tang looks at you very seriously, cutting through her bleary expression. There's something going on here, she whispers. Something really, really big. I've begun to realize this is about more than just curing a disease. She squeezes your hand so hard it almost hurts. Unlocking the secrets of the shimmer, who it affects and why. It could lead to a greater understanding of all life on Vertumna. Knowledge. Knowledge is more than power, Goober. It's control. You seem unhinged? Okay, I'll do it. Thank you, Tang says. I've been researching so hard, I think my eyes are gonna fall out of my head. For what? Well, for the end of a debilitating disease is a pretty good reason. But Tang just shakes her head at herself before you can answer. Not a disadvantage, mutters. Fighting blind. We need to understand this planet if we're going to get it under our control. Hey, dice. Hal is standing in the middle of the garden, spraying the crops down with a hose. As you watch, he leans down and drinks straight from the nozzle. Oh hey, he says, standing up and wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. What's up? Thirsty work, am I right? Hey. You spot your dad catching a break inside the geoponics domes. He takes a huge glug from his canteen, then upends the rest over his face. Whew! He exclaims. Wish I could take my eyes out of my head, wash them off, and pop them back in. He laughs at the look on your face. Too gross? Too gross. Sorry, kiddo. This pollen is just so itchy. Your mom looks up from her planting. Oh, never mind. Busy. She said, please go away, sweetheart. I'm busy. Mars is primping at a hollow screen set up to act as a mirror. You never know when someone important is going to talk to you, says, twisting and retwisting her hair around her finger. And no, I don't mean important like the council, yuck. She smiles primly at you. I mean, whoever's going to end up being my first kiss. I don't want them to remember that time they saw me when we were kids and I wasn't absolutely at my best. I'm gonna give this egg to Dice. Oh. I'm gonna give this egg to Cal. No. I'm gonna give this egg to Mars. Royal Blue or Peacock? Mars asked, holding up 2 different jackets. Or should I just recycle both and have the shop nanoprint a different color entirely? She folds both jackets over her arms and sighs. Or a different material. Translucent, maybe? So many choices. At least I have more than enough kudos to burn. Here, have this egg. She dislikes red Xeno eggs. Okay, at least I learned something about her. I'm gonna learn. You're not sure what to expect from life sciences class, this soon after Professor Hal's death. He was the teacher back on the ship. Who could possibly replace him? You take your seat in the classroom. No teacher here yet. You and the other students wait, exchanging awkward glances as time passes. Eventually, Chief Engineer Instance breezes to the door. She's accompanied by Tang, who takes a seat beside you, barely giving you a second look. Life sciences, Instance snaps. Who can tell me what it is? She points at you. Goober, start us off with a correct answer, please. You easily rattle off the subject names. Instance doesn't look pleased, but she doesn't look disappointed either. That's about as good as you ever get from her, honestly, so you count that as a win. Get to work. Tangent stops you on the way to class. Goober, are you heading to life sciences? Good. I could use your help with something, actually. I'm working with Chief Engineer Instance in the bio lab. If you give me a hand with it, I'm sure you'll give you credit for the class. Of course I'll help. Honestly, admits Tang, you just need somebody to label Petri discs and move them from the coolers to different machines. A hop eye could do it. Instance is staring unfocused at her hollow eye as she processes the results of the scans. Tang goes and stands beside her, pulling up the scanner her own hollow palm. They confer quietly while you wait. Sounds like they're studying the shimmer, the mysterious illness some colonists get during pollen every year, including your dad. Instance looks up at you, as if just noticing your existence. Goober, she says. We've been studying samples from some of the colonists who get sick during pollen, including your dad. Look at the stuff in his lungs. Some kind of fungus. We think the shimmer is a form of reproduction, Tang exclaims. It's like a fungus trying to turn us into more fungus like it. It's really neat, actually. Yeah, neat. You spend the rest of the week helping them study the illness. Mostly, this involves following instructions and doing, as Tang loves to repeat, jobs a hot bike could do. Nothing beats hands-on experience, though. This would be easier if we had an actual sample of the fungus, Instance remarks. They're working with some biological samples, a fancy word for snot, but according to them, the fungus is all mixed in with human cells. Instance has to spend a lot of time in vert space trying to disconnect the two models. Where could I find a sample? Our most useful reports have been from foragers returning from the Valley of Vertigo, she tells you, where the pollen is thick all year. That might be a good place to start. Easy! Tang is hard at work on her science fair project for Vertumnalia. I recognize that, though I crushed the competition last year with my project on UV radiation from the planet's two suns, there's always room for improvement. She looks up from her hollow palm. Please leave me alone. If I need someone to help me with the thing, I'll let you know. Anemone looks up from her hollow palm and sighs dramatically as you approach. Man, I hate school learning, she exclaims, prodding at her screen. Why do I even have to do this? Dice almost completely ignores you in favor of playing a game on his hollow pad. Just one, he mutters, then cusses and stomps his feet as the game lets out a cheery whistle of defeat. Stupid game, Dice hisses. He looks like he'd throw the game away if it wasn't literally attached to his hands. Your mom grunts and rubs her eyes. She doesn't get sick like other people do during pollen, but that doesn't mean it's not still a pain in the ass, as she puts it. Is that you, Goober? She says. You should wear a mask. Oh, I forgot to get. Oh, I can't gift them. I'm sneaking out. Going around and around. Damn.
I explored all that I can right now. Oh!
A nearby pond is dammed up and washed out the path here. The path continues on the other side. Bravely jump over it.
No, it's better if it's that. And next one.
You bravely fall in and get wet. You flounder towards the other side, soaked but victorious. There isn't a cloud in the sky, but yet it started to rain. You can't tell where it's coming from or whether there's even water. Given how this planet is full of surprises, probably some animal migration or airborne tree sap. Who knows? You have a strong desire to not be out in it. Find something to use as an umbrella.
I have 20 plus perception? Let me look at all of them, actually. Empathy is 12. Persuasion is 17. Creativity is 50. Ooh. Bravery is 12. Reasoning is 19. Organizing is 6. Oh, I can go to the depot to buy cards. Yes. Engineering is 15. Biology is 20. Toughness is 15. Perception is 21. Combat is 1. Animals is 9. Okay. Oh, and I'm pretty rebellious too. I have 47 kudos out of 999. 35 stress right now, and 30 relationship with adults in colony. You break off a large leaf on a long stem and hold it over your head. It makes a pleasant kind of thrum as the drops splatter on it. I was hoping I'd be able to travel in deeper. It doesn't look like there's much else to do right now. Just the right? Or have I already been? I was already here. Go to the left. Yeah, I'll go back. +2 bravery, +1 perception, +1 friendship with dice. Oh wait, let me give him this pant. I accidentally messed with the window. Dice is sitting in the bed of one of the expedition vehicles, tinkering with a bit of tech.
He tries to hide it when he sees you, but it's in so many pieces that he only manages to shove some behind him before he gives up and glares at you mistrustfully. What do you want? Let me see what you have. Dice squints at you. Promise you won't tell on me, he says. Promise. They weren't using it, he says, already sounding defensive, as he turns the biggest piece of the device over in his hands. It was just sitting there in command, so when they weren't looking, I took it. I took it, and no one noticed. He seems excited about this fact. I think it's part of a communication device, he says thoughtfully. So I'm trying to figure out how it works. I want to talk to the aliens. Wait, what if you tried this? Dice watches you intently as you reassemble the pieces of the communication device. You hand it back to him and he flicks it on and crackles to life with a roar of static. Dice almost drops it in shock. For go out. How many for over? Dice looks at you with wide eyes. He's smiling? The expression looks weird in his face, almost manic. Did you hear that? He says, practically vibrating with excitement. Those were words, I swear. Aliens are real. They're out there. It's just radio chatter from command. Dice shakes his head. Who would they be talking to? We're the only people here. People on Earth used to use stuff like this, thinking that it could pick up the voices of ghosts, Dice says. But it's probably just radio waves. So I figure, if I'm looking for radio waves, aliens have to exist, he continues quietly but with great conviction. They have to. You can't have this much life in a plane without some of it being smart like we are. He sighs. I just want to talk to them, he says. Maybe I'd fit in more with aliens than I do here. Well, you really don't fit in here. Oh, shoot. I shouldn't have said that. Damn it. I didn't mean it like that. Sorry, I'm autistic. I meant like me. I'm gonna practice my photophnor. The photophnor, or phonor, is part flute and part paintbrush. You point the end of the phonor in the direction you want to paint, blow into the other end, and it makes sound and draws holograms in midair. It comes with a funny earpiece that fits behind your ear and reads your signal, your thoughts. Well, not quite. More like it detects the electrical impulses in your head and draws those. You aren't really sure how to use it. Ask a friend for help. You look, but you can't find anyone else who plays the photophnor, like nobody in the whole colony. Mars tells you it's a dumb gimmick instrument, and the ones in the depot shelves have literally been there since the Shadow left Earth over 20 years ago. You have better luck with the adults, but only barely. Auntie Seaton smiles when she sees you carrying the photophnor. Oh, those old things, she exclaims. I remember those. I took lessons as a kid when they were popular for a hot minute back on Earth. I could play Do-Re-Mi on it, but that's it. Never got the picture part to work at all, honestly. You guess you're on your own. Figure it out yourself. You sit down and experiment with it. Extra fingers perk! The photophnor is different for every person, so figuring out how to play it is a personal experience. You let your instincts guide you. You wish it was as simple as thinking tree and it paints a tree, or even blue and it paints blue. No, for you it's more like, well, if you think about food, it paints lots of round bubble shapes. And if you think about something that makes you angry, it draws orange squiggles. Mostly your phonor pictures have a lot of purple lines that dance around. You guess that's your personal style. Okay, actually, once you stop worrying about being good and just think about how it feels, it actually starts to feel fun. Locked, okay. Okay. There, that's 13. Push through. It's time for the third annual Vertumnalia Festival. You gather with your family in the colony square. Everyone takes a seat as Governor Utica approaches the stage. She folds her hands and serenely addresses the crowd.
What a pleasure to address you all today as your governor,
she says, looking as pleased as she ever does.
In under 3 years, we've built a colony of which we can be truly proud. While we've suffered hardships and losses, we remain standing, as always looking toward the future we are building together. Let us use this Midsummer Festival as a time to reflect on our many blessings,
Utica continues.
Fresh water, good food, healthy children, and a strong community.
Utica bows her head.
But first, let us remember Professor Halitosis, who guided our children and kept our engines running for so many years.
Halitosis isn't a bad breath?
Is his name Bad Breath? Okay.
Chief Engineer Instant will be filling in with help from our ship's AI congruence until someone can take up the mantle that rests so easily on Hal's broad shoulders. We also recognize the passing of our dear friend, Chief Surveyor Melatonin. Known for his gentle nature and his curious spirit, Tony joins his daughter, Espartani, and his partner, Lavandula, in the world of our memories. In his place, we welcome our youngest council member ever, Utopia, representing Expeditions.
Utica invites the rest of the council to stand and be recognized among the crowd, including your mom, who huffs in annoyance. When the applause dies down and the council sits, Utopia remains standing. Actually, Auntie Utica, y'all mind if I just make a quick announcement? Utica nods and Utopia clears her throat. I just want to say thanks to y'all who are trusting me with this job, she says, her clear voice ringing out over the crowd. A cheer rises from Expeditions, and she motions for them to quiet down. Uncle Tony's left some big shoes to fill, and, well, I'm gonna give it my best. We're fixing to get to the bottom of what we're calling the shimmer. The sniffles folks have been getting during the pollen, Utopia continues. Until we do, please keep on wearing your mask when the pollen is thick, and let the dog know if you're under the weather. She bends down to hug the governor as she leaves the stage.
Thank you, Utopia, Utica says warmly, and thank you to the rest of the council for their service.
Live music starts playing, and Utica smiles. And now,
it's time for games and feasting.
The crowd disperses towards the feasting table, clearing the area of chairs so the children's competitions can be held. Which will you do this year? Yeah, it's better to do the talent show. Mars has been studying Dice's technique after being embarrassed by his comedy impressions last year. Her routine this time is more like a celebrity roast. Only the celebrity target is Dice, and he's not in on the joke. She nuzzles some truly incinerating distance about his clothes, and his mannerisms, and his weird hobbies, giving it just this side of too mean. She's a lot more polished than Dice's stammering impressions, and the judges can't help but smile. When it's Dice's turn, he's so embarrassed that he stumbles through the whole routine, a series of knock-knock jokes that get less funny as time drags on, and ends up running off stage before finishing. It's your turn. I'm gonna play the Photophonor, the thing that my best friend gave me. Oh wait. Next round. Damn. Oh. This one works better. Butterloo. Oh. Oh, this one's 3. Huh. Oh, I don't have... Damn, too stressed out. I was defeated! You do okay, but it's nothing to write Earth about, even if you could. Dice is nowhere to be seen, but that's okay. There's no way he's going to win anyway. Mars accepts her win with grace and poise. After the festivities, you take time off for a much-needed, very relaxing break. Your dad sets up a slip and slide at the colony square, and everyone takes turns sliding on their stomachs and spraying water at each other. It's a lot of fun. You can feel your worries floating away in the hot dust suns. Poor Dice, though. He got bullied, and no one said anything. This planet is like a body, Hang muses, and we are a foreign invader, much like a virus. Also like a virus, we seek to appropriate the systems of this planet for our own gain, co-opting its growing cycles, using its resources to build, etc. She crosses her arms and looks thoughtfully towards the wilderness. Is it any wonder we've prompted an response? My best friend. You can hear Dice sniffling, finding him tucked into a leeward alcove of the walls. He stumbles to his feet when he sees you approach. What do you want? He scowls. Did Mars send you? Ping? I'm not going back. I'm not just gonna do what people tell me. I don't blame him. And talk to him again? You should apologize to Dice. You know, Goober, you're alright, Mars says as you approach. You blink at her, trying to figure out what she means. You're an alright what? At your stunned silence, Mars laughs and tosses her hair over her shoulder. You're alright, she repeats. You actually have good taste, unlike all those other nullheads. Ever since we landed, it's been, help with this, Mars, and don't waste resources on that, Mars. It's boring. At least you understand the importance of sophistication. You shoot the breeze with Mars a bit longer. At some point, Dice skulks out of the living quarters and has to pass by you both, clearly trying not to draw your attention. Where is he going now? Mars mutters to you, then raises her voice so Dice can hear. Try not to get eaten by aliens, she calls out to Dice. If you die out there, they can't use your body for fertilizer. Don't be a waste. Shut up, Mars. Dice is cool. You say it loud enough for Dice to hear. He looks at you with wide eyes before scurrying towards the walls. Yeah, Mars, he's my best friend. Huh, Mars says with a little smile. No accounting for taste. She seems to respect that you challenged her. She watches dice disappear from sight, then shrugs. Maybe you can get through to him. I've tried, but he doesn't care about contributing to the colony, or being popular, or earning kudos, or anything important. What do you contribute, Mars? Mars laughs and puts her hands on her hips. I contribute plenty, and you know it, Goober. People need someone to tell them what to do, don't they? Can I give him a flower? And I can't give my best friend a flower. Here, I'll give this to Mars. Maybe she likes flowers. She likes yellow flowers. She's trying to play it cool, but you know she liked it. Study engineering. It's been a while since you've taken a physics class. Congruence is waiting placidly for class to begin. Oh, Goober, hello, she says as you take your seat. It's been a while since you joined us to learn about the grand world of physics. Don't be surprised. I'm teaching this class now in Professor Howell's absence. Today, Congruence teaches you about machine learning and the development of artificial intelligences. Congruence has been a part of your life for as long as you can remember. It's hard to imagine a time when people didn't have access to such a powerful, all-knowing intelligence. How did people used to learn anything? Okay. Push through. Plus 10 stress. Oh, plus 15 stress. Hey, Tang. Oh. Want to study together? Wants me to help with the crops. Your dad pulls a flower out of his pocket and gives it to you.
A blossom for my little blossom?
He tucks it behind your ear.
I'm 99.99% sure this isn't poisonous, but let me know if you get a weird rash or anything.
What does that say? Want to hear a fun nature fact? You recently overheard the children learning how to count by studying Popeyes. Popeyes have 1 foot and 2 tail forks and 3 stomachs and 4 eyes.
And if you see 5 of them together, that's lucky.
Cal laughs, finishing the mnemonic with you.
Wait, how did they find out that Popeyes have 3 stomachs?
I don't want to know. Hey, Mars. I have to have 20 persuasion. Oh, wait. The depot. I almost forgot. Okay, I can buy. Oh, I only have 49 kudos. Damn. 1 bonus to straights? I don't like that. Okay. Let's apply to deliver supplies. Chief Administrator C greets you at the depot. They look you up and down.
Goober, you've never struck me as particularly responsible or organized, but children never are. What makes you think you'd be a good fit for the position of courier?
You didn't realize it was going to be a job interview. I can carry a lot?
Strong for your age, maybe. But lucky for you, you're the only applicant this week. You've got the job. For now, anyway.
They use their elegant stylus to note this on their holopalm.
Come back in a few minutes and you can help make deliveries. Yes, there will be kudos in it for you if you do it correctly.
Deliver supplies. Seek sends you all around the colony delivering supplies. During your first week, it's mostly small things you can carry by hand or push on a little cart. Stuff like tools and electronics. Some are high priority, which means you have to move fast. It's fun getting to yell, "Important delivery coming through!" and people actually get out of the way. Hey, I finally got some organizing in me. And Marzipan loved that. Goober, come over here, Mars demands. When you do, she slings her arm across your shoulders and raises her hollow palms to take a picture. Look cool, she instructs you. I need to take a selfie with someone every day or I lose my streak. She presses her cheek against yours and purses her lips. The picture turns out okay. Mars slaps a filter on it and posts it to the colony message board. He did. Oh, I don't have anything for him. Want to study together? You and Tangent sync your hollow palms and play a game together where you race to assemble chemical compounds using a simple programming language. Tangent is a whiz at it and bruises through the levels, barely breaking a sweat. You can tell she's hiding a smile when she looked over your shoulders to help you with a particularly tricky algorithm. I actually have to relax. Let's practice the photophonore. You've been practicing the photophonore by watching tutorial videos and copying what you hear, but that's just one part of learning how to make music. It's time to write your own music. What kind of style should you use for compositional debut? Something angry and spicy. Yes, channel that inner turmoil. What do you want to destroy with your music? Your prophetic dreams. You didn't ask for these horrible visions. You sit down to compose your great work. You have a rudimentary grasp on notation, preferring a more instinctive spiritual approach to music, but slowly something begins to come together. Eventually you have something you're actually really proud of. You worked hard and it's a genuinely good piece of music and holographic performance. Everyone who sees your performance agrees. You've done great work. This will probably go down in colony history as one of the first original pieces of art to have been made on vTuber. Hey, I win! I need 40 or greater reasoning to study with her for a second time? Oh, this is... Oh, I don't have anything for him, actually. You spy your dad playing cards with two of the other agriculturists. You don't recognize the game, but you watch your dad throw it on his hand and groan, then peel off his shirt and toss it into the pot. "I'm literally losing my shirt over here," he says, and his two friends laugh uproariously. Your dad wipes his eyes, chuckling, then sees you. "Oh, hey, Goober. You need something?" Mars! It's still raining, Mars complains. I hate it here. Let's deliver some supplies. It's been a while, but it's time to attend a meeting of the Secret Fun Times Club. Mars started the SFC years ago when you were little kids. Tangent and Tammy agreed to join at the time, but then you all got busy with other things and forgot about it. And then Tammy died. You meet at an unused conference room in command, which Mars says is perfect for a secret club. Club President Mars brings the meeting to order. Tang, Vice President of Writing Down Secrets, records the meeting notes on her holopalm. As Vice President of Fun Ideas, it was your idea to come up with something for the club to do today. You chose making friendship bracelets and bring all the supplies you'll need. Today, Mars announces, we're gonna make friendship bracelets. And I have an even better idea. We're gonna sell them to people for kudos. That isn't really how kudos are supposed to be used, but Mars is hard to argue with sometimes. The three of you spend the afternoon braiding bracelets out of recycled bits of wire and bright plastic packing straps. Your hearts aren't really in it though. All three of you know that Tammy would have been much better at this than you. Making friendship bracelets was one of her favorite things. She was always giving them to people and didn't expect anything in return. It's eventually Mars who calls the meeting early. She takes all your misshapen bracelets and looks at them dubiously. I don't know if people will want to trade their kudos for these, but I'll do my best. I'll put the kudos in the club treasury. Meeting adjourned. You ask Tangent if she thinks Mars is actually going to sell them. I think so, Tang tells you, but the club doesn't even have a treasury. She'll probably just keep the kudos for herself. She doesn't seem to care. Yeah, finally. When? Dice almost completely ignores you. Oh, he's playing a game again. Here, have this. You approach Anemone just as she's about to bite into a sandwich the size of her head. Mom says I'm about to hit my growth spurt, she says, chewing with her mouth open. She says I got a hollow leg. I don't know what that means. Okay, it's time to go actually relax. You split your time between watching... Oh, never mind. I already read that before. Mom. It's Glow again. Am I brave enough to venture out? I don't think so. You find Dice illuminated by only the glow of his hollow screen. It's easier to read when it's dark, he explains. There's less glare. It's the best season. Oh. Hollow leg means they eat a lot without getting sick from it? Thank you! I didn't know that! Hey, what are you doing? Dice says, spotting you trying to take the grate off the drain pipe that leads outside the walls. Don't be a nullhead. Haven't you seen the extra lookouts on the walls? They'll spot you for sure. Then they'll find our secret exit, and I'll be gone for good. You suppose he's right. They have been patrolling a lot during Glow. You wouldn't want to be caught. What should I be doing? I guess I can just learn. Let's study life sciences. You should have known better, Tangent. You hear as you walk past the laboratory. Curious to listen at the door. Chief Engineer Instant sighs. I know you meant well, but your presumption has cost us 3 months of work.
You can't simply look at an experiment and choose the parameters to your liking. Getting results is not the same as doing good science. Your findings, however scientifically interesting, are useless to us without sound methodological underpinnings. Tang's response is more subdued than you've ever heard it before. I'm sorry, Chief Engineer, she mumbles, looking down on the floor. I recognize the error of my ways. I should hope so, Instance replies, pinching the bridge of her nose in her fingers. I'll expect you in the lab first thing tomorrow morning, and I will personally supervise your work in resetting the experiment. You flatten against the wall as Instance breezes past you, barely giving you a second look as she strides down the hallway. You poke your head inside the laboratory, where Tang scowls and wipes her eyes. What do you want? It'll be better the second time around. Tang nods. You're right. The first experiment was plagued by inefficiency, she says, pushing herself off the lab bench. That's why I changed it in the first place. In the new experiment, I can eliminate those inefficiencies from the start. Thank you, Goober. You may have saved me 3 months of work. Losing the data was my fault, Tang continues. I wanted to prove I'm not the little kid from biology class, that I'm ready to work hard and really make great discoveries. Dr. Instance has always been there for me, when I was a kid, and now with my mother gone. She's the only adult in this colony who sees what I could become, she says. She believes that I can be better than what I am. It's always been that way. I just really want to impress her. You will. Tang hums in agreement. I certainly hope so. Two data points from our line, but 3 is a pattern. The colony has been on high alert all glow, hoping that the creatures from beyond the wall don't return for a 3rd year in a row. Surveyors keep reporting that they're seeing unusual animal activity. Even the plants seem different, they say, and new tracks that must have been left by creatures larger and heavier than you've ever seen. You and the other colonists drill evacuation plans. You're in class when the sirens start to ring. The other kids fall to an alert hush. This is one of the assembly points, so you should be safe here. But it wasn't so safe here last year for Professor Hall. What if another creature gets in? Congruence, the new teacher, is just a face on the computer screen. She can't protect anyone. Congruence flickers cheerfully. Please stay calm, children, she says. The defense squad is already en route to the creatures. This should all be over soon. I've been told this before. As the sirens continue, you're faced with a choice. Leave. You stand up and leave. Tang and Mars stare at you like you have 3 heads. Congruence doesn't try to stop you. Not that she could. She doesn't even have hands. You slow to a walk as you near the outer doors of engineering. Something doesn't feel right. Stop to listen in the dim emergency lighting and hear the metallic popping of something overhead. In the ventilation ducts, blood goes cold. Monsters. They're here. You follow the sounds to a workshop and force yourself to look up through the slats of the vent. Gasp. 2 glistening, bug-like eyes peer down at you. No. 4? 6? They blink in syncopated pairs. Then you hear it over the sirens. A soft pinging noise, halfway between a chirp and a purr. The creature skitters spider-like from one side of the vent to the other. A small, furry tentacle slithers through the slats, searching for the vent release. When it can't find one, it bangs its body against the inside of the vent, denting the metal. Ah, man, I don't have animals 10. How close is it? Oh, it's literally 1 away! Damn. Okay, well. I mean, it's a combat challenge. Oh, but I don't have any combat skill, so hope it escape. Seems like the right thing to do. You open a side door, then the vent, and carefully shoot the creature outside. It runs over to the outer wall, flattens its body, and burrows through a hole. At least you figured out how it got in. Maybe you'll see the little guy out in the wild someday, and it'll remember what you did for it.
It isn't long before the sirens turn off, ringing 3 short pulses as the all-clear message flashes on your hollow palm. Oh! Hi, Silver D Fang! Thank you for the raid! How you doing? How was your stream? I just got, I literally just got through, 2 people died already. One of them was Uncle Tonine, and the other one was the chief surveyor. And oh, and Hal, the Professor Hal. And we just decided to go out when the sirens were blaring. So, cool stuff is happening. I managed to go outside. I didn't know I could do that, but I went outside, and I'm better friends with Dice and Marzipan for some reason. So your stream started bad, but turned out great? That's great. Happy for you. I'm having so much fun right now playing this game. I'm so interested in what happens. You and the other children file out of engineering, and you head back to your quarters. Your parents will want to know that you're safe. Hal dies often, but there's someone I'm surprised is still alive. You love this game? This is a great game! It's so interesting. Your dad gives you a big hug, but your mom slumps into a seat at the small table. It's like they were going specifically for geoponics. This time, she mutters. Oh, whoops. It's like they were going specifically for geoponics this time, she mutters, but your dad pets your hair and shushes her. Pull your raiders to check this game out? You can always check out the game using my special affiliate links for Exocolonist. Just use command EXO. It works on YouTube and Twitch. I'm sure it was just bad luck, Flulubel, he says, but your mom shakes her head and folds her hands in front of her mouth, staring at the porthole window at the fields. I wonder what's happening. Oh, we're age 13 now. Dice gave us the Photophonor. We saw the beautiful vista with him. Mars became a closer friend with us. We learned some Popeye facts. And we studied with Tang. Look at that! 1.5 heart with Dice. Look how you deal with EXO? Jealous. No, it's with I think it's with Humble Bundle. Nice! Dice is skipping stones across a flat stretch of rock. Talked to my sister today, he says. Skip, 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 skip. He's doing some kind of super secret extra credit project in engineering. Wanted to gloat, I guess. He tosses a rock into the air and catches it. Whatever. Just likes when people pay attention. Your dad used to joke that your mom got her prosthetic legs so she could run faster than everyone else before you had gene tech. You don't think that's true. You guess she lost it in some kind of fight, but she barely ever talks about it. Except for days like today, when she's stumbling around like one leg is shorter than the other. Stupid, he grumbles. When am I going to have time to get this fitted right? Your dad doesn't have time to chat, but he waves hello. Hal takes a deep breath and lets it all out in a huge sigh. I love the smell of the air here, he says. It's not clean like the Strato, but like, it's fresh, if you know what I mean. It smells like dirt and compost and manure and growing things. And when I breathe it in, it's just... He takes another breath. It just reminds me that everything here is alive and important. Very insightful words. Woo! can give that to Dice. Goober, what do you think about this? Mars walks towards you haughtily, stops, poses with her hand on her hip, then turns and walks away. I call it my cool walk, Mars says, looking over her shoulder. I also have a bored walk and a flirty walk. It's important to switch it up once in a while. She's so ridiculous. Here, you want some crystal? Oh wait, that's for draw hands. I think that's actually really good to have. I'm going outside. Wait, I can go through here? Defense training? +1 animals. So I think you might have guessed by now, but this is part dating sim. That'll come and play during the teenage and adult arc, so to try to figure out who you want to know more about during the child stage. I've already decided Dice. He's my best friend. Let's sneak out to explore nearby. Oh, animal. Aminal! Popeyes can be dangerous in numbers, as you've learned in the past. They're also small and can hide in the underbrush. You don't even realize if they surrounded you until they all come at you once from every side. Of course they did this. Next round. 3, 3. Next round. 2, 2, 2. No. Whoops. 0, 1. I got a super goal. The cute little critters kick you, but you kick back. Oh, it's a log. It's this thing again. You walk into a clearing and immediately stop in your tracks. There's a Unisaur here. You've seen them before, but they still fill you with a sense of awe. Perception challenge. Three, 2, 1, 0. Where do I want 1? Yeah, 1's fine. 5, 3. No. Let's do 2. 4, 5, 2, 0. Good. As you settle in to watch it from behind a strand of mush trees, the Unisaur looks towards you, startled by your movement. Okay, I already read that before. Oh, it's Dice again! It's my best friend! You find Dice sitting on a large, flat rock on a hilltop, eating a sandwich and looking totally at home far from the colony walls. Chat with him. You sit down next to him and start motor-mouthing, asking Dice all sorts of questions about the jungle and what he's seen out there, and telling him all the cool things you've seen. Dice has a pained look in his face, like he just wants you to leave. And then quite out of the blue, the rock you're sitting on stands up and starts to walk down the hill. Oh. Okay. You crouch and look over the edge of the rock. You're a couple meters off the ground, balancing on spindly legs like a spider's. 8. 10 of them, evenly spaced. You realize the rock also has eyes at regular points, which you'd mistaken for shiny black pebbles. Whoa! That's 8? That's my 4-8 card. Cool. Embedded in the stone. One of them swivels up to stare at you. You gulp and try not to scream. Dice gets shakily to his feet, trying to keep his balance as the creature under you slowly clambers forward. He grabs your hand to help you up. You love the twins? Dice is my favorite. Tangent's okay so far. She just needs to stop being so snooty.
1 duplicate when drawn. Oh, that's so cool. Okay. 3, 3, 2, 2. Yo! Wait. Let's move. 2. Wait, what was I doing? No, okay, let's put that at 2. -1 kudos. Win! You swallow hard and control your fear. Barely. Actually, this is biologically fascinating. You're too busy taking mental notes about this creature's anatomy and behavior to worry about your own safety. It totters along, using its long legs to pick its way through the bushes and uneven terrain. It must have had its legs curled up under its body earlier to perfectly camouflage itself as a rock. When you go down to a crush line, you learn where this attitude comes from and a bunch more. I bet. Night, bud. Night, night. Thank you for the raid. After a minute, the creature crouches down to look at something, and the two of you jump off. You're impressed that Dice kept its cool. And you tell him so.
Actually, he says, I was kind of freaking out inside.
You laugh and say you were too. It's funny. Dice might suck with people, but it's kind of a badass when it comes to non-people things. I'm gonna keep ignoring. Ignore it. Yeah, go here. Peek inside that hole. Looks dark. Look closer. You've stuck your hands down enough holes to know this one's probably safe. You can't hear anything rustling around in there. Put your hand in there. Sweet! Literally, the hole is full of sugar buds. These palm-sized balls of squish exude a sweet syrup when you tickle them. You fill a bottle with it, then let them go again. Should be worth a few kudos to Auntie seated in the kitchen. New perk. All collectibles glow. Fucking yeah! You stop for lunch. Let's practice. I have to head home soon. The unseen path dips under your feet, engulfing you up to the hip in a large drift of fresh spark snow. You lose a boot while floundering in the snowbank and have to spend some time digging it out. Dig through it. You tunnel through the weird snow, popping your head up at regular intervals to see where you're going. Some funny creatures pop out of the snow to say hello. They look like pill bugs, and are only about the size of your thumbnail. They appear to be eating the snow, not you, so you leave them alone. Every so often, they square up with each other and emit a tiny burst of flames. You can't tell if it's an intimidation tactic or a mating display. You'd heard the snow was flammable. Huh. Neat. You're too worn out and tired to continue. Have to go home now. You wake to the sound of your parents arguing in hushed tones, clearly trying not to disturb you. You blink away the sleep from your eyes, eventually remembering, wait, isn't your 13th birthday today? Where's your birthday cuddles? Your parents always make a big deal about your birthday. You peek out the privacy curtain on your bunk and listen in on your argument. Being unreasonable, your mom says. Goober is a teenager now. You have to give them the opportunity to take calculated risks, or they'll start acting out. That's just what being a teenager is.
Going off into the wilderness isn't a calculated risk, your dad replies. It's too dangerous.
Weird to hear your parents arguing. If they ever disagree, they sort it out quietly or go to mediation. This time they sound really upset. Settling.
The danger isn't. They glance at you. Your mom holds up her hand to silence you and goes right back to talking. Geranium, she grates. You've said yourself that we need every person out there surveying for edible native plants. You're even going yourself. Why not our child? Your dad flails his hands helplessly. Because, Flulu, they're our child. It's our responsibility to keep them safe. You're not keeping anyone safe by coddling them, your mom almost shouts, and your dad flinches in shock. Goober's survival depends on them understanding this planet we're living on. So you're not doing them, or the colony, any favors by pretending like that's not the case. I can take care of myself. You're brave. You aren't stupid. You assure them that you'll stay out of trouble. Your dad's shoulders sag as he shakes his head. I don't even know what's out there, he mutters. Your mom's fierce expression softens. Hey, Goober, sorry. It's your birthday today, and here we are arguing like a pair of assholes. Happy birthday. They both give you a hug. We meant to order up from the canteen and have your usual birthday breakfast. But we got to talk about how Utopia's opened up positions and expeditions for kids 13 and older. And, well, that's you now. I suppose we'll have to let you spread your wings someday. Your dad relents. I just feel better knowing you were safe here inside the colony walls. He gives your mom a faint smile. We decided early on to let you choose your own path in life. So if you want to join expeditions, we're behind you. Just be safe. I do want to join expeditions, actually. I am tough and perceptive on animals. Dice is sulking, leaning against the outer wall of the colony with his arms crossed. Mars called me a maladapted degenerate today, he says. Then she told me she's just trying to help. Like everything would be better if I just acted like everyone else. He scowls. Everyone thinks we're so much better than the people we left back on Earth. They're just as close-minded and stupid. Oh. You find Dice sitting in the mouth of one of the wall's drainage sewers. In wet season, excess water is diverted out here so it doesn't flood into the walls. In the meantime, it looks like Dice has set up a little base here, with pillows and a stash of snacks. His alien communication device hisses with static. He looks up from his holoscreen as you pop your head inside the drain. Hey, Goober, he says quietly, before going back to the game he'd been playing. What are you playing? I haven't heard of it, he says without looking up. I made it myself. You squeeze into the narrow drain and sit down next to Dice. On his holopad is a picture of Mars, and you watch him drag a match from the sidebar and drop it on her face. Little animated flames wiggle over the picture, leaving parts of it looking charred. It's pretty crude, but you think you get the point. Where did you learn how to do that? Pretty simple, Dice says. The light from his holoscreen reflects in his eyes as he looks at you in the gloom. People on Earth used to make this kind of stuff all the time, and I have a lot of time to learn new things. What happened with Mars? Dice shrugs. I don't think that always happens, he says. He resets the game, then drags a bomb from the sidebar into the picture of Mars. It explodes and the picture disintegrates. She booked my name down for every appointment with the nanoprinter because she thinks my clothes are always torn up and dirty all the time, he continues. So I got in trouble for wasting resources. I tried to tell them it was her, but Mars never gets in trouble. No one likes her, he mumbles. But it's fine. I don't need anyone to like me. I don't care if they hate me. I hate them. Oh, I see. Dice goes back to playing his game, content not to talk to you. I want to try. Sure, Dice replies. He links his holopalm to yours, and you feel the haptics pulse as the game files transfer. You open the game and are presented with an option. Which picture do you choose? Mars. Definitely Mars. You load up a picture of Mars. Screw her. She's so bossy and mean. Dice is right. She's the worst. You drag a knife from the toolbox onto the picture. Thrunk, right into the face. It's good. In a weird way. Shouldn't think about that too hard. Yeah, y'all shouldn't be doing this. You spend a few hours letting off steam with Dice, loading different pictures of your classmates and commiserating about a life in the colony. After a while, he even starts to smile a little bit. I don't really want to hurt anyone, Dice confides in you. Sometimes it feels like I have so many great thoughts inside my head that there's no room for anything else. He turns off his holopalm and looks down at his hands. Even if it makes me feel gross after. Better than feeling.
Are you gonna tell me I'm a nerd?
Dice asked, barely looking up from his hollow palm.
And save it.
Dad. You find your dad comparing some plant samples. When he sees you, he puts on the test tubes and gives you a big hug. Kiddo, he exclaims, then kneels down to look you in the eye.
I've been thinking. I'm gonna say I'm sorry your mom and I were arguing on your birthday. We disagree sometimes, just like every couple. But it's unfair that you had to see how the soy sauce gets made.
Gets made. I was really upset. Your dad's face falls.
I know. I'm sorry. Harry. Here. I hear the depot's open now. Go get yourself a piece of candy or something. On me. Your mom and I talked it out, he continues. We're both just really putting our everything into the farm right now. And it's making us kind of snappy. You don't have to worry about it, okay?
He squeezes you in a hug.
I want to join Utopia's exploration team. Just be careful. It's dangerous.
Some people get the sniffles during pollen, Cal says. My dad says it's because your nose thinks the pollen dust is itchy, so it turns into flood works to wash itself out. Wow, I had a hard time saying that. Mars is a little twirl, showing off her shimmering dress. You wouldn't believe how many couldas I needed to use to nanoprint this dress, she says loftily. I wouldn't even bother telling you. It would only make you jealous. Oh, I'm stressed out. Oh, let's touch a tangent. The brain requires a nearly continuous supply of glucose, Tang says. Glucose is commonly found in foods we register as sweets, which is why humanity has evolved to crave foods that are high in sugar. Tang looks up from her holopad with a thoughtful look. I have very little desire for sweetness, she muses. Does that mean my brain is more efficient than that of other humans? No. It just means that you don't like sweets. Sorry, girl. Anemone is punching out a container of cut-up pieces of dust melon. My mom is kind of bossy, but she sure makes a great lunch, she says, offering you a piece. Gotta keep your strength up. Yeah, I can't do anything. Okay. Let's relax. I already spent as little time around other teenagers as possible. Hank sniffs dismissively. But now that everyone smells and is growing hair in unfortunate places, absolutely not. Her lips curl in disgust. What a cosmic joke. Hormones that encourage us to be intimate with one another while simultaneously turning us into disgusting, sweaty, stinking beasts. Ugh, no thank you. I've never allowed my biology to dictate who I am, and I don't intend to start now. Oh, it's true. Because she is trans. Oh, Utopia. I need a 20 bravery or 20 toughness. To get toughness. 19. Bravery is also at 19. Okay, I'm almost ready. I'm gonna sneak out. Because I can. I'm gonna go to the right this time. Keep exploring. I need to get my money's worth. I got another one. Oh! Which one? Ew, you touched it! I'll go the other way. Hey, what's here? Three, 2, 0. Better if it's what's that? Easy. Easy peasy. Three, 2, 2. Going home. Now I can go on expeditions.
Everyone is so dramatic right now.
Dice mutters, kicking a rock with his hands shoved in his pockets.
Who cares who said what to who or whatever?
Dare you eat this worm?
Oh yeah?
Dice counters.
Well, I double dare you to eat a worm.
You can't just turn down a double dare. You're no meek little hobby. Slightly unsatisfying. Very, very gross. Dice eats his like a noodle, slurping it up and wrinkling his nose as it wrinkles in his mouth.
Yuck,
he says, swallowing it whole, then shows you his empty mouth. You should have known better than to dare a person who fears nothing. He loves it when I give him roots. Hal's eyes crinkle when he sees you approach and pulls off his face mask.
I'm outside all the time, he says. I hate it when my chest gets all tight and itchy around this time of year. The mask kinda helps, I think. My mom nanoprints a ton of them to use in the med bay. You should grab one with all the running around you do.
Hello, J-Rud VR. How you doing?
Thank you for popping up in the chat, stopping by the stream.
Appreciate that. Oh, this. Fine. Your dad was sniffling and sneezing pretty bad this morning. He collapsed around this time last year, so you've been feeling anxious about his health, especially now that the pollen is back. He's working hard in the field, respirator hanging from his neck as he grunts and shovels dirt into a wheelbarrow. He sees you coming and stands up straight, coughing a little as he stretches his back.
Hey kiddo, what brings you out here?
You're good? That's great. I'm having fun playing this game.
Dad, you have to wear your respirator.
Your dad makes blah 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 motions with his hand.
I do! Don't look at me like that. I'm just getting some fresh air. It's hard to breathe with that thing on. I'm racing to get these pixie beans in the ground, he continues. We're all set to have a great harvest in time for Vertumnalia.
He leans on his shovel, tucking one foot behind the other and rocking back and forth.
Truth is, I've been working like a dog. I'd love to get out of here for a while. Hey, what do you say you and I go for a little walk, he says, brightening. I know you don't get outside the walls much either, but we could do a little nature walk. I study all the plants that the foragers bring back. But I've never really seen them in the wild.
Sounds great.
Awesome, your dad exclaims. I knew you'd pick up what I'm throwing down. Your mom doesn't see the draw, he continues.
flipping his shovel up onto his shoulder and picking his way carefully out of the turned field.
She likes what she can control, you know? But there's a whole planet out there, and I want to go explore.
He stops and doubles over, suddenly racked with a coughing fit that makes him unable to speak. He tries a few times to catch his breath, but each time he just starts coughing harder. The pink pollen in the air swirls and eddies around you both. A walk will do you good. You and your dad check in at the gates to let them know you'll be going for a walk, and set off into the nearby forest. Your dad's rarely been outside the walls, but he looks so at home out here. He keeps pointing out strange bugs and plants.
Look, Goober,
he calls to you, and you turn to find him looking through 2 holes in a massive leaf like he's wearing a frilly mask.
I'm a manicore. Roar!
You explore the farthest reaches of colony-controlled wilderness. First sun is starting to set, and it's getting chilly. You're a long way from the safety of the colony gates.
Hey, what's over down this way?
Your dad asks, heading into the deeper wilds. This is somewhere you're not supposed to go by yourself. But it's with your dad, so it's probably fine. Check it out. You and your dad start bushwhacking through the overgrown fungus, but you don't get very far before a priority message hijacks your holopalms. It's Utopia from Expeditions. She's the one you checked in with earlier. Geranium, are you okay out there? Our holophysician has you a long way from the colony. Do you need assistance?
No, we're doing fine. Thank you, Utopia.
Your dad replies. Utopia gives him directions back to the colony and signs off, and your dad gives you a big grin like you're co-conspirators.
Busted,
he says, hopping down the slope towards you.
Alright, let's head back. But Expeditions doesn't want us to know the truth, I guess.
The truth about what, Dad? You're walking back when your dad has another deep spasming coughing fit. You're worried he's going to collapse again, and you'll have to carry him back the rest of the way, but he manages to get it under control. The whole forest is completely quiet for minutes, spooked by his racking cough.
Whew! I can't wait until Instance figures out a treatment for this shimmer thing. She says maybe next year. Maybe the one after that. I'm gonna be first in line, you bet.
Should a face mask coordinate with your outfit, or should it provide contrast? Mars says, holding up 2 fabric face masks. She crumples them up and throws them to the ground, then stomps on them. Ugh, I'm so tired of all of this skunky pollen floating around. Why can't this planet just be normal for once? Tangent! You find Tang leaning against the wall of the laboratory, looking out onto the hustle and bustle of the colony. Auntie Seaton tried to talk to me about puberty today, she says, rolling her arms. Rolling her arms. My bad. She's not doing that. She's not an alien creature doing that. No. She is human. Has no arms to roll. It was a pleasure to tell her that I seem to be suffering no ill effects from the malady. She crosses her arms and shrugs dismissively. Perhaps there is a limit to genetic recombination therapy, as I do not seem to be undergoing the effects common among those who are born to this array of hormones. I should divide Chief Engineer instincts. Okay. Too early to give him another gift. Utopia! I'm brave enough. Well, I'll be, Utopia drawls, grappling you playfully. You ain't lying, kid. You got grit. She scans a roster in her hollow palm. Oh, yep. Looks like you're approved to start with the junior survey teams. And you look like you will will at the first sting of slopgrass. We'll keep you close to begin with, round here in the prosaic plains. Come see me when you're ready for assignment. Yeah, I need to go chill out. You're relaxing after hours when Auntie Seaton pops her head into the lounge. The kitchen, she announces in an artificially sweet voice, is looking for someone to help with part-time cooking duties. Someone young, someone responsible, someone organized, someone, she stares pointedly at the teens in the room, who might have too much free time on their hands. Avoid eye contact. Sweating away over human food nanoprints really isn't your thing, so you hang back. Auntie Seaton sighs and rubs her hands on her apron. Well, if anyone changes their mind, I could use the help. I'm keeping those. looks up from her experiments. Things must be going well because she's even smiling a little. This year's project for the Virtualia Science Fair is going perfectly, she says. Even I'm a little impressed. Mars has set up her holo screen to reflect her face, and she's swatching various eyeshadows on her forearm. Just because we're out here struggling to survive in the musty armpit of space, that doesn't mean we can't enjoy ourselves a little. She gestures to her eyeshadow palette. If I have the kudos to print luxury goods, why shouldn't I? Survey the plains. When you boarded the expedition's autobus this morning, you didn't know what to expect. It trundled you and the other surveyors a few clicks north to the prosaic plains, a high, flat area with cooler weather than your colony. You could barely control your excitement as you watched the landscape change. And now you're here. You're finally old enough for a real survey mission away from the colony. You greet Chief Surveyor Utopia at the depot. This here's a plast cutter, she says, handing you one. It's a tool for cutting and heating things. You can use it to make a fire, cauterize a wound, boil water, and it cuts some materials pretty alright. You can use it for self-defense too, but I don't suggest it. Ooh, fire. Are we gonna be in danger? She makes a so-so motion with her hands. This is a quiet area. What we're doing, we're not supposed to be in danger. We're just gonna be taking notes and pictures, keeping track of all the flora and fauna we see. Just don't touch anything unless I ask you to take a sample. Everything's potentially dangerous. We don't know much about what's out there, which is why we need surveyors, even young'uns like you. The prosaic plains are a sparse region. Like you can assume from the name, you can see things from a long ways off. Utopia sees you squinting at the horizon. And what are you gonna do if you see something coming for you? Avoid it. Good kid, Utopia approves, patting on the back. We don't need any trouble. Dice joins you. He must have come on an earlier autobus. Ah, good, you're here, Utopia says, digging out another plast cutter for Dice. You two greenhorns are with me for the foreseeable. Now, we don't gotta sniff each other's butts all the time out there, but I do expect y'all to be in yelling distance. Comms can get spotty out here. You and Dice share knowing glances. You've both been sneaking out to explore long before you were officially allowed to. Utopia also hands you a surveying drone and shows you how to launch it. It'll automatically perform local scans of wherever you go, though detailed scans still need to be done manually. When you return here to the depot, it'll upload its findings to the HoloNet. Your job is to cover ground, see what's out there, and so long as it isn't dangerous, record it. She slaps you in the back. Alright, team, don't get yourselves killed out there, okay? You've stopped to admire the light glinting off the water of a shallow circular lake when you notice some strange rocks near your feet. They're pink and red, bobbing in the shallow water at the shore. The rocks are flashing golden yellow. This one, then that one, then a pause, then that one, then the first one again. You thought it was reflected sunlight at first, but no. The rocks themselves are glowing. Repeat the pattern. You play a memory game with them, touching the stones in the pattern they give you. You feel emotions coming from the rocks. Affection, interest, gratefulness. Somehow you understand. They like the contact. Are they creatures or rocks? Sometimes the lines between the two can be blurry on Vertumina. They can't move, but learn about the world from creatures who pass by and touch them. Like the way animals rub to leave their scent, these rocks entice animals to play with them and leave information about the world. You get the sense they're excited for your new scent. To what end, you don't know. Oh, how interesting. What's that? You almost bump into Dice. He's being so still and quiet, hunched over and looking down a little knoll. He shushes you and points. Don't scare them. You follow his finger and see what looks like a bush shaking violently. 2 bushes, actually, at opposite ends of the clearing. They're bush bobs, he says, fighting over territory. You look more closely through your holoculars. Oh, those boulders are alive! How do you know that? Guy shrugs. If you're quiet, you see them a lot. You watch the 2 creatures face off, rhythmically rustling the leaves that grow out of their heads and backs. Their gangly branch-like antennae swing over their heads as they rear up to their full heights. Even from far away, they look imposing. Like agile boulders. One goes and the other. They watch each other carefully, alternating and repeating the other's motions, trying to outdo each other. Ultimately, the smaller, more graceful one seems to be declared the winner. The loser plops back down and shuffles away into the jungle. Drifts of spark snow make this area hard to pass through. Your feet keep sinking into it, and you have to work to get them free with every step. The only way forward here is through an especially deep area. Take a break and play in it. You make a snow buddy. Wait, does that make me makes me more stressed? Or at least you try. The tiny blue crystals don't pack together very well, and the stuff quickly melts just from the heat of your body. The acidic snow gives you a hot, scratchy rash between your fingers. Probably should have worn gloves. You praise your lumpy snow buddy. It looks a little sad. Maybe it just needs some accessories? With some twigs and grass, and a weird kind of jelly you find seeping out of the ground, you give your buddy antlers and fur. Kinda looks like a snow bush bub. I love my extra perk. A bush bub's blocking the path, lumbering slowly back and forth between a dense strand of gloop mushes, whatever those plants are called, in a wide circular lake. It's like it's on some kind of patrol. It growls a warning when you try to squeeze past it, so you back off. From the look in its eyes, this one isn't letting you through. But not root through its territory. Oh, it's no longer just easy, it's just balance. Okay. It's better to use 5. Damn, fucked me over. Okay, this is my last round. Push through. 30 stress. You sneak through the gloop mushes, crawling under them so the bush bub don't see you. You nearly get stuck at one point and wonder, what if Dice has to come rescue you? That would be embarrassing. You find a route through and continue on your way. Yeah, I should go home soon. A mass of dead bushes blocks your way. They have pointy spines the size of short swords. Swords! And they look very, very sharp. Crawl through it. Ouch! 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 You wriggle your way through the thinnest part of the bushes, but they keep catching your clothes and your hair. Your clothes are getting all scratched up. Your mom's going to be pissed if she's not too busy to notice. Pick up an excuse. You emerge to the other side and look back at the tunnel you've made. At least it'll be easier if you have to get back through. And I'm back! You're getting older. It's that magical time in your life, full of discoveries and possibilities. When children become adults and their bodies change in weird, wonderful, and often embarrassing ways. When you were younger, congruence gave your class a frank presentation about preparing for the changes your bodies would experience in the next few years. Which parts of the presentation was relevant to you? None of it. I'm like a doll down there. Thanks to gene tech, your body doesn't need to conform to expectations for sex and gender. It's the future. You and your friends giggled your way through Congruence's presentation and left with a new appreciation for the wonders of the human body. Puberty had felt like something that would happen so far in the future that it didn't apply to you. You put it out of your mind, even as you noticed Cal's voice begin to drop or Mars starting to dress differently. But one morning, you wake up and it feels different. You can tell you're in a weird mood before you even open your eyes. The sound of your parents moving around your quarters irritates you. Why can't they be quiet? Why do you all have to live in the same room? Can't they just leave you alone? You throw back your privacy curtain and snap at them to shut up. Your mom and dad blink at you in shock for a few seconds, and your mom's face goes red. Excuse me, kid. You do not speak to people like that. You're not the boss of me. Your mom opens her mouth to yell at you, but your dad raises his hands for peace. Hey now, let's walk it back a bit, he says diplomatically. Goober, you can't expect total silence when we all live together like this. If you're cranky in the mornings, you need to go to bed earlier. Teenagers need more sleep. Your mom opens her mouth again, but your dad continues. Flu, we'll try to be quieter. Goober is telling us that they are starting to need more space. Right? He's so reasonable, and just makes you even more angry. How dare he try to understand? You roll over in bed and sulk until they leave. You end up sulking for so long that you miss the window for breakfast in the canteen, so now you're hungry and upset. You scroll the colony social media to try to take your mind off whatever is going on with you today, and happen to see a photo of your friends hanging out together in the construction lot beside engineering. That makes it worse. Your friends are having fun without you. Even though you chose to skip breakfast, it feels like a personal insult. How dare they? Don't they know you're sad? What is happening? You feel on edge today. Like everything that happens feels so unfair and tragic. Like you want to punch stuff and then cry about it. Like you want to be left alone, but you also desperately want attention. It feels like a fountain of new energy is starting to bubble up inside you. Dangerous, uncontrollable energy. Welcome to puberty, Goober. Gain status hormones. I'm gonna take some time off. Hal looks up from his planting. Oh, okay. Oh, help with the animals. I can do that now? Your dad is working with the flow cows. One of them is sick and isn't producing enough urine as ballast, and it keeps wanting to float away. Your dad is building a spike so that he can tie her down until she feels better. You hold onto the leash, feeling like a little kid with a balloon. A big, woolly, gassy balloon. It looks down at you with placid, unblinking eyes. You can see yourself refracted in them. Weird. Neat. Here, you want this? Nah. Gotta go chill out. You nestle in the cushions, close your eyes, and listen to music. You have an archive of over 100... Oh. Read this before. No, I'm keeping them. Ow. Dead. Ah. Guys. Here you go. Oh. Come on. sun going out. Oh, I got another crystal cluster. That's neat. I thought I could grab that, but no. One of those gods again. There's not much to find out here, but the peaceful atmosphere is great for contemplation. You find a particularly beautiful little plateau where you can see the plains spread out before you like a picnic blanket, round lakes dotting the land like glimmering mirrors of sky. Dice is scouting further ahead. He was eager to find some adventure. Catch up with Dice. There's no adventure where Dice is either. This is some peaceful territory right here. Boring. You're crossing a clearing when you hear a terrible cracking, pounding sound. A bush bug bursts through the tree line, barreling straight towards you. Whatever's making a bush bug run, you're pretty sure you don't want to be on the business end of it. Bravery challenge. I'll add 2 to this. Yes. My last hand. The creature pounds past you, its powerful stone-like gorilla arms bashing the ground. It doesn't even seem to see you, and goes around you without even looking at you. You look around, but there's no sign of whatever motivated the bush bub to run so fast. At least that's something to be grateful about. You stop to watch a herd of shaggy, purple-furred animals slowly meander down a slope. You've never seen them before. Let's study them. Plus 8 stress. Oh, wow. Is that worse? Evidently was. Next round. The creature's fur is like grass, so they must be a kind of photosynth, an animal that gets part of their energy from the sun. They couldn't be arborescent photosynths, bush bubs, because they've got branches growing out of their heads and backs. You check your survey journal. It says bush bubs are common here, but they're smaller, solitary creatures. So, nope. And they're too small to be balneal photosynths who don't usually leave the water. You found a new species. Maybe. That would be cool. You decide to name them just in case. You look at them through your holoculars and maximum zoom. You kind of make out that they have super long jaws, like a huge underbite. Herding sunbiters. Naming things is hard, so herding sunbiters will have to do. You log your discovery. Oh, it's Dice. Hey, Goober. Dice greets you cautiously as you pass on the narrow path. Hey, do you want me to show you something? Dice almost never makes overtures of friendship. Whatever it is, must be pretty cool. Nod quietly and follow him. You follow him for nearly half an hour. A couple times he stops to listen for something, then continues onward, tromping through the fields of broad-topped mush trees and swaying antler ferns. After a while, you start to wonder if he's just lost. You're about to say something about it when he holds his hand up for silence and directs you to crawl under a huge mushroom. On the other side, you have a view down to one of the perfectly round ponds. Taking up most of it is an enormous Ceno, its legs deep underwater. It's a balneal, Dice tells you. They live in the swamps. You don't usually see them here. This one seems totally at home. It dips its long neck and even longer mouth into the pond, sucking up water from the bottom and spewing out of a spout at the back of its head. The spray of beautiful turquoise water sparkles in the sun. Tiny, colorful, bird-like creatures dot around it, catching the tiny fish that come spraying out. What's it doing? I think it's eating the mud, Dice says. Something really, really tiny in it. You watch for a while. He adds. You're too worn out, tired to continue. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. It's Vertumnalia. Time for speeches, games, and feasting. You stare hungrily at the feast table. Sure, it's mostly soy rations, but it's still more food than you usually see all at one time. This year, though, there's something new. Great big tureens of glowing beans. Weird. You try to sneak some food before the speeches start, but Chief Engineer Instance catches you and smacks your hand away. Your mom gets really mad at her, and it causes a huge yelling match. Your dad directs you away from the table as Instance blames your mom for the way things are right now, whatever that means. Your dad passes you a soy sweet to keep your tummy busy during the speeches. He's the best. Governor Utica takes the stage and manages to calm everyone down. Welcome, everyone, to our 4th Vertumnalia celebration, she says, speaking through a maxophonor. Her voice has been getting weaker lately and can't reach across the square the way it used to. I am proud, as always, to stand before you as your governor and to celebrate another year of peace and prosperity on this beautiful planet. Utica steps aside, wobbling a little as she walks, leaving Seek to complete the annual formalities. Your mom steps forward. This year's feast includes a new glow-in-the-dark food. Pixie beans are our first domesticated Vertumnan crop. The crowd applauds, and your mom raises her hands. Credit goes to Geranium. He insisted we dedicate a third of our fields to them, so you'll also have him to thank for the light show in your toilets tonight. A smattering of laughter ripples through the crowd. Your dad chuckles nervously. Your mom's smile fades. As you know, we lost our hydroponics and microbial soil during the wormhole accident, she says. These pixie beans will make up for our losses we face with our earth crops. Utica's weedy voice rattles to the maxophonor. Thank you, everyone. Let's get on with the games. It's time to do another talent show. Dice and Mars are your competitors for the talent show. Dice is up first, and he stomps on stage wearing a silly top hat and cape, waving a magic wand. He introduces himself as Dice, the destroyer of reality, and tells everyone to step back because he's going to pull a Popeye from his hat. He takes his hat off his head, and a very surprised Popeye falls out and boings away into the crowd. Predictably, this upsets Dice, and he flees the stage in embarrassment. Mars takes the stage next and launches into an incredible lip-sync performance, complete with holographic fireworks at the end. Passing you as you go to take your place on stage, she sticks her nose in the air and wishes you luck following that. I'm gonna play the Photophonor. The goal is 68? Okay, that one's better. Three. Woo! Next round. Oh, I don't have it. Okay, try that again. Oh, so close. Darn. Okay, try that again. It's 2-2. Try another one. Oh, it's a 5. Oh, that does not help. I'll try and draw another card. Oh. Ah, finally! We win! Your skill of Photophonor is well appreciated by the crowd, who are moved to tears by your emotional depth of your playing. You win, as voted by audience applause. I gained status popular. I got another one of those 5s. Mars shakes her hand and thanks you for actually giving her a challenge this year. Finally, it's time for the feast. The pixie beans are a hit. Your parents keep touting their many benefits. They grow well here, they're super nutritious, taste great, they're really versatile, and kids love their bright multicolored glow. Your rumbling stomach has made you grouchy. Your parents won't let you eat until they finally stop bragging about their dumb beans. You consider the options: pixie bean soup, pixie bean salad, pixie bean chili, even pixie bean aquafaba dessert. Everything glows in the evening twilight. You suddenly shove your pixie bean everything around on your plate. You don't even want to eat them anymore. Stupid beans, stupid feast, stupid games, stupid everyone. Everyone. Every time someone turns to talk to you, especially about how great these beans are and how great your parents are for growing them, you just get more irritated. They're just beans. It's like they love these beans more than they love you. You're probably just hungry. Eat your pixie beans. You want to rebel against these stupid beans, but the truth is, you're too hungry to resist. You count backwards from 10 to calm yourself down so you don't blow up at your mom. Why is she smiling all the time? Ugh! You settle on glowering at her over your plate of glowing beans. She notices, but just purses her lips and turns away from you to talk to someone else. Rude. You shovel food into your mouth, trying not to look like you're enjoying it. Okay, it is as delicious as everyone said, and you start to feel more human the more you eat. Right? Yeah, food. It is great. You do feel better after you eat something. Everyone's in high spirits after dinner, breaking off into little groups to talk or make music together as the sky darkens for the shortest night of the year. You feel your mood improve by the minute as your friends pull you into a fun rhythmic clapping game. As your irritation fades, you wonder if this is what congruence meant when she warned that your hormones would make you feel out of control sometimes. When you go back to your quarters to get ready for bed, your dad gives you a big hug. Exactly what you did. You walk to Anemone just as she's pouring a canteen of water over her head. Hoo-wee! She exclaims. It's hot! Mars is frowning intently at her hollow palm, typing a new message. Oh, excuse me, Goober. I just had to clear something up, she says, sparing you a look. Anemone posted her answers to the Everything About You survey on the colony message board, and she said that she thinks her brother Com is the coolest person in the colony. Mars rolls her eyes, as if. Com is like one of the hottest, but he's not sophisticated. Hal is digging up something in the garden, creating a neat little stack of vegetables in his wheelbarrow. Hey, Goober, he says, taking off his gloves to card his hand through his hair. How's it hanging? Oh, I need 40 animals for trader. Let's see. What's mine at now? 27 bravery now. 24 biology. 55 perception, 3 combat, 29 animals. Okay. 11 more. Wait, what? That's it? Dare you to go into a restricted area. What's my bravery at? Okay, I need 13 more bravery before I can do that. I should probably save. More bravery, please. I'm gonna relax and lounge. Or I can practice the fun of foreigner. You practiced it. You think you're getting pretty good. I got a good hand. New perk. Small skills boost. 5% chance to gain 1 extra skill. Oh! Tang is working in the lab, taking notes on a vibrant vertumnus specimen. Chief Engineer Instant has allowed me a great deal of intellectual freedom, he says. She does not see my age as an impediment to my contribution. In fact, she celebrates my youth. She says that it is the old who should look to the young for guidance, as we are unburdened by youth. Tang allows herself a rare smile. In some ways, she's the mother I've always wanted, she adds quietly. My own mother, burdened by many things. Governor Uticott is here, frowning over a hollow screen with your mother. It has a lot of numbers on it and charts that point downwards. Your mom looks up and dismisses the screen. Need something, Goober? Have you heard the stories about changelings? Dice muses, scrolling through a book of mythology in its hollow palm. Old Earth humans used to think that fairies would steal human babies and replace them with their own. He scratches his cheek. Do you think that happened with me and Tang? I think that would explain a lot. Because it feels like not even really. My autistic buddy. You're okay. People are just being mean to you for no reason. Let's go learn. We're gonna learn life sciences. This week in biology class, you're studying sugar bud. This native species look like purple marshmallows but the size of your fist, all puffy and squishy and kind of cute. They don't move or do much, but if you tickle them, they exude an edible syrup from a hole at the top of their bodies.
And now, says Chief Engineer Instance, you're going to dissect one.
Dissect that cute little sugar bug. You're given a, thankfully already deceased, sugar bug to work on. The moment your scalpel slices it open, a horrid smell assaults you, sweet like rotting fruit. Yuck! You see Tang trying not to gag, too. What is that? 5+ loyalty. Dissection! No, 4's better. Airs. 3, 2. You carefully section your sugar bug into 6 discrete organs. You take a photo with your hollow palm and carefully fill in labels for all the parts. It's pretty good, Tang says, peeking at your work. These things are slippier than I was expecting. Parts of mine are still...
Time's up, says Dr. Instance. Please place your dissected sugar bugs into these tanks to leave overnight.
The next morning, your class is in for a surprise. The sugar bugs are alive again. And there are more of them. Your teacher explains that their DNA is so malleable that almost any part of a sugar bug can turn into any other part if it needs to. The resulting sugar bugs are smaller, but will eventually grow into full-sized ones. Determinant biology is weird. Your dad is completely drenched from the seasonal rains, out in the fields far from any sort of shelter.
Hey, Stardust, he greets you. Wet enough for you?
Your mom is staring solemnly at a wheelbarrow of withered, gnarly-looking crops. She says to the agriculturist, entering the stalk into his hollow palm.
I hope this isn't going to be the case forever. I'm gonna be in real trouble soon.
Oh, really? That's not good. Where's Dice? I need to give him a gift. Okay, let's relax. Nothing much happens this month. You spend most of the time spacing out to whatever's on your hear speak, occasionally nodding hello to the other colonists passing through. You binge a few seasons of a show you've been meaning to rewatch. I accidentally did that. I did not mean to click through that. Your dad takes a big breath of air.
This is real living, he says grandly. Sometimes I wake up thinking we're still hurtling through space in the strato, and I'm just so jazzed when I remember we're here, on a real planet.
He slaps you in the back.
Never take this for granted, kiddo.
My mom's strong. I'm going out. Itchy. I'm gonna venture further. I thought that was like a slug or something. Really big one. Okay. One of your jobs as a surveyor is to document the flora and fauna through photographs. You spotted some kind of baby's photosynth, all shaggy purple furred with leaves growing out of its head. It's grazing up on top of a large mushroom cap. You've got a camera built into your hollow palm, but it's not equipped to capture difficult shots like this. You'll need to put in the work. Try to get closer. 58. No, 3 is better. Oh shoot, what happened there? No. 3, 3. Okay. Last round. Push through. 40 stress. You cautiously crawl up beside your subject, raising your hollow palm to get the best close-up possible. Ouch! Just as the camera takes the photo, your subject bites you on the finger. You hope it's not venomous. On the bright side, got the shot. It's a cloudy day. You hear the crash of thunder from somewhere nearby. Loud. Like it's getting closer. Suddenly a massive, impossibly tall something punctures the low clouds and slams into the ground ahead of you. It's as tall as a skyscraper and a meter wide, covered with chitinous bone like an insect. You think it might be a leg? Another crashes down, then another. The creature's body must be up in the clouds, so high you can't see anything but the legs. The first leg lifts again and moves towards you. You're in shock. Your body simultaneously screams at you to stand still and run. Stay calm and analyze its movement. You watch the clouds, and as the next leg breaks through, you dodge it. It slams down where you'd been with enough force to crush a boulder to dust. This creature is so unbelievably massive, you're like an ant to it. As it passes overhead, you marvel at how such a thing could even exist, and hope it never wanders any closer to your colony. A series of small circular pools chain together to form an impassable body of water. You don't see an obvious route through, though the path does continue off in the distance on the other side. Looking for a place to pass through. Okay. Next round. Okay, no. Okay, put that back. Because I'm gonna lose. Uh, oh, this one's worse. Shoot. Darn. Okay, well, I have to give up. I was defeated. Try that again. Damn. Can I just try this as many times as I want? I'm getting the same damn hands, I feel like. Ugh. Five. Bro. I'm gonna try once more. How about this? Oh! Almost made the goal. Ah! I did it this time! There's a narrow place where two pools meet that you think you can leap over. These little ponds look too small to house anything really dangerous. Hope. You approach the water's edge. Leap up faith. You make it over the narrow gap. Nice! Feel empowered. Oh, thank God. I was like, I'm gonna... That was the last time I was gonna try that. I need that crystal cluster. Science is the language of all things, even on a planet such as this, Hank says. As foreign as it seems, all living things act according to their biology. Hank tilts her head. And as biology is simply applied chemistry, which is simply applied physics, this means anything that is observable, and many things that are not, are governed by the rules of mathematics, which are as elegant and as constant when the universe began. No, I can't see that again. Did I already talk to Dice? Yeah, I did. I need some roots. Relax. It's been a long month of being cooped up indoors while it poured rain, and everything got too muddy and gross to play outside. You and the other teens are in the lounge. Again. And everyone's getting a little antsy. Tangent and Cal are bickering about something, and Dice must be bored enough that he's letting Mars paint his finger. Well, at least they get along sometimes. Am I not getting messages on YouTube? Let me check. I just saw that the YouTube chat has a message that I didn't see. You're all loved and appreciated. Know you're all worthy of happiness and joy. Thank you. I appreciate that. Sorry it took me so long to notice. For some reason, I didn't get that message. I'll pop it out. New YouTube chat. Oh wait, what? Anemone is trying to do a dance she learned from watching holovids, and she's feeling miserably. The sound of her music fills the room. You're starting to feel a little off too, but like, it's weird. Like you want to yell, but at the same time you want to take off all your clothes and streak through the colony square. Anemone dances a little too close to Mars's collection of nail polish, bumping into the table and sending them all, and herself, clattering to the floor. Hey, watch it! Dice snapped. Dance your stupid dance somewhere else. It's not stupid! Anemone sniffles from the floor. You don't have to be so mean to me. Boo-hoo, Mars teases. What are you gonna do? Dance about it? Ugh, y'all so childish. Who even cares? Hey, everyone just shut up! Cal exclaims from across the room. Honestly, you all fight all the time. You stay inside where it's nice and dry. You don't appreciate how hard everyone else is working. It's just whine, whine, whine. Excuse me? But me and Dice, we work. I do delivery sometimes. I go do the expedition. Sometimes I help out with gardening. I help with the animals. What do you want from me? What do you want from me? You're not better just because you work outside, Tang joins in. You're not special, Cal. If I wanted to, I could work outside. She opens her hollow palm and flies her fingers over the screen. There, see, next month I'll be working in geoponics. How do you like that? Then you can nag at me about my soft hands all you want. Utica pokes her head in from the command corridor.
Children, keep it down. We can hear you all the way from the bridge.
Everyone goes quiet for about a second, and then explodes into arguing again. Utica throws her hands in the air and retreats down the hallway in defeat. Yeah, fight! Fight! Gonna go wild. Somehow the rambunctious group tumbles into your quarters. Thankfully your parents are out. Everyone keeps fighting, and it's starting to get physical. Mars and Anemone get into a shoving match, and Cal and Dice join in too. Tangent yells from the sidelines, cheering when Mars knocks Anemone right on her butt. Ouchie! Anemone whines, still sniffling. Okay, fine. I'm sorry for knocking over your stupid nail polish. Mars tosses her hair over her shoulder. Apology accepted. You can pick them up while you're down there. She flounces onto her bed. Now I'm bored. I believe I'm bored of bossing people around.
Wait,
Dice says, jumping up.
We should play spin the bottle.
Everyone looks around and surprised that Dice suggested it, but you can tell they're all kind of into the idea. Your tummy flips over in a way that's not uncomfortable. Singing? I'll be right back. I need to get water. My throat is dry as fuck. Okay. Spin the bottle! Everyone giggles nervously, but more courageous voices prevail. Instead, you're grabbing a bottle to spin to sort out partners. Your palms sweat as the bottle spins on your turn. Spinning, 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 until it falls on Dice! What is that? Everyone hoots and hollers. Dice? But he looks completely unbothered. Hi, Ayoku! In fact, he looks excited. He unbuttons his shirt collar and slicks his hair back, giving you an exaggerated eyebrow wiggling come hither look that sends everyone into hysterics. You do. Let's give everyone a show! You wiggle over to Dice, matching his energy as you grab him and sweep him into a big, showy kiss. Everyone laughs and yells at you kiss for 15 seconds before letting him go. Dice collapses back to his position on the floor with a silly smile. Everyone keeps playing, but the bottle never lands on you again. Mars and Tangent both get each other on their turns, making Tango completely red as both times Mars plants a chivalrous kiss right on her lips. The next day, you all feel terrible. It feels like your arms and legs are made of lead, and it takes so much energy to do anything. You can barely make it out of bed. All the energy from yesterday has been drained out of you, and then some. It lasts for a week. Some of you can't even get out of bed. And when you do, your moods are all over the place. Aggressive, sulky, impulsive, until your batteries run out, and you sleep for over 12 hours straight. You're resting in the lounge with your friends, watching holovids and grazing on roasted pixie beans, when your dad and Chief Engineer Instance come storming through the door. So it's the pixie beans that are doing this? Because those weren't hormones. I was like suspicious. I was like, that doesn't feel normal for kids. You! Instant snap, smacking the bowl of pixie beans out of Mars's hands. Why? You smacked it out of her hands? You know, that shit fell all over the floor. Now you gotta pick up all those beans.
Stop eating those this instant.
Mars looks like she's about to smack some sense into instance, but your dad steps in.
I'm sorry, everyone. We were wrong about the pixie beans. They're not safe for you kids to be eating.
You've been feeding us poison? Mars shrieks. Oh, ew! Ew, ew, ew! Do my dads know you tried to kill me? Your dad spreads his hands.
No, they're not. Don't worry, Mars. Calm down. They're not poison. There's just a chemical in them that hyperbonds to estrogen and testosterone, your big teenage growing hormones. And the brain likes binding to that new macromolecule a lot more than the regular kinds. It's been making your moods unpredictable and causing periods of hypo and hypermania. When Mars just stares blankly at him, he laughs awkwardly. Translation, he says. It's been making you kids act silly and feel sick. I'm sorry.
Instance frowns.
If it's doing this to kids, it's not long until it builds up enough to affect the rest of us too. Until further notice, no one is to eat a single pixie bean.
Your dad looks distraught.
Lulu was right, he says, collapsing in a nearby chair and rubbing his eyes. She didn't trust those things. But shit, she's going to be pissed that we don't have another successful food source.
You look at him in shock. Hardly ever see him swear. It must be worse than you think. Your dad sits there in silence for a long time. Status ended hormones. -1 colony food. That sucks. It's glow season! Dice pokes a glowing bobble bud with his toe. Huh? Oh, I almost missed it. Great. Oh, we can't go out? Okay. Guess we can learn. Let's study humanities again. We haven't done that in a while. You're running late for humanities class. When you arrive, everyone is gathered in the beanbags around the room's big hollow projector. Ship's computer congruence is displayed on it. She's giving today's lesson, reading an old book of Earth poetry. You sit down next to Tang and nudge her in motion. What's up with this? Tang frowns at you. Where have you been? She whispers. Ever since Professor Hal died, congruence has been teaching this class. Then she frowns at everything in general. They said everyone else who might be qualified is too busy. And no, they didn't ask me. What's a computer know about poetry? You wrinkle your nose. Biology and physics, sure, you tell Tangent, but writing is about expression and understanding the subtleties of human communication. Suddenly, Congruence's monitor swings over to you and recites, Oh, have you all the beauty you've ever knew, that you're so vain? Less pride might serve, if even it were true, and you might gain, by humbler show of graces you possess, the haughty bearing makes the charm the less. Hang's eyes go wide, and the class giggles at you. You're pretty sure you just got a clap back from a robot, but you can't be sure. Huh? Okay, let's push through. Another year, another glow. Everyone's pretty sure there's going to be an attack this year, so the colony is on high alert. You're collecting glow flies in the geoponics gardens with Kellen and Emily when the sirens begin to rail. Y'all stop what you're doing and look at each other nervously. Your parents run off to help defend the farms, telling you to get inside the greenhouses and stay quiet. And Emily declares she's going to the walls to watch the soldiers fight. That's a good spot. Help defend the gates! You scramble down from the walls and are immediately faced with the seething wall of Popeyes. You kind of thought there were only a handful of these usually peaceful creatures in previous years, but there's swarms of them now. And not just Popeyes. Once your eyes adjust to the chaos, you can see large creatures that look like walking bushes, these wild centipede-looking things with long spider legs, and at least one giant many-eyed thing that's hovering clear off the ground, defying gravity. They all seem to be incited into a frenzy, attacking everything inside and trying to get through the walls. It's dark and chaotic. Tom sees you through the fray. "Goober!" he shouts. "Get to safety!" You're suddenly not sure this is a good idea, but then you look up and see Anemone shouting encouragement up on the wall. "I don't have 30 combats." Fight bravely, making up with guts for what you lack in sense or skill. You charge in without a plan. Or a real weapon. You're immediately rammed in the side by what looks like a pile of rocks, and you go down. You see sky, then dirt, then sky again as you're tossed through the air before you land in a heap at the base of the wall. Through the ringing in your ears, you can hear Anemone screaming for Calm to help. You stumble to your feet. Gain status. Injured. You stumble to your feet, body vibrating with adrenaline. You can feel blood trickling over your face, and it hurts like someone stabbing you in the chest when you breathe. Tom runs over and sends bolts of energy coursing from his stun gloves to the creature, but being mostly comprised of rock, it seems unfazed. It does, however, swing its head to look at him, giving you a chance to flee. Combat challenge. Oh, this could be bad, actually. I could die. I could die. Challenge impossible? That's true. This is a impossible challenge, actually. Yeah, there's no point in me doing this. Give up. Let's see what happens. You're defeated like that. Your broken body is leaking like a garden hose, but somehow, you manage to improvise a spear out of a bit of rebar from the ever-present construction and throw yourself at the gargantuan creature. You and Calm duck and weave around the monster, him getting its attention and you jamming your spear into his armored body, looking for weak points. It seems impossible. The thing is all rock. You feel yourself beginning to lose hold of reality, your vision fuzzing out at the edges. Finally, Calm yells, "There!" as it roars. You lunge for its snap-jaw mouth and jam the spear in and up. There's a terrible moment when nothing happens, an inhalation of fate. And then, the creature tosses its head and you with it, flipping you into the air and into its mouth. Like a frog being eaten by a turtle, your legs kick in the air and effectively as it tries to gobble you down whole. Dark in here. Not a very happy place. You're mercifully wrenched back out again before the acidic grounding of his gizzard causes you to lose consciousness entirely. Tom drags you away as a fresh group of soldiers tries to drive the beast back out of the colony. You'll need time to recover from your injuries. The Dr. Instance patches you up well enough that you can make it back home that night. Your parents are arguing quietly at your little table. "I'm telling you, it wasn't a fluke," your mom says. They're not just wild animals. They have a plan. The fields... lights? "Okay," your dad replies, taking her hands across the tabletop. "We have to tell people what we saw in geoponics." They look up, noticing you in the doorway. Your dad's worry expression quickly changes to a smile. "Hey, Rutabaga!" Then he sees that you're limping, still a little loopy from the medbed. "Goober! What happened? Are you hurt?" Oh yeah, I got totally messed up. Your mom frowns.
Now is not the time for joking, she snaps. Get to bed. It's late, and we have a lot of work to do tomorrow to clean up. I don't need you making stupid choices and getting yourself killed on slumps with everything else.
Whoa! She shaved her head? That's cool. Tangent looks up from her hollow palm, blinking as her eyes refocus on the middle distance, and then on you. Her previously long hair is gone, buds close to her scalp. You almost didn't recognize her when you first saw her. You wonder if it was caused by a lab accident or something.
Hello, Goober, she says, already cagey. Something?
No, I just came by to say hello. The faintest hint of relief passes across Tang's face. You get the impression that not pressing her on her personal appearance was a wise choice.
Oh, well, hello then,
Tang replies. She raises her hand as if to push her hair out of her face, but stops when she realizes what she's doing.
I'm rather busy at the moment, actually. Don't mind.
You can take a hint. Anemone grabs you at the shoulders. Goober, you gotta help me, she says urgently. Mom keeps talking about how we're all gonna have to start having babies, and get this luck about her. I don't want to have any skunky babies. Anemone shudders with her whole body. Why'd I gotta be in a girl body anyway? I'm tougher and stronger than lots of boys, and no one's telling them they gotta have babies. Word. Oh, look at Dice! Aw, he's awkward and pimply. Poor dude. You catch Dice on a ridge overlooking the wilderness, bobbing his head along to something playing through his earspeak. He doesn't notice you walk up. He jumps when you tap him on the shoulder and scrambles to turn off his hollow palm.
Don't sneak up on me like that,
he grumbles, then flops backwards on the grass to look up at you.
Man, getting to the good part of the song.
What are you listening to? Dice looks away.
Just some old music on Earth. Probably wouldn't like it.
Try me. You sit down beside Dice and extend your hand to link your hollow palms. Dice stares at you for a few seconds before pressing his palm to yours, and music floods your brain through your earspeak. Dice takes his hand back and weaves his fingers together timid.
I listen to a lot of Earth music, he says. You like it?
He asks. I love this band. Dice cracks a small smile, relieved.
Good, he says. My favorite right now. I always listen to the same album on repeat. Comfort music. Play it like voice.
He stares into his lap.
Sometimes I feel like the lyrics are about me,
he admits.
They're just so... like my soul really gets this kind of thing. But don't tell anyone, okay? It makes me feel better thinking that someone knows my pain. Even if it's just a dead Earth woman.
Sounds deep, man. Dice nods and closes his eyes.
Oh, he replies. I have a lot of time to think, like everyone else here.
You lie back in the grass and listen to Dice's music for a while. Introduce him to some new music. You bring up your hollow palm and cue up something different. When it starts playing, Dice frowns.
I don't like listening to new music, he says. I just want to listen to my own music.
I like this song as much as I like you. Dice's eyes widen.
Oh,
he stammers, looking away. What might be a smile twitches across his face.
The song is pretty.
Hold his hands. You reach out tentatively and link just your pinky fingers with Dice, feeling him tense up beside you. He darts you a nervous glance and looks back at the sky when he sees you looking back at him. His cheeks go completely red. He doesn't hold your hands, but he doesn't move his away either. Dice is curiously studying a small bleached white animal skull.
Look at this,
he says, and holds it out to you.
There's mushrooms growing in this one. I didn't know that fungus could grow on bone. It's kind of like everything on this planet was designed to work together.
He throws the skull back into the wilderness.
Oh, except us.
Your mom mutters to herself as she pulls potatoes from the ground in clusters barely larger than your palm.
Still,
you hear her say before her head jerks up and she sees you standing there. Hal is listlessly kicking a sports ball around.
This is kid stuff, he says, eventually just kicking it into the garden. Sports is just like war games for kids, you know? Winners and losers and thinking like your team is the best and everyone else sucks. He shrugs. I just like doing important stuff now, is all.
Ah, look, she's different now. Oh, I love the hair and the outfit. Ah, Mars whines. Nothing ever happens here. Please, 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 just anything. I'm dying here. I've watched every Hollywood and I've done every quiz and every Holozyne, and I'm so tired of being a teenager on this stupid rock. It's been almost 5 years and I don't even have a boyfriend. I'm stressed out, so I should go take a break. You spend several hours a day obsessively checking the local holonet for updates. So few people in the colony, social media can be very dead. It feels like you're talking to yourself sometimes. You try to start a few conversations, but most people are busy at work or school. It's your birthday! You wake up from a night of blissfully peaceful dreams. No nightmares, no premonitions, just a pleasant feeling of contentment. You stretch your arms over your head, blinking in the watery, quiet sunlight that seeps through the porthole window. Things are always changing over Tumna, but you can't but feel like things are changing for yourself too. Not just your body, but your mind, your emotions, your future. 14 is going to be your year. Your parents have been working around the clock since the last attack, trying to get the fields right again in time for this year's planting. Spark snow has already started falling, and every day they come home complaining about having to clear it. They ask you to ping them when you're awake, so you can share birthday breakfast in your quarters instead of sitting shoulder to shoulder with everyone else during breakfast service in the canteen. You fire them a message and lie back in your bunk, watching dust motes float lazily in the light. After a minute, there's a knock at the door. It's Auntie Sedent. She sweeps into your room in a bustle of skirts and shawls and sits down beside you on your bunk. Oh, look at you, she says. Happy birthday, beautiful. 14 years old. She leans in and gives you a motherly kiss on the forehead. It's been years since she took care of you in the children's creche, but all the kids still call her auntie and think of her as a close relative. Her sweet baking bread smell is as comforting as it ever was. She sits back and takes one of your hands in both of hers. Goober, ever since I held you in my arms as a baby, I knew you were so special, so important. You're becoming a young adult, but I want you to know I will always be here for you, just like your mom and dad, she says firmly. I don't want to grow up, Auntie. Auntie Sedent smiles sadly. I'm sorry, little snapdragon, but growing up is a part of living. I can't wait for you to grow into the strong, smart, and courageous adult I can see behind your eyes. She pats your hand. I'll always be your auntie, but when you're ready, you can call me Ann like the other adults do. Thanks, Auntie Sedent. Now come on in here, Auntie Sedent says, spreading her arms wide. Give us a great big hug. You hug her, enveloping yourself in the warm and familiar softness of her. Over her shoulder, you see Anemone standing in the doorway. Well, her hair, anyway. She's been growing it out. There's no hiding it behind a corner. She skips into your quarters. Happy birthday, bud, she says, bouncing in your bunk. Way to get older. Enjoy being 2 years older than me for a few months. Thanks. I thought you were on your way to Med Bay, Auntie tells her, and Anemone shrugs. Auntie turns to you. Annie's supposed to get her menstruation cessation implant today, she says. Mom! Anemone hollers. Gross! Goober doesn't want to hear about my period. Annie smiles fondly at her daughter. It's not to be ashamed of, Annie. Getting your period is a beautiful thing. It reminds us that we have the ability to make life. It's a sign you're growing to becoming an adult and ready to take on the responsibility of taking care of that life. Anemone wrinkles her nose and throws herself on your bed. I'm never making laugh. Ew, pass. Maybe one day the two of us could. Anemone flesh is the same color as her hair. Oh, no off, she mutters, scratching her neck. Don't be weird in front of my mom, Goober. Anemone does look different. In a good way. More grown up. You tell her that her hair is pretty. She rolls her eyes. I just forgot to cut it, okay? She says, avoiding your gaze. I'm flirting with everyone, actually. Sucks, but I'm polyamorous, so. Your parents finally arrive, still damp from the fields and bringing in the smell of crisp, tangy snow on their clothes. Oh,
look, birthday visitors.
Your dad exclaims.
Anne, are you staying for breakfast?
Auntie reaches into her bag and brings out a stack of tiffins. No, thank you, but I brought your order with me from the kitchen, seeing as was stopping by. She pats her hand one more time. Happy birthday again, Goober. You'll always be my baby, even when you're all grown up. Your mom shakes her head as Auntie Anemone leaves. Oh, Anne, she laughs. Sentimental to the core. She starts laying out the cutlery for breakfast. I don't know how the colony would manage without her in the children's creche, she says, and points a fork at you. Family is more than the people that birthed you. Don't you forget it. Never! Tang watches the stink roach skitter behind some nearby boxes, a look of intense disgust on her face. I hate it here, she spits, shuddering. Giant bugs, constant peril, climate, you're better off on the ship. She grimaces. Many humans carry the erroneous belief that we are great explorers. I see how that is. It would be better if we could photosynthesize, or breathe gases other than oxygen, or endure a greater range of temperatures. So, see, all humans have ever had going for us is that, until now, been more than enough of us to die idiotic deaths without making a dent in our overall reproductive fitness. Anemone grabs you by the shoulders. Goober, you gotta help me, she says urgently. Mom keeps talking about how we're all gonna— oh, come on. I already read that. Does this interest you? You love that. You love these roots. What do you think of my hair? Mara says, fiddling with the end of one of her twists. I see you eyeing it. I'm growing it out. She sighs and buries her face in her hands. So boring here. I am literally watching my hair grow. I am literally heading out. Utopia is sorting through stuff the foragers have brought back, putting them into bins to either get analyzed or take straight to the kitchen. Hey, sweets, she says, not even looking up. You heading out? You and I take care of each other out there, okay? She sighs. I've got to get through all this before day's end, she says. It'll take me all day, unless you're here to help me out. Sure. Utopia lays out an assortment of mushrooms. Alright, here's a simple one. Which one of these fellas is poisonous? Pick the right ones. Mushrooms. You got this. You know what kind of mushrooms are served in the canteen, and it's easy to pick them out of the assortment. Right word, sweets? Utopia exclaims, a big smile on her face. You're a regular pig. Don't worry, that's a compliment. I know if they use pigs to sniff out bird mushrooms. Go out there and dig us up some, won't you? Go out there and dig us up some, why don't you? Finish up what you're doing on the survey team, but come back next month and I'll put you with the foragers. Says, you'll be in the Valley of Vertigo. It's one of the best places to forage for wild berries and other edibles. Finally, the Valley of Vertigo? That's what they said that they would need people to go to, like, collect samples to study the shimmer. I've been anticipating that. I can give that to Marzipan. around. Okay, well, I have to, Miguel? Hello. It's a herd of herding sunbiters, your creatures, that you personally discovered and got to name. Study them. Eight, 5, 4, 3, 4. Oh, that was the final round. My bad. No, I was good at this. Oh. Sorry. I don't... I can try and translate it using Google. That's not right. No, I don't. Push through. You've seen this herd a few times, traveling through this stretch of wilderness. All day, they bask in the sun on the top of the plateau. Sorry? I'm sorry, too. Now that evening is coming, they're coming down into the plains to forage. They like to hang out in big groups and mostly lie around all day being lazy. Sounds like the life. Utopia's happy to have more information on that rare herd of herding sunbiters. Yeah, no Spanish. I'm only fluent in English. Upgrade pet cards via relaxing in the park. You have a little bit more that I can go. A bush bub's blocking the path, lumbering slowly. Okay. Perception challenge. Next one. EEUU? I don't know what that is. 5-4. 72. Or 2. Oh! I did it! You sneak through the gloop mushes, crawling under them so the bush bub doesn't see you. You nearly get stuck at one point and wonder, what if Dice has to come rescue you? Oh. That happened before. I don't know what that means. Oh, another one. You spot some familiar looking fruit. Hey, you've seen this bush before. That's no rock underneath. It's all part of one creature, an arborescent photosynth, a bush bub. It pays no attention, continuing to blend in with the rest of its surroundings. Take the fruit. You're not letting it get away with being delicious. You grab some of the fruits as the bush bub rises up and roars with anger. Yep, you wouldn't be happy. Calm it down. 5 kudos if total equals goal. Okay. Okay, this one's better. Next round. I win! You soothe the bush bub, and it seems to nod in your direction, indicating you can have some of his fruit if you want. A little. You scramble up and pluck a few fruits from his back. It lumbers off into the forest. New perk! More collectibles. Collectibles respawn faster and more slots are filled. Ooh! You catch Dice scrolling through his hollow palm.
I used to watch a lot of videos.
Says frowning.
I don't know why. It's all garbage. Who cares about this stuff? It's not real.
Dice gestures to the wilderness.
That's real.
Despite representing only 2% of an average healthy adult weight, the brain consumes at rest 20% of all energy produced by the body. Hank says, looking down at the pressed protein bar in her hand. So many resources to maintain such a relatively small organ. It's inefficient, don't you think? If any one of us demanded a large share of colony resources, you would be reprimanded. Mara scowls over her homework. Today is biology. She sighs. This is so dumb. There's only one kind of biology I care about, and they don't cover it in school. Oh, I can help her with the animals. Yeah, let's do it. Help with the animals. Your dad is helping 2 bristle slugs who've gotten tangled on each other while maybe they were wrestling? Your dad doesn't want to go into the details. He hefts up the larger one and you carefully pull apart their bristling spikes, being careful not to get jabbed yourself. 10 minutes later, they're back at it again. Your dad shrugs.
The heart wants what it wants, I guess.
Your dad is sitting on the fence overlooking the animal paddocks, chewing on a piece of grass.
Oh, hey Sugar Bean,
he says, patting the fence next to him.
Come to take a look at the wild, dangerous aliens?
You watch the flow cows bob along peacefully. I can't teach you any English, sorry. I'm just a vTuber. You watch the flow cows bob along peacefully. Every so often, one of them releases a jet of liquid and lifts up into the air. Your dad laughs every time.
Gross, he says. But I guess not much more weird than when you used to drink milk from cows and goats.
Time to go relax. Let's get rid of this one. nothing else, this year's science fair during Virtunalia will be the fiercest competition yet, Hank says. She almost looks giddy at the prospect. I will win, of course. I will win, of course. But just imagine the scientific innovations made in this year alone. Hey, Goober, check this out. Anemone flexes her biceps at you. She's clearly been working out. I'm gonna destroy the competition for Somnalia this year. It's my year!
Get in, we're going planning.
You can hear your dad sneeze all the way from engineering. It's explosive, like he's trying to scare away predators. He's wiping his nose as you approach on a handkerchief blotted with shimmering pink. Lately, he's also surrounded by a fine dusting of pink pollen that clings to him wherever he goes. You keep brushing the glitter off things in your quarters. He gives you a hug, then brushes pollen off your shoulder, laughing self-consciously. You haven't heard him laugh much lately. He's been working hard trying to improve the colony's food supply. He's showing signs of malnourishment, too, though your mom is worse. You're worried for both of them. Your dad's skin is kind of shiny in patches. He sees you staring and rubs his hands over his arms. Sparkling dust poofs off of him in little clouds, scintillating in the sun, in the light.
Oh yeah, that's a new symptom, he says. Seems harmless, though.
Stay safe, Dad.
Don't you worry about me, kiddo, he says, knocking you with his elbow. You stay safe out there. Running all over the planet, getting into trouble? He sighs. Wish that was me.
Your dad sniffles.
God, I feel like someone stuffed a whole Watato pod up my nose, he says. Like I could just poke a stick up there. Pop! Fresh Watato juice.
Ah, Dad, gross. He just grins.
What? It's true.
You follow his gaze out to the fields, into the lands outside the gate.
I wonder if the foragers could use an extra hand, he muses to himself. Yeah, maybe I'll join them out there tomorrow.
Neither of your parents are taking proper care of themselves. They're so stressed out from the poor harvest and low food supplies. They try not to let you see it, but you can tell. Maybe your dad is right. A little seasonal illness is nothing compared to the danger of running out of food. You leave the front gates and see Dice talking to one of the senior surveyors. He listens intently to their instructions, and the surveyor hands him a satchel of instruments and claps him on the shoulder before walking away. Dice turns to you.
Hey, Goober,
he says. He hikes the satchel on his shoulder and gives you a shy smile.
Still kind of weird to be out loud to be outside the walls.
Oh. Dice. Leave him alone to do his work. Dice looks pretty busy, so you say goodbye and let him get back to his work. You'll have to let him keep some of his secrets. For now. Let's forage in the valley! Go somewhere new. Utopia greets you warmly as you muster for your first expedition with the foraging team. Goober, I'm glad you can make it. We need everyone we can get out here right now, boosting our food supplies. I'm ready to sniff out those tasties. Good luck hunting out there, she says, handing you an oversized backpack, more like a basket than a pack. Use your holopalm to identify edible and medicinal plants and just throw them in here. I'll sort them back at base camp. Oh, and keep on the lookout for creatures. It's pretty peaceful out there in the valley, but even a little bug will get you if you're not careful. Go slow, pay attention to your surroundings. If you're unsure about something, don't approach it. Stay on the path and don't get lost. You don't call it the Valley of Vertigo for nothing. Any questions? No. Will Dice be with me this time? Utopia looks like she's trying not to smile. Nah, Dice is good at finding things. It's not so much the same things over and over. You'll be okay, though, she continues. You won't be alone out there, and you're doing important work. You're about to leave when Utopia snaps her fingers. Hold up, Goober. We're also investigating some species we might domesticate. Those we'll want to tag and capture. Ideally, we're looking for herbivorous creatures that already live in herbs and either produce something edible or reproduce it quick enough we can slaughter them for meat. If you see anything that fits the bill, tag him and bring him back.
Yes, ma'am.
You come across a veritable feast of berry bushes. Delicate, fluffy-leaved bushes with long blue berries. Look delicious. Let's research them first.
Biology challenge.
No, I translated that on Google. I don't know what that means.
Wow, this sucks. What a terrible set of hands.
Yeah, let's give up. Berries. Come on, there's like 50 different species alone. You scroll through the Holopedia for a few minutes, but you can't find anything that looks like this particular species. Harvest them anyway. You harvest the blueberries by the handful, filling a basket. When you bring them back to Utopia, she cheers. These are her favorite. They're sweets, she says, tossing you a berry. Have one. Delicious. Something about the ground here draws your attention. It's oddly lumpy. What's up with that? Scope it out. Oh. Whoops. I'm giving up again. These are too difficult for me. Scratch your head. Yeah, ground's lumpy, alright. Walk through it. Bye-bye! You take a few steps, then the ground caves in. You sink up to your thigh in the foul-smelling, sticky liquid underneath. Ah, gross! What is... Oh! It's just a patch of unripe rotado. You must have ruptured their membranous skin. Unfortunately, unripe rotado smells awful. And so will you for the rest of the expedition. A curious Ricky blocks your path. It's to get a different angle to look at you, then dropping down when you try to pass underneath. Maybe small, but it's at least attempting to be intimidating. That must mean something. Goodbye! Okay.
Ah. Darn. Push through. Victorious! The Ricky runs up your leg. It's a giant spider thing, and it's got weird tentacles and... Get it off! The urge to dance around and shake it off is almost uncontrollable, but you manage to keep your cool. The Ricky tastes you with its tentacle feeler legs, but doesn't look interested in causing you harm. It pokes at your backpack trying to get in, then gives up and scurries off. I don't know what that means. I thought you said goodbye. Another Ricky. You come across not just one Ricky, but a whole swarm of them. Mostly just baby ones, about the size of your head. They're all amassed around a massive tree, scurrying up and down the trunk. When you can see the tree itself under the swarm, you notice it's the same pale pink as the baby Ricky. Its tentacle-like roots meander a fairly large distance before plunging into the ground. When the Ricky see you approach, they get agitated. And they look hungry. Definitely hungry. Like dozens of hungry grapefruit-sized, furry pink spiders. The stuff of nightmares. I'm gonna fight them. I'm gonna fight them, bitches. Next round. Better. What was that? No. Shit. Ah, it's time to give up. Spiders! Spiders bad! In your frenzy, you trip over one and clunk your head. You wake up on the ground with a dozen of them scurrying over you. You're about to be lunch for these tiny beasts! You bolt upright and start running, and don't stop until you're back at the depot. Settle down, Goober! Utopia laughs. Those baby Ricky don't eat anything bigger than fruit and insects. Mostly they don't. Screw spiders, even cute ones. You're at lunch with your parents. Sliced soy cakes and watery broth again. Great. When they put down their cutlery and look at each other. Then you. Goober, your mom says, there's something we should tell you. We've tried to shelter you from some things, but we think you should know why we've been working so hard in geoponics.
There's a meeting after lunch. I want you to come with us. Okay. You follow your parents to the council room. Mars is also tagged along, and you take a seat near them as your mom and auntie seat and stand to address the council. After Yudokot officially calls a meeting, she gestures to your mom. I'm not going to mince words, your mom says firmly. Oh, I'm not going to mince words, your mom says firmly. All of our efforts to increase food production in geoponics have failed, especially given the failure of the pixie beans. The destruction of the fields during the last attack put a nail in our coffin. By the end of the year, the colony will run out of food. The rest of the council murmurs in concern. You and Mars exchange horrified looks.
You've been doomsaying about our food supply for 2 years, Flulu.
Brett questions.
Do you mean to say we're past the point of no return?
Your mother nods grimly. I'm afraid so. Even with rationing, without securing a vertumnin food source, our supplies will run out by wet season. She gestures to Anne, whose face is grave. Anne and I have gone over the supplies to come up with food plans. Crunch the numbers. Your mom sighs and spreads her hands. I'm sorry. Geoponics should have been producing better by now. We should have been able to wean ourselves off of soy rations. During wormhole transits, we lost our hydroponics in the whole breed. She sighs again. I know I've said it many times, but our crops just don't grow here. We needed those algae tanks. We needed the microbial soil from Earth. Why weren't we told earlier? Yeah, Mars agrees. Why weren't we told? We have a right to know. We live here too. She stands up and slams her hands on the table. We've been here for 2 years, and we could have been helping this whole time. And all you did was have meetings about it. The council looks at Marge with surprise and then contempt. Yudokot chuckles weakly. Imagine being carried for so long and being upset that your feet could not be cut by the rocks. She waves one shaking hand. Seeing the future is the privilege of youth. Thank goodness we have them to point out our flaws. Mars sits back and down again, confused by Yudokot's words, but fuming at her dismissive tone. So what do we do now? Instance asks. Starving to death isn't an option. No, it isn't, your mom replies. We need to secure a food source this year, before our rations run out. We're working double shifts in geoponics. Oh, excuse me for that. But it's not enough. We need more people planting, tending, turning the soil. We need more hands. I can pull back the surveyors and focus on foraging native plants, Utopia offers. Even the young folks can help if they're proving themselves around the survey equipment. I'll send out a holo message later. This has been the burden of geoponics for too long, Yudokot says. It's time we all step up for our future. The council nods in agreement. Her stomach rumbles ominously. I don't like being hungry, Dice says, rubbing his stomach. Like, it still hurts, but I don't think I feel hunger like other people. I know I could starve to death, but he continues and shrugs. I'm not scared to die, so kind of like, wouldn't it be kind of nice to just never wake up? I'll die eventually. Not a bad way to go. I mean, when he's right, he's right. Hal is standing in the garden, watching a pair of Dorb's moth flutter overhead. They're the worst, he says, frowning. We gotta find a better place to put the grain, because they just get in everywhere. You'd be surprised what kind of hole they can squeeze through. Vertumnalia isn't only about the harvest, Tang huffs, crossing her arms. Speaking as someone who's dominated the science fair 3 years running, canceling it just because of a bad harvest is punishing everyone who participates. Anemone is in the middle of tying her mane of hair away from her face. Hey Goober, she says, hair tied between her teeth. Just about to go for a run. Wanna come?
I gotta go relax.
It's so hard to concentrate on relaxing when you're hungry. There's nothing to take your mind off of your empty stomach, so you spend a lot of time napping and trying to ignore it. Can't help but think there's something else you should do. Anemone scratches at her cheek, then scowls as a bit of blue scales flake off. Stupid acne, she mutters. On top of everything else, I got this too. Your mom has always been one of the strongest people in the colony, but you can tell the famine is taking its toll on her. Between the long hours, the lack of sleep, and the strict rationing, getting to look gaunt. If I can't use kudos to buy more food, what is the point of being rich? Morris complains. She rocks back on her heels and puts her hands on her hips. Why can't we nanoprint organic material yet? Aren't we living in the future? Just give me my future food. Ugh. Dice is rifling through his backpack, and as you approach, he pulls out a handful of dried roots and fungus chips.
There's actually a lot to eat out there,
He says, looking out into the wilderness.
you have to pay attention. Listen.
Let's go forage. Oh, it's another Ricky. Your path is blocked by a massive 8-legged xenofauna, something between a spider and squid and a bear. It's in a rage, grunting furiously and bashing itself against trees and rocks at random. You duck and hide as it glares in your direction, its breath heaving and dozens of eyes gleaming with madness. The same soft pink and purple you recognize from the multi-legged Vriggy that live in this area, but much larger. Could this be a related species? I'm gonna watch it. Fascinating. It's so covered in thick purple fur that you can barely tell which end is which. Are those mandibles or some kind of tail? You wonder if it's angry because of hormones, like some earth animals in rutting season. Or maybe it has some brain disease that makes it attack others to pass the disease on. As you're musing, the creature decides that you must be a threat, or at least an obstacle. It charges, running right over you. It hurts, but it keeps on charging, focused on something in the distance that may be real or imagined. You're left bruised and bloody. The way is now clear. You've spent some time working in geoponics, so you know your way around a plant or two. Walking through this area, you notice something different about it. The bare ground feels bouncy, like a trampoline, and all the plants all look weirdly stunted. Not a lot can stifle nature here, so it's honestly a little weird that there's no grasses or mosses growing here. Notice the unusual biodiversity, or notice the strange spongy smell. You peer down at this oddly bouncy ground. It's pink and fleshy, and wait, is it even ground? You kneel and take a closer look. More like a kind of dense moss, or coral maybe. You press a hand into the moist, squashy substance. It smells sweet and starchy, like cake. It blankets the ground here in a thick sponge-like layer, swallowing up everything it touches. Gross. It feels so good. You dig a large chunk of the sponge cake up to bring back to geoponics. Further analysis is needed, but you have a good feeling about this one. You find a healthy blep bush and harvest some of the leaves to bring back to the colony. Utopia is beyond excited when she sees your haul. Oh, blep! She cries, shoving her hands right into the basket of rusting leaves. Goober, you're a kid of my own heart. She pops a leaf in her mouth and chews on it, then shudders happily. Whew! She cries. That'll perk you up good. Unscented improves in a heck of a cut with the stuff, but me? I prefer it raw. She points at you. Don't you go getting any funny ideas. This'll turn you green and give you spots. Cross my heart. Stay away until you're older. Do some. Just because Utopia was born on Earth, she thinks she's an adult just like the rest of them. She's closer to your age than to all the other adults. What does she know anyway? You wait until Utopia leaves, then shove a leaf into your mouth. Ugh! You struggle to not spit it out right away. It's so bitter. You can't help but stick out your tongue. Lep indeed. Mysteriously, you experience a rush of giddiness a few minutes later. Wow! That blip sure is good. No wonder adults keep this stuff away from kids. It's probably addictive. You come across a cluster of mushrooms. Are they edible? There's only one way to find out. Well, there are a few ways. You're not a coward. You can identify them first. First collectible use is free. Five, 4, 3, 2. Yeah, this is better. Oh. Whoops. Damn. Okay, I can push through. 50 stress. You determine that these mushrooms aren't only poisonous, but explosive as well. You mark the location down on your hollow palm so other foragers know to stay clear of the area. And Utopia rings you a few kudos for good scouting. Another Ricky. Wait, is that dice? Damn, Ricky! Ricky are carnivores, you think, but the juveniles are too small to take out anything larger than an insect. Not so much the case with this one. The Ricky blocking your path is pretty large, probably about as tall as your waist, and it's growling at you over the carcass of something even bigger, which seems to be missing its head. Fuck. You're not sure if it killed or scavenged the dead animal, but it's dragged it out into the path and looks ready to fight for it. I'm gonna fight it. With what skills? Five. And last one. Last yeah. Damn. Oh, I have too many of these damn playing ones. Okay, I guess I have to get up. Oh, that made things worse. Yeah, that was worse. Okay. The Vicky bites you hard during the scuffle, and as you're reeling, it tears a haunch off its kill and scurries away, holding it tucked under its body with two of its many legs. Remains of the dead animal is unrecognizable, and more importantly, rotten. Gross. What a waste. Plus 1 perception minus perception? Do you go to engineering much? Mars asked. I try to go talk to Tangent because she never wants to just hang out anymore. Not since she got started working on that big project. Mars snaps her gun. Gum. You know about that, right? Or am I just special? Tang is tapping away the holoscreen, smiling to herself. Great news, Goober, she says. According to the antiquated, culturally insensitive reckoning of mental prowess once used by humans on Earth, and by that I mean IQ testing, I am officially considered a genius. She shrugs. Tell me something I don't know. You sit at the window and watch people work hard at work in geoponics. You feel a little guilty putting your feet up when everyone else is working so hard, but who could blame you? The famine has you so stressed out. Maybe you could help out next week. Or you could join a foraging team and try to bring back some food. But next month. Can't summon the energy right now. It's time for Vertumnalia, the yearly midsummer celebration when the colony gives thanks for its good fortune. Well, it would be, but as you file into the main square, you can't help but notice that the feast table is nearly empty. What Anne lacked in resources, she made up with care. The dishes are lovingly plated. Soy cakes glisten, steam rises from buns stuffed with mince, and there are gray pitchers of vegetable broth rendered out from even the most inedible food scraps. There's a neat stack of sugar cubes for desserts. Whole sugar, what a luxury. And an underwhelming feast, that'll be the highlights. Governor Udicott's welcoming speech is short. Her frail body trembles as she welcomes you all to Vertumnalia with a dry, whispery voice, then has to be helped off stage. Like all of you, has been feeling the effects of the famine. Everyone clears away the chairs for the annual competition. For joiners. You and Mars report to the stage for the talent competition. Guys, there's nowhere to be seen. Mars frowns, looking around as if he's lying in wait. Oh, boo, she grumbles. He always made me look good. It's just you. I'm only the best out of 2. Mars has been working on her speechcraft. This year, she gives a speech inspired by great leaders of Earth, linking their philosophies into a sort of mega theory about how the greatest works of human history have come from overcoming our greatest struggles through ingenuity and cooperation. She can't help herself from drawing parallels to the current famine, the failure of colony leadership to prepare for it, and how the Council clearly needs newer, younger voices to be able to imagine the future. The Council isn't impressed by that part. Because it's Mars, the climax of the speech resolves with inspirational music and fireworks. Very exciting. An original song. And next round. Push through. Mars's act was a tough one to follow, but the talent show is judged by audience applause. Given how tired and hungry everyone is, your light-hearted and simple song is what the people really want. Mars looks miffed at the snub, but shakes her hand. Geniuses are really appreciated in their time, she says. After the festivities, the whole colony takes a few days off for a break. Well, except for geoponics, and the foragers, and the kitchens, and everyone who uses the break from the usual work to help out in the places that didn't close. Okay, it's not really a break, but you try to take it easy anyway. You have to work for everything you've been given, your mom says, digging her shovel into the dirt. It just happened. It's what this famine is reminding us. I never have anything. I gotta get some roots. What is it, Mars?
And further, your attitude towards the elders in general is entirely disrespectful.
You find Yurika delivering a scathing reprimand to Mars, who's doing her level best to look like she'd rather be anywhere else.
You speak out of turn, you question the council's decisions. If you disagree with an order, you simply do not do it. I could go on. Do you need me to go on?
Mars scowls. No, she replies. Yurika clicks her tongue.
I honestly thought better of you, Marzipan, she chastises. You have the sort of natural leadership ability I remember from when I was a girl many years ago.
Mars doesn't roll her eyes, but you get the sense it's a close call.
You need to set a better example for the other children, Yurika continues. It's okay to have your own opinions, but you kids can't just do whatever you want. You have to follow the rules and respect your elders.
I am setting a good example, Mars retorts, stomping her foot. Hello? The only reason we're here is because a bunch of people knew living on Earth was nonsense and decided to do something different. Yurika looks scandalized, but Mars just continues. Maybe kids should have more authority. We're the ones with the new ideas that will take us into the future. Mars is right. See? Mars insists. Everyone agrees with me. You might be on Vertumna, but your ancient old brain is still stuck back on Earth. She takes a deep breath, and for a moment seems much older. Governor Unicott, we need higher walls and more aggressive farmland clearing, and we need it now. Are we here to stay on this planet, or will we just sit around until the jungle swallows us back up? Yurika's mouth opens and closes a few times. Then she puts her hand to her forehead.
Both of you, get back to your duties, she sighs. Marzipan, we will talk about this later, in private.
Here, have the flower. Great speed. I gotta go forage. Bye!
Going over here. Went pretty far. Oh, flower.
You're alone exploring an unmapped area of the Valley of Vertigo. The pollen is thick here, and your air filter is overworked. A warning light has been flashing orange for the last 10 minutes. There are plants here that you've never seen before. Flowers with intense rainbow hues and strange lumps of fungal matter which pulse as if they're breathing. You cut some samples. Utopia will totally give you extra kudos for these. The pollen is especially thick up ahead, deep fuchsia and shimmering with color. Everything here seems to dance with tiny flecks of reflected light. It's magical. Press forward. You push forward into the suffocating pink fog. It's so thick, you can only see a few meters ahead. You follow the glimmering towards where it is densest. You come upon a glade filled with what seem to be strange topiaries. They loom out of the glittering fog, each in the shape of an animal. They're all formed from the same spongy, glittering pink substance and dotted with finger-length fungal growths. You're so distracted, you must fall into a large hole in the center of the glade. Check for danger. You've seen plant-like animals before. Are these topiaries actually predators waiting for you to get close? You watch them carefully from the edge of the glade. They're completely still. Not breathing. There are no signs of life. Good. Your envirosuit beats warning. Fact. The topiary you choose is a large dog-sized quadruped, which appears to be kneeling. It's far too lifelike. As you get close, you realize with growing revulsion that this was once a living creature, now encased or transformed entirely into the sparkling pink fungus. Instead, you remember helping Tang for extra credit in biology class. She said that the shimmer, the seasonal illness that affects your dad in pollen, is some kind of colonizing fungal growth. Must be related? Look into the hole. At the bottom of the hole is a cave. It slopes down gradually towards the cave floor, only about 4 meters below, then disappears underground. You aren't sure how far the cave continues past that point. It's dark down there, obviously. Not silent. There's some kind of strange rhythmic whirring coming from inside the cave. You hold up your palm and shine your hollow palm's light. The cave floor glitters with pink fungus, and the air is ominously choked with it. Oh. Hole! Climb into the hole! You make your way down the gentle slope towards the cave. The thick, shimmering pollen makes it hard to see further than your hands. See, 3 glowing vats set into the floor, like neon hot tubs, and an old-fashioned mechanical interface set into the cave wall. The reflecting glow from the vats flickers on the cave ceiling, ghost-like and beautiful. You feel a strong urge to take off your mask and stay a while. Poke at the mechanical interface. Unmasked, you cross the cave and lay your hands on the interface. It feels spongy, almost alive. Woo! Instantly, you can feel your mind blasted open by everything, all at once, as if 1,000 pairs of eyes all turn their terrible gaze upon you. You're thrown back by the shock, which brings you to your senses with a snap. The pollen! The sparkling dust feels like tiny knives in your sinuses and a heavy, choking pain in your lungs. Why did you take your mask off? You slap your suit helmet back on to see its light flashing red, indicating filter overload. You lurch out of the cave and back towards the checkpoint, barely able to breathe. You know you need to get out of here, but a small part of you wants to go back down there. Stay in its glade. Forever. As you near the checkpoint, Utopia runs out to help you. You instinctively turn back, unthinking, wanting to return to the fog, to the strange statues. You collapse in her arms. Several days later, you wake. You don't remember much, just a great choking heaviness in your lungs, and the world swallowing you up and closing over your head. You have snippets of conscious thought from the last few days, but it's hard to tell if it was a dream or not. You remember Tammy sitting by your bedside, her cool hand on your forehead. dead. Part must have been a dream. It feels like you had a fever once. Hot and sticky, icky all over like you've been boiled alive. You're still terribly weak, and there is a pain in your chest like someone has been sitting on it. It takes all of your energy just to breathe. You live, but your body took a serious hit and may never be quite the same. Get some rest. Oh, is that physical disability that we're talking about? New perk. Unlock xenobotany research in geoponics. You should drink water and get lots of sleep, your mom tells you. Famine back on Earth was a fact of life. We were lucky in the compound, but that's what made us a target for attacks. You have to learn how to manage your hunger because you won't always have food. She gestures widely with her arm. Even here, paradise. Here. I wanted to give you something. I haven't been able to give him something in a while. I'm gonna work. Oh, I'm not allowed to? Oh, I have to rest. Let's study life sciences. Today in class, you're studying genetic enhancements. Nearly everyone in the class has one, chosen for them by their parents before they were born.
Our gene tech is capable of making the most delicate adjustments to an embryo's genetic code,
Instant says proudly.
It doesn't take much to change not only our own destiny, but that of the human race itself.
She smiles a little at Tang, who smiles back. Looking around the class, you see an incredible array of genetic modifications. Animal features, enhanced sensory organs, and the like, and there's much more that you can't see. Instant gestures around the room.
You may not even be aware of some of the genetic modifications of your friends. If you have an invisible modification, feel free to share with the class.
Most kids share their genetic enhancements if they have them.
Temperature doesn't bother me,
Cal answers when it's his turn.
I'm never too hot or too cold. I'm always just right.
Someone jokes that Cal doesn't sweat. That explains why he smells like flowers and sunshine all the time. Tang keeps quiet and skips her turn to share. I love how Cal smells. Cal sniffs his own armpit and laughs.
Like flowers? I guess a little, he says. I think I smell like being outside.
Get up close for an intimate sniff. You lean in and take an exaggerated sniff of Cal. Ooh, you like how he smells. He giggles and shoves you playfully away as you stuff your face into his shirt and breathe deeply. Plants and flowers, just a little bit like soil. Smells like Vertumna. Oh shit, I don't have a straight anymore. Push through. Survive stress. Your dad is looking a little gaunt. There wasn't a lot of weight on him to lose in the first place, so the rationing is hitting him harder than most. He's still hard at work, though. Nothing can keep your dad from getting things done. Oh, wait, where's Dice? Breaking a chemical bond requires and releases energy. Whichever one is greater determines whether it is exothermic or an endothermic reaction. Tang says, tapping her fingers against a laboratory table. I wonder if there are similar classifications for when the bonds between family are broken and new ones are created with others. She sighs. The engineer instance is the closest I have to what a family is supposed to be. Ah! An enemy exclaims, holding her stomach. I'm so hungry! You spot your dad poring over some plant samples.
Should have wasted my time on those beams, he grumbles. But for sure, check them over and over.
He sighs and scrubs his face.
Too late now.
Ooh, and foraging again. A herd of float cow are grazing nearby. You watch them peacefully bob along, occasionally releasing streams of urine or clouds of helium to maintain a steady height. Try to milk one? Okay. Oh, I'm not gonna get them. Yeah, I'm just gonna give up. You run around like an idiot trying to lasso one, but you keep having to change targets. Eventually, they all leap into the air, venting their bladders and covering you in float cow piss. Good job, cowpoke. You're alone exploring an unmapped area. It took you hours to find this place again. The pollen is especially thick up ahead, with kind of a deep purplish pink, shimmering with color. Press forward. You push forward into the suffocating pink fog. It's so thick you can only see a few meters ahead. Follow the glimmering towards where it is densest. Oh, let me get that. Take a sample. As you bend down to take a sample, you realize a dense, shining haze is coming from the topiaries. The fog is seeping out of holes at the end of each fungal growth. You break off a few of the growths into a collection vial. You remember helping Tang for extra credit in biology class. She said that the shimmer... Oh. Let's leave. You leave. As you exit the thick pollen and are able to see again, your mask warning light starts flashing red. The filter is finally clogged. You got out there not a moment too soon. You lurch back to the checkpoint where the other foragers quickly replace your Utopia. You replace your filter. Utopia chides you for not paying attention. I'm gonna keep exploring. An absolutely enormous tree forms part of the path here. Its roots cut natural stairs into the path. This magnificent canopy of large, flat leaves completely blocks out the sky. They arch overhead almost to the ground on the other side. Walking under it is like going through a tunnel. In the tunnel is dark and gloomy, unseasonably cool, and filled with the whispering of leaves. You get the sense that something is aware of your presence. Climb up it. You climb up and onto one of the big flat leaves. Surprised it can actually support your weight. Neat. You get high enough out of the fog to see the whole area. It's very pretty, but nothing else happens. You come across a curious sponge-like hive, pockmarked with holes containing wriggling grubs and oozing a sweet-smelling syrup. Atop the hive is what appears to be the hive queen, looking like... Oh, wait! Her swollen abdomen is the hive. She's rooted here, probably drawing nutrients from the soil like a plant while she tends to her larva. Utopia mentioned these. It's a squee edger hive. Harvest honey. Damn. Next round. Okay. Okay. I'm gonna give up. The squee edger hives can be very defensive when they sense danger to their young. Unfortunately, you look like danger. The hive queen emits a chittering noise, which is all the warning you get before she blasts you with a spray of acid. It burns! It burns! You briefly considered tasting the acid, but some that got in your clothes ate right through them, so nah, maybe not. And maybe you'll leave this hive alone. A line of termite-like insects crosses the path here. Curious, you follow them to their destination, a massive sponge-like hive of crawling bugs writhing with life. The bugs are tending to larvae nestled in the holes of the sponge, feeding on the rich royal jelly that oozes from the hive. Oh, is this another one? Okay, let's go the other side instead. Oh! You come out of the trees into a large grassy clearing. In the middle is a... well, you can only describe it as a pedestal. In the middle of a cradle of flowers is a massive egg, easily larger than any egg you've ever seen before. It's white with red flecks, and it's just sitting here in the middle of the empty clearing, totally unprotected. I'm gonna leave it. Mars clutches her stomach and acts faint. I'm starving, she whines. Don't they say I'm literally wasting away here?
You would offer her a protein bar, but she'd probably just complain that she's been reduced to taking charity, so you just keep it to yourself. Finally, I can forget that. It's been 3 seasons of heavy food rationing, getting more and more strict as the year dragged on and the field continued to struggle. You've been wasting away. All have. It's not just a lack of calories, there just aren't enough vitamins and good stuff in the food you are eating. Your muscles ache all the time. Sometimes you feel strangely euphoric, filled with inexplicable energy, but often it feels like there are weights tied to your shoulders pulling you down. You don't have the energy to do it anymore. Even the prospect of getting up to find food feels like too much effort. Better just to lie down and accept it. Despite being so tired, you can't fall asleep. Spend entire days in a dazed fog. Hard to tell dreams from reality. True of me in IRL. Last week you were brushing your teeth when you noticed that some of your teeth were wiggling. You brushed and watched all of your teeth begin to fall out of your mouth, clinking into the sink like pebbles and washing them down the drain. Horrified, you started screaming, only to snap out of it and realize you've been staring at yourself in the mirror the whole time, lost in a hallucination. Your friends stopped working and retreat to their quarters. You lied to each other on the holonet, all saying you're okay, just taking it easy, waiting for the harvest. The harvest came and went, as clear as ever. Your mother still hasn't given up, and never rests, never stops working, as much as your dad begs her to. She must be sleeping in geoponics, because you can hardly see her in the family quarters anymore. From where you lie, nested in bed, in your cozy fugue, it all seems like far too much effort to bother with. You try, but end up collapsing off your bunk. You barely have the energy to climb back into bed. You don't feel pain or fear, just a strong urge to lie there and stare at a poster of a pink cat on the wall, which you do for hours. You're pretty sure that behind those yellow disc eyes is trying to tell you something about the nature of the universe, the cycles of space and time. Have you been here before? Or is this the first time? Your mom comes to your bedside and tries to feed you some of her rations. She looks like hell, sallow-eyed and gaunt, but she refuses to stop working. She says she can't keep the rations down anyway. They upset her stomach. Use it. You stoically turn your nose up at your mom's rations, not sure you could stomach them anyway. You don't remember much from the next week, except those all-knowing yellow eyes staring down from the poster on your wall, and your parents coming and going, trying to get you 2 weeks of protest anymore. You eventually accept the extra rations. It's a relief when your head clears and you can walk again. Your mother still refuses to rest. Both your parents feel responsible for this famine, but as head of geoponics, your mom takes it personally. She's been skipping meals, relying on water and pressed soy bar rations. Just enough calories to keep a body moving, but not enough to stay healthy. Yet she never lets up, working herself to the bone, barely even sleeping, increasingly sallow-eyed and gaunt. You and your dad try to slow her down, but, well, she's a stubborn woman. If not her, she says, then who? You and your dad are in the lounge, slowly sipping your vegetable broth, when there's a commotion at the doors. Someone's run in, gasping for breath, yelling for you and your father to come to geoponics. You run over, knowing deep in the pit of your stomach that something terrible has happened. When you see the faces of the agriculturalists, your mom's people, you know the feeling is real. Your dad sees her body first. He lets out a cry like something you've never heard before. A deep, unimaginable pain dragged up from the darkest parts of where fear lives. Your dad falls to his knees beside the frail body of your mother. He pulls her into his arms and sobs, wretched and agonized. You don't even know what to think. Your mom always seemed larger than her body, but seeing her now, there's nothing there. Fragile shell. They tell you she didn't even cry out. She just went to her knees and then lay down in the dirt. That was it. Gone. Your mother's body is taken to the incinerator room, and that night the colony gathers to pay their respects. And the funeral. Like Tammy's funeral, the incinerator room has been cleared and a wreath of flowers placed over the mouth of the organics recycler. They're white astrantia,
Your mother's favorite flower, carefully carried from Earth with the hopes of it flourishing over Tumna. Just like you. You stand with your father and antecedent. Utica and the rest of the council are here as well, including Rhett. You're surprised to see tears rolling down his face. He's such a hard ass in the garrison. Hal is here with all the other agriculturalists. The rest of the colony waits in the canteen to offer their condolences after the service. Governor Utica gives the eulogy.
As a colony, we share our blessings, she began solemnly. However, today in sad company we gather to share the burden of our grief. Fluorescent was born on Earth, but she more than many of us exemplified the spirit of our endeavor to bring life to beyond the stars. She bore life, not only in her body, but bringing it forth from the ground she so faithfully tended. The debt we owe to her is the kind that can never be repaid, she continues. It is with a deep and unbearable grief that we must continue on without her, in awe and respect for her sacrifice, the depth of which was never expected of her, but which she did not expect of anyone else. It is on her strong shoulders that she carries us still.
Utica closes the door to the recycler, and the particle disintegrators begin to reclaim the molecules that once formed your mother. Your father squeezes your shoulder, making a small, choked-off noise of pain.
As a community, we remember Fluorescent. As a community, we return her body to the soil that nourishes us. In this way, her sacrifice is recognized in the manifest body of the colony.
The ceremony is adjourned to the canteen, where a somber wake is held in your mother's memory. There isn't enough food to dull the emotions. Your empty stomach only reminds you of her unfinished work. Your father is the new head of geoponics. In a few hours, he receives your mother's remains so that he can add them to the colony's precious supply of brown soil from Earth. You touch the cool lid of the container, marveling that your mother could fit in such a small box.
You don't have to be okay,
your dad says quietly. His voice is thick with emotion.
I know I'm not. I have to keep going where she left, but if you can, you should take some time off.
Get back to work, actually. Your mother wouldn't want you to be weak. She toiled too hard for you to sit around feeling sorry for yourself while there was work to be done. A few days after the funeral, surveyors returned with an unexpected bounty from the Valley of Vertigo. It's enough to survive for another month. Until the new year, maybe. Rationing. The colony will continue to limp along, but not your mother. Oh, and it's Glow. Anemone picks at her facial scales. I can't believe your mom's gone, she says. Just like super tough. Much cooler than my mom. Dice scratches the back of his neck.
I'm sorry about your mom, he says. It was super hard as. It's kind of okay if you have to be around her, I guess.
Damn, dude. The mood in geoponics is tense. Everyone is working themselves to the point of exhaustion trying to get enough plants in the ground to survive this year. It's from the xenobotany lab.
Hey, kiddo,
your dad says, looking up from his work desk where he's dissecting a huge bell-shaped flower.
Can you hand me that separator? I've really got my hands in here and things here.
You hand him the tool, which he uses to wedge open some sort of weird stoma-like opening inside the bell. Gooey purple nectar oozes out and pools on the desk.
Whoa, he exclaims. I thought I drained this little beauty. Can you get a towel, I guess?
You help him mop up the flower juice. Yuck, it's sticky and smells like rotting vegetables. When you're done, he looks at you with pride.
You know, I've been thinking about getting one of you kids to come here, to come help me out with researching the native plants, he says. You think you might be able to break off some time to help your old man in the lab? I know you've been studying biology, he adds. It's not as glamorous as gene tech research with instance, but it is important. I set up this lab for native plants, he says. Come by if you're looking for something to do. If you find any cool plants while you're out exploring, bring them here and we'll take a look.
Your dad looks around his lab and laughs and says,
It's funny. Your mother would not have approved of this. She hated the idea of cultivating native plants. No.
He looks down at his hands.
Well, I'm sure we'll be able to learn a lot of useful stuff.
Okay, I need to take a month off. The roar wakes you. It would wake the dead. It shakes the walls, rumbles through the ship's hull, and makes your heart skip a beat. You're paralyzed by a sudden clench of fear in your gut. Through your porthole window, you hear metal screeching and people shouting. Then, another roar. Guttural and rumbling like the sound of a mountain collapsing. Something enormous is out there. Run out to face it. You don't know what gives you the courage, but you run out to the fields to face the horrible creature. Well, damn! It has no face. In place of a face, or even a head, its body just unzips, revealing a mess of writhing pink tentacles and blinking eyes, pocked with jagged asymmetrical teeth. It stands on 4 enormously powerful legs, each as wide across its tree trunks. Clinging to its back and its thick, slug-like tail are clumps of lichen that glow faintly in the night. The creature is nearly twice the height of a greenhouse. It's standing on top of a flattened one, the wreckage of lattice and plants all around. Flickers of light from blast rifles and stun gloves light it from underneath, and the stench of ozone is thick in the air. You see Anemone and her brother Calm darting in and around its legs with their twin shocks of red hair. The faceless creature lurches into another greenhouse, oblivious to the soldiers trying to herd it away. The monster left a trail of destruction for where it smashed right through the walls. Smaller creatures are pouring in through the gap and they're heading straight to command. You watch helplessly as the hordes of animals storm command, sneaking through torn away panels and smashing through windows. It's too far away to hear the screams, but Governor Udicott is inside. You have to do something. The smaller creatures are making a beeline for command, slipping into the heart of the colony while the defense squad is distracted. The line of slinking many-legged beasts pass by much easier targets, moving with eerie, almost tactical purpose. Whatever's happening, you have to stop them. The scene of command is chaos. The blast doors that would have protected the bridge from depressurization in space are held open by a mound of corpses, both human and animal. And inside, you hear Governor Utica screaming for someone to help her. Okay, try. And 5, 5. 0. E. Push through. You beat back enough beasts to help Utica escape the bridge. As you shelter under a meeting room table, you hear horrible noises from the rest of the ship. Metal screeching, that terrible abomination roaring, the sounds of the creatures outside tearing their way through the hallways and trashing everything. Suddenly, the ship lurches and drops a few feet, buckling under the weight of something massive. Out the porthole window, you see a fleshy pink tentacle slap against the side of the ship before the faceless abomination outside crashes to the ground, taking the entire outer wall of the ship with it. Utica sobs quietly into her hands in the sudden silence. You wait a long time until congruence gives you the all clear. The council calls an all-colony meeting to face the aftermath of the attack. In the oppressive gloom of glow, you gather near engineering with the other survivors, one of the few buildings still standing. The corpse of the Faceless still sits in the caved-in wreckage of the stratospheric, spilling its flaccid pink tentacles from its horrible zipper-toothed maw, already beginning to stink. The governor survived. Governor Utica takes the stage and thanks you personally for rescuing her during the attack. Because of your bravery, the colony still has its leader. She also acknowledges the bravery of the defense squad, citing their heroism in finally taking down the Faceless. Only it hadn't gotten away from them and stampeded right into the stratospheric. At least they stopped it before it got into engineering, as it would have activated the reactor and left a crater the size of an asteroid impact. Geoponics is gone. The greenhouse is destroyed and fields trampled. After a year of suffering, starving, and only barely scraping by, you're not just back where you started. It's even worse. Everything your mom sacrificed herself for, gone in one night. The entire front half of the stratospheric has been destroyed. The living quarters, the canteen, the garrison, the lounge, even the creche. It's all gone. It's only by some stroke of luck that people hiding in the creche weren't all killed. Governor Utica solemnly reads the names of those who lost their lives. You all stand for a moment of silence. You feel the weight of loss like a blow to your chest. Anemone and her family cry out when her brother Com's name is called, and their quiet sobbing continues through the silence. With the living quarters destroyed, everyone moves into the engineering wing for shelter. You're crowded into the classroom with other families. The adults try to make it seem like a sleepover, but you're all still so shaken. Anemone cries about her brother and screams at anyone who tries to comfort her. Eventually, you just ignore her grief, as painful as it is to hear her sobbing at night. You feel like you've been awake for hours. You'll never fully sleep again. You try, but you keep jerking awake, crying out in fear. Eventually, you fall asleep sitting up, held in your father's arms. Your sleep is fitful, but mercilessly. Mars crosses her arms and sulks. What is the point of having all these kudos if I can't actually use them to buy stuff we need? Like, hello? It's not like I can mail order more supplies to the wormhole. Tangent frowns. Just understand, she says. Why now? Why does it keep getting worse? Dice is examining a bit of rubble, turning it over in its hands. I wonder if we're ever gonna find, like, alien tech, it says. Wouldn't that be cool? He has a point! I know it's hard, Cal says, fiddling nervously with a tassel on his shirt, but I just think, what would your mom do right now? She wouldn't complain, that's for sure. It's been hard to talk to your dad about everything. Losing your mom, then losing the colony right after. It's just too much to take. Neither of you know what to say. God, shit is broke. Engineering is crammed with families, and when belongings they've salvaged from the destroyed living quarters, you could spend time in your crowded temporary lodging in the classroom or help the adults try to fix things. Rebuild. The first month of quiet passage, each day plodding one after the other. You still have trouble sleeping in the classroom barracks, but there's nowhere else to go. Every day you wake with the others and try to make the best of it. Grief and anger come in waves, not just for you, but for everyone. Some days are better than others. You're assigned to help rebuild the walls. The first part of the month is spent just dragging away the wreckage, sorting it into salvage or recycling. By the time that's done, crews disassembling parts of the stratospheric have delivered enough salvage that you can begin work patching up the walls. A sense of urgency permeates the crew. After everything, people need to feel safe. Dice is on the work crew with you, something he does begrudgingly. Walls didn't help the first time, he grumbles whenever anyone asks for his opinion. We should just tear them all down and live like the animals do. If someone planted a bunch of buildings on my land, I'd be pissed off too. This is right, this is pointless. You don't go so far as to sabotage the walls, but you certainly don't contribute. You and Dice drag your feet, sulking anytime someone tells you to work harder. Surprisingly, you don't get in trouble. You're just kids after all. No one expects you to get back to work right away after a huge trauma like losing your home. Tangent and Chief Engineer Instance have been hard at work in the lab trying to find a cure for the Shimmer disease. You join them in their research. You're the one who found a sample of the Shimmer fungus and analyzed it. You're the one whose father suffers the most from it. You confirm that the Shimmer is an airborne fungal, and that the thick, choking spores and pollen are the same fungi from the Valley of Vertigo, the ones that colonize the host and turn their bodies into more spore-producing fungus. Finally, you have a long-due breakthrough. Sunlight. You try inoculations, antibiotics, antifungal creams, but what finally works is a high-intensity light treatment, mimicking the full force of the sun during dusk, coupled with an injection to increase its potency. Of course, Tang exclaims. The fungus colonizes animal life during pollen, and some come to it, but the intense light of dusk scourges the fungus from the survivors. It's all part of the natural cycle. The treatment works on samples to test it on its subject. Let's test it on an animal first. A little hot-eye blinks up at you with 4 giant trusting eyes. Can you really subject it to experimental therapy? You lock the hot-eye in a sealed cage and pump the fungal spores in. Within a few hours, its skin is oozing with shimmering dust. It begins to throw itself repeatedly against a plexiglass cage, the fungus in its brain forcing it to get outside and spread its colonizing spores. You move the poor creature to the light therapy machine and fire it up. It emerges a few hours, blinking rarely and looking much healthier. Dr. Instance takes his vitals and runs samples of his fluids through various machines. She's excruciatingly thorough, but after a few days she concludes that the treatment is a success. The hotbody still carries a high fungal load, but its effects have been nullified by the light therapy. Remarkable, Instance says, going over your findings. Oh, with tangent.
Now that we have a frontline therapy, we can begin treating the population to prevent the fungus from taking hold.
She looks over at Ting.
Goober's discovery will be of great help with our other research.
You expect Tangent might be cross that you got the credit, but she nods, looking pleased. You're just thankful that no one was killed. Not your father or anyone else. The colony is safe from the shimmer. Push through, 5 stress. The sun's finally dawned again on your birthday. You wake early and climb to the top of engineering to watch the first sun's watery rays break the horizon as the wormhole recedes across the sky. Dawn should represent hope after a long period of darkness, but this light only reveals the full extent of the damage to the colony. You've been having trouble sleeping like most people. It's hard to find rest, crammed in the classroom with all the other kids and their families, and every time you close your eyes, you shake your head to clear the memories. You pull your blanket more tightly around your shoulders. Not your blanket. Someone's gone. And stare out as the sun rises on the horizon, meager and sickly.
Hey, kiddo,
you hear. And your dad comes and sits down beside you.
I was looking for you. Nice view, huh? Guess we got a rooftop patio out of the deal.
He laughs a little as an own joke, then just sort of trails off with a sigh afterward. He puts his arm around your shoulders and you sit in silence for a while, watching the sunrise pick out all the broken glass littering the fields, glimmering like a field of stars. Neither of you really know what to say. It's clear your dad feels like he has to give you a pep talk, but there's an oppressive nature to the silence that makes it feel impossible for either of you to start. Eventually, he just sighs and his shoulders slump.
I know things seem pretty bad right now,
he says, squinting into the sunrise. It's not like it's taking all his efforts to not cry.
But it'll get better. It has to, right?
You're not so sure.
At least your mom wasn't here to see this, he mutters. That's a silver lining, I guess.
You watch the sunrise together for a few more minutes. After a bit, your dad musters up a brave smile and pulls out a little box tied with a piece of gardening twine.
Happy birthday, my little rutabaga,
he says. You know what it is before you open it. Your old medallion, the one your dad made with the sun on it to represent Earth, was broken during the attack. And all the chaos you didn't even notice, but your dad did. A new one. It's just like you remembered. A similar design with a wormhole this time to represent vTuber. You thank him and squint out at the swirling wormhole still barely visible in the brightening sky. It's so massive and awe-inspiring this time of year, but it always seems to herald disaster. You're happy to watch it fade away into the daylight. Your dad slaps you on the back.
What a birthday, huh? We're hoping they all get better from here.
You both head back downstairs to the wreckage of the canteen where they've put up temporary roofing with whatever tarps and scraps could be found. The colony nanoprinters, the few that still run, have been working day and night to replace the necessities of life, but larger construction projects are going to take some time. Auntie Seaton has coaxed the kitchen nanoprinters into making soy gruel and pressed bars, life-sustaining, but depressing. You and the other colonists eat your breakfast in stony silence and you mentally prepare for the day. Governor Utica looks more frail than you've ever seen her, but her eyes remain determined. Last week, they held a mass funeral for everyone who died. There's talk of turning the Stratospheric's destroyed front half into a memorial shrine after everything useful has been salvaged. Still so much to do. Tangent paces outside the engineering wing, the only building still standing. Everyone living in here. Barely enough room to think. This wretched planet! Mars grumbles, gazing at the wreckage of the Stratospheric. That was my ship! Dice is sitting on a pile of rubble, looking out over the colony wreckage. He doesn't look particularly sad.
What do you want?
Damn, look at Dice all the way tangent for whatever reason. Oh, look at that. There's still people we haven't met. 2, 4, 6, 7. 7 people. 7 whole humans. I don't even know what his augment is, that's true. Rebuild. You're assigned to help out in geoponics. The agriculturalists have been hard at work trying to salvage what they can of the ruined fields and the destroyed greenhouses, but there's still a lot of work to be done. Your dad has taken over as chief cultivator. Succeeding your mom was already difficult for him, and now there's this. He's never been the kind of guy to hide from hard work, but he's been pretty distant lately. Hal's working in geoponics too, of course. He smiles when he sees you. Hey, Goober, there's a lot of stuff to do. What do you want to work on? Rebuild the animal pens. The pens only suffered minor damage during the attack. Weirdly, most of the damage seems to have come from inside the pens, as if the normally tame animals had been stirred into a frenzy. Tangent is also here, though it's not to help hammer or nail things. She's studying the animals, trying to figure out what could have influenced them. She takes blood and hair samples and readings with some sort of complicated brain scanning device. Interesting, is all she says, not explaining her findings to you or Cal. Everyone is worried that this will be the final nail in the coffin for your food supply after the famine last year. You try not to think about it too hard, instead focusing on just doing what you can to help rebuild. Push through. You're eating in the mess tent when you hear something rumbling. Your bowl and cutlery start rattling. People look around in alarm. Could it be another attack? So soon? You begin to hear shouting from outside. Someone runs into the tent. There's something falling from the sky! They shout. It's on fire! You join the crowd of people leaving your temporary structures to gather in the colony square. People are squinting up into the milky, quiet sunlight, pointing and gesturing wildly. It's impossible to miss the thing hurtling towards you from space, like a great big ball of fire coming straight for you. Is this it? Is this the end? After all you've been through, a meteor is gonna land in the middle of your already ruined colony and kill you all? It's a spaceship? Mars grabs your shoulder. It's another ship, she exclaims. Look, look, it's another spaceship from Earth. Excitement ripples through the crowd. Can it be? You stare up, unbelieving, at the rapidly approaching ship. The flames of its entry into the atmosphere dissipate, but a thick column of greasy black smoke trails behind it. Soon you can hear the whistle of it ripping through the atmosphere at terminal velocity. That is not a controlled descent. It's an enormous ship coming at you way too fast. The ship's reverse thrusters fire, trying to slow it down so it doesn't smash into a billion pieces when it hits the planet. Everyone scatters to take cover. You crouch behind some rocks, throw your arms over your head and squeeze your eyes shut. You hear the massive spaceship touch down in geoponics, plowing through the fields and grounding over what was left of the greenhouses. You're thrown to the ground from the force of the impact as shrapnel and small rocks zing past your head. It grinds along like some roaring monster, cutting a great scar through the colony and kicking up an enormous cloud of dust. Finally, the ship comes to a creaking, shuddering halt. You and the other colonists carefully crawl out of your hiding places, coughing and rubbing your eyes. The new ship is half buried and obscured by dust, but you can tell it's from Earth. You squint to make out stenciled letters. Heliopause. A hatch opens in its side and silhouettes begin to emerge. Silhouettes with guns. Soldiers march out of the dust and quickly surround all of the remaining colonists. More soldiers form two parallel lines from the ship to the square, their guns in parade rest, and a lone figure strides down the center towards you. Greetings, fugitives of Earth, the man said, spreading his hands wide. A dismayed murmur ripples through the crowd. The adults exchange significant looks. Chief Engineer Instance tries to slip out of the crowd, but she's stopped by the line of soldiers.
The man smiles. He has a broad, easygoing smile that doesn't match the threatening aura of the soldiers, nor the smoking ruin of the ship behind him. I am Commander Lum, he says proudly. As captain of the Heliopause, I have come to render aid and bring you to justice. Try to sneak away. The Heliopause soldiers have the colonists surrounded and shove you gently but forcefully back into the crowd. Listen with the others. Utica steps forward out of the crowd. You're not the commander of the Heliopause, she says firmly. Where's the person I was speaking to? Commander Morikawa. Everyone is surprised. Utica has been in communication with the ship? For how long? I am captain of the Heliopause, Lum repeats stubbornly, then adds, according to the chain of command. We, sustained significant loss of personnel when we went through the wormhole. You can't help but notice many of the soldiers exchanged looks this time. You wonder how many people had to die before Lum became commander. As the commanding officer, Lum continues, I declare this colony to be under our protection. As such, you are all now subject to the laws of Earth. To be quite blunt, young man, it appears you need us as much as we need. Utica replies primly, the Vertumnan colony, such as it is, offers our hospitality to our guests from Earth. Lum opens his mouth, but Utica cuts him off. Now, there's no need for this posturing. Whatever the purpose of your mission here, you'll soon learn that on this side of the wormhole, we are all human. Right now, we need each other more than we need mandates from Earth. Utica turns to the assembled colonists. Effective immediately, I'll be stepping down as governor and turning leadership of the council to Lum of the Heliopause, says. She smiles genially at him. I hope that will set aside your craving for justice, at least while we get our feet under us. Judging from the number of guns on display, you don't think you have a choice. No one knows how to react. A new governor from Earth? Nearly 100 new colonists, most of them trained soldiers? What does this mean for the colony? The crowd disperses slowly, and the council members follow Lum back into the Heliopause, presumably to talk about the future of the colony. Oh, you track down your friends. So, what do you think about these new people? Mars asks. They're just going to boss us around. Tangent nods. They don't live here. They don't know what it's like. They're just going to swoop in and act like they're better than us? She hugs her arms around herself. Did you see what they were doing to Instance? The entire colony, now twice as many of you, sets to work on salvaging the wreckage of the Heliopause, tearing it down and combining it with the Stratosphere's remaining engine section. Spirits are high, though these new colonists from the Heliopause aren't like any people you've ever met before. With their uniforms and weapons, they're more like an invading force than a rescue. Aren't sure what this means for the colony, or for your... Damn, dude! As the dust settles, you rebuild your colony around this new ship, the Heliopause. The new arrivals, soldiers mainly, are aloof at first. Many see you as fugitives. Together you build new walls, living quarters, greenhouses, and a massive bunker garrison. The Stratos engineering wing is the only reminder of your old colony. The Heliopause brought enough rations for another 5 years, as well as a rich seed bank and working hydroponics. Finally, an end to the slow starvation you felt for years. They also have more guns and explosives than you've ever seen in your life. Even the ship has guns. A full stomach, a roof over your heads, and the promise of safety convinces most Strato colonists to accept the Helios. In turn, the Helios decide that you criminals pose little threat. A grudging peace is brokered between the two groups. You decide they aren't so different, really. They're even Helio children, born among the stars just like you. After a month of hard work, you and your dad move into your new quarters, and you have your own bedroom for the first time in your life. You place a picture of your mother on the shelves beside your bed. You step out onto your very own balcony to watch the new colony. Its grounds bustling with so many strangers and strange new ideas. You feel something rising in your chest that you haven't felt in some time. Hope. Excitement. What will the new day bring? You better get out there and find out. Cautiously step outside. Dude, I just want to hang out with Dice. What the fuck? Hal is kicking a small beanbag into the air, trying not to let it touch the ground. He's not very successful. The new kid, the dog boy, Rex, show me how to play this, he says, groaning as the beanbag hits the ground again. It's a lot harder than it looks. You've seen Nomi Nomi around since the heliopause landed. They're around your age and barely 1.5 meters tall, only coming up to your shoulder. You've never seen anyone dressed as strangely as they do. Hi! Their voice is high-pitched and quick. I'm Nomi Nomi. It's time for nomination. They do a little twirl and bow. You introduce yourself and ask about their gender? That's what they do for fun. Well, Nomi Nomi begins, kind of a bit of everything. I like designing outfits and reading manga and learning about dinosaurs and cool xenofauna and robots and aliens and watching anime and playing Laser Fable, of course. Mostly lately, I play Laser Fable. It's so fun to play it outside in the great big endless outdoors. Nomi Nomi dances in a circle, waving their arms and gesturing at your surroundings. Challenge them to a game of Laser Fable. You're on! Nomi Nomi helps you to install it on your holopalm. It explains the rules. Laser Fable is an augmented reality game where you bounce hologram lasers off real objects nearby. It's speed-based, so you're running around and bumping into each other, and there are extended house rules about when it's legal to block each other's lasers. Combat challenge! It's bad hand. Okay, let me just see how it works out first. Redraw hand. Oh, this is worse. What the fuck? Okay, well, that's a wrap. Give up. Hey, friendo! Nomi explains that the Helio kids always play Laser Fable for kudos to make it count. Just one kudos since this wasn't a ranked tournament game. Give them a kudos. Fair's fair. The colony's full of new people. Everywhere you look, you see a stranger. It's disorienting after growing up in a closed spaceship. You never expected to meet any other humans that weren't made here on Vertumna. You bump straight into one of these new people while you're jogging through the colony. Ugh. He laughs and holds you steady, brushing the imaginary dust off of you and giving you a wide, faint smile. Hey, it's one of the kids from the heliopause. I think his name is Rex. Hey, I'm Goober. Welcome to Vertumna. You stick out your hand and shake his and he laughs. You notice he's wiggling his dog ears. They can really move independently. Pleased to meet you, he says. I'm Rex, and I love to shake a paw. I know a ton of tricks. He winks. Rex puts his hand against his cheek, looking cute and lost. Hey, since I'm new here, do you think you could help me find the construction yard? I thought I might apply for a job there. For you, anything. His eyes widen as he winks suggestively, and he grins, wiggling his ears and lolling his tongue out like a dog. So adorable. I might just take you up on that, he says. You tell him everything is a bit changed since the heliopause landed, but you think the construction yard is still in your command. He thanks you for the directions. Mars grabs your arm and hauls you somewhere a little more quiet. OMG, she says. So, I was making out with one of the Halo kids. Don't make that face, Goober. It's no big deal. And she said that they're not allowed to use their nanoprinters for anything except uniforms? She holds her hand to her chest. Excuse me? No more that they're so boring. Clothes are the window dressing to the soul, Goober. Oh, it's Dice! It's my boy! Dice stands at the mouth of his drainage sewer hideout, his arms crossed as he studies it from the outside. Do you think they got in this way? He asked quietly. The grave farther in. I haven't gone in there to check yet. Here, have this egg. Even though it hurts, you find yourself wandering over to geoponics. It feels not good to be here, in the place your mom loved and ultimately gave her life to, but not good either. It feels like when you have a bruise and you can't stop yourself from pushing on it because the pain reminds you the injury is real. Like your mom dying is this huge invisible wound, and poking at it forces you to feel something instead of just being numb. Your dad is taking time off of work. Your parents worked double and triple shifts during the growing season this year, and now that it's over, it feels so cruel. When people work hard, they should be able to look back on what they did and feel proud. Instead, there's just this huge gap where your mom should be. You find your dad sitting in your mom's personal garden. It's miraculously starting to grow again, despite being trampled flat during the last attack and neglected during the famine before that. Still, various vertumnant flowers are starting to sprout, as well hardier earth ones like dandelions. Your dad looks up and musters a smile, past the bench next to beside him. You false start a few times. It's almost impossible to think of something to say when there's this magnitude of grief. He gives you time. When it's obvious that you want to talk but don't know what to say, he takes your hand in his two larger ones. Did I ever tell you about how your mom and I started dating? You shake your head. You know they grew up together in the first colony on Earth, but nothing about their relationship. He smiles and looks at the garden as he remembers. I always thought she was too cool for me, he says quietly. Things were... well, people didn't like us much on Earth, so she was always kind of a bruiser, always ready to pop off even when she was your age. She and Red were the same back then, he reminisces. I always thought they were going to end up together. Then your mom got injured when the first colony was attacked. I was working part-time in the clinic, and I guess that's when she realized I liked her. We had to apply to get on the stratosphere, he continues. We'd only been seeing each other a few weeks, so I was surprised when she said we should apply as a couple. They wanted all different kinds of family groups. Single people, couples who could have kids or couldn't, triads and quads. But we all had to be young, and there weren't many teenagers willing to commit to being a, mated pair. It upped our chances of being picked. He laughs and scrubs his face with his hands. She wanted to get off that planet more than anything. I don't think she realized she'd fallen in love with me until we were already in space, he says wryly. Lucky for me, right? Your dad shakes his head fondly. There aren't many people like your mom, kid. You nod, surprised to feel a tear trickle down your cheek. There's so much you don't know about her, and what she was like, within just being your mom. It's really hitting you that she was a person before you knew her, and now you'll never know her like that. There's a past you'll never fully know, just like there's a future that she will never know. Your dad puts an arm around your shoulders, and you sit like that for a long, long while. Sorry if I bothered you, it's because I feel alone. I just wanted to feel loved. It's okay. I just didn't understand what you were saying.
Hello, my little tomato.
Your dad's voice rings out across the fields, hale and hearty. You don't have it in yourself to be embarrassed. Spring pollen. Not with the memory of him struggling to breathe so fresh in your minds. Hello again.
Are you coming to come check on your old man?
He teases you. He takes a deep breath, holds it, and lets it all out comfortably.
I am doing great. No congestion, no sneezing, and I definitely don't want to take a hike outside the walls.
Your dad pulls you into a big hug, ruffling your hair. He smells like sunshine and dirt and sweat, and you've never been happier to breathe it all in. He's alive.
I'm proud of you, he says quietly. You can pull off miracles, kiddo.
I can go up here. One else to the right. Personalia? No. Tank says, shaking her head. I'm far too busy for something as childless as a science fair. Is not what I do every day in the lab enough proof of my intellect? Engineering. Who's this? This new boy from the heliosphere is a couple years older than you. He's very handsome, and the missing arm gives him a heroic, battle-scarred vibe. He stands tall and ready for action, even though it's a normal, boring day. The other recruits milling around the garrison give him a wide, respectful berth. He sees you staring and gives you a curt nod.
My name is Vase, Lieutenant Olavacious,
he says, considering you with a glint of challenge in his eye.
You are.
How do you introduce yourself? I'm an explorer. His expression doesn't change.
Is that right? He says with the air of a boy who's hard to impress. Nice to meet you, Goober. I hear it's been a rough couple years for the colony. Lucky thing our heliopods came along just in time, he continues. Don't worry, we have some of the best soldiers. The very best. We'll keep the colony safe.
Are you one of those best soldiers?
We train as a team, but...
Faye says and clears his throat.
Yes. I've won more than my share of zero-G judo matches and virtual riflery tournaments, even competing against adults, he adds.
Wow, you're pretty cool. You act impressed and make some embarrassingly clear signals that you find him attractive.
Well, he says, nodding like he understands, aren't you intriguing? Maybe we'll see more of each other in self-defense classes.
Anemone doesn't say anything as you approach. A flower? Okay. Oh, that's why my relationship hasn't been improving with Dice. When you report for surveying duty, Nomi is here. It's their first day as a surveyor. They smile widely when they see you, smiling exuberantly. Oh, you two know each other already? Utopia says, looking to you, then Nomi. That'll make this easier. Goober, I'd like you to keep an eye on Nomi while you're out there. Utopia continues. I'm gonna assign you the same regions for the next little while. Just make sure they don't wander into a nest of snap bladders, okay? Hey, hooray! Nomi cheers and gives you a high five. As Utopia explains to Nomi and some other new Helio surveyors about the surveying tools, Nomi starts to get bored and wanders a little ways from the group. You see it happen, but are powerless to stop them from tripping and nearly landing on a nest of Popeye eggs. They're just about to crash into the delicate spun glass cocoon when Utopia materializes as if out of nowhere and scuffs them by the back of the collar. Nomi, pay attention! Nomi giggles, like they didn't even realize the danger of being stampeded by the upset Hopeyes beginning to gather around. Utopia ushers them back to the group before things can get tramply. Nomi asks a million questions about the eggs. Are they edible? Do they have hard shells or soft? What is the cocoon made of? How long until they hatch? Utopia sighs. Just get out of here, Yutsu, she says, before the cute little varmints turn ugly. Chief Surveyor Utopia stops you and Dice near the depot. Feel that? She asks. You can feel a kind of ominous distant thumping, pulsing regularly through the ground. If you stand still, you can feel it vibrate up into your own body, too, like a massive global pulse. Utopia says, checking a readout in her hollow palm. I reckon it's naturally occurring, she concludes, but it's giving me the willies all the same. You two better check it out. Mind you stick together and take readings on the way in case it's dangerous. You and Dice look at each other, excited. You follow the thumping, now an audible noise, growing louder, west, until you've roughly triangulated its location. You know you're getting there, but it sounds like it's coming from all around you, and your instruments aren't precise enough to help. Oh, whoops. Oh, it's locked. Can't move it. I'm gonna lose. through 30 stress. You find a machine? An ancient broken down machine, like a small pyramid shaped building made from some kind of dark stone or bone that looks almost like it grew that way. Except it isn't broken. It's just so very old and overgrown. It looks more like a pile of rubble and roots than a building or engine or whatever it was. Still, a thumping noise comes from inside it. The vibrations are strong here, making your guts feel weird. You don't notice it at first, but there's a curious path on the ground moving away from the machine. A line half a meter wide where the dirt is a little more worn and bare. It heads off in a straight line to the west. Or coming from the west. Could animals have made this path? Or the thumper itself? Marvel at it. You run your hand over its pitted, vibrating surface. How could something so unbelievably old still work? It's definitely not natural. You can even see something like writing carved deep into the not-quite rock. Dice starts making unka 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 noises under his breath to the beat of the thumper. Pretty sick beat. Eventually, you head back to share your findings with Utopia. Totally an alien civilization, Dice insists. Utopia scratches her head. I suppose, maybe, says. You said it looks ancient, right? Perhaps there could have been a civ here long ago. We have found other signs, but nothing active like this. It seems to be pointing west or something. It's even something. She snaps her fingers. There's some right ugly ridge lines out there that have kept us from checking that direction, but we got gliders and motivation. That's half the battle. She makes a note in her hollow palm. I'll open to the western resting ridges for surveyor, she says, then grins. Huh! Say that 3 times fast. Dice is right. It's definitely aliens. Dice nods solemnly. Okay, I guess I have no choice but to... Take the fruit. Oh, did I just say... Okay, well, I didn't mean to fight it. Next round. Last one. Oh. Oh, well, that didn't help. Push through. Stress. I need to get through this. You take out your plast cutter and start amputating branches. The bush bub roars and tries to buck you off its back, but you hold firm. You jump down with a fistful of bush bub fruit. The creature grumbles as it watches you warily. The sound like rocks tumbling down a cliff face. You study your ill-gotten booty. Hey, this isn't fruit. This is just a clod of dirt. The bush bub makes it sound like a chuckle as it lumbers away. It must have gone wise to you and decorated itself with a decoy fruit. I didn't mean to fight it. Okay, let's cross.
next round. And I won! Okay, gonna go back.
Maybe we deserved it, Dice mutters. The new ship didn't save us, just delayed the inevitable. When their food and weapons run out, we'll be back where we started. Did they learn anything?
I don't know if I'm gonna do anything for Vertumnalia this year, Anemone says, crossing her muscular arms. I know Colin wouldn't want me to stop just because of him, but it just doesn't feel right.
I don't expect you to know this, but I'm kind of a big deal,
They says.
Sure, this is my first time planetside, but among the other recruits, everyone listens to me. So if you want to make a good impression on the others, you should try to impress me first.
He looks you up and down.
The operative word being try.
I'm kind of a big deal. Hey. You spot Tangent leaning against the wall outside engineering. She's yawning, rubbing her eyes and staring off into space. She startles as you walk up. Oh, Goober, I was just taking a short break. Yawns are infectious. Join in and yawn too. You stay up all night too? She asks. I don't even remember when I slept last. It might have been a few days ago. You haven't slept in 2 days? Like 3, she replies, then pauses for another jaw-cracking yawn. But as I said, I'm tired. Even my enhanced body has limitations. You look at her quizzically. I don't need to sleep as much as other people. It's a genetic... What's it? She says foggily. You know, a DNA enhancement. I guess sometimes even I forget to do it. I should set myself a reminder. Hello. Add to schedule, sleeping nightly 2300 for 3 hours. Her hollow palm emits a tone in response. Tangent nods sleepily. That should do it, she murmurs. Her eyes are practically closed. Find her someplace to nap. Hank follows you obediently into the engineering wing, too tired to protest. You slip into medbay to grab a blanket and pillow off a shelf. By the time you return, Tank's already fallen asleep, curled up in an egg chair in the waiting area. You gently place a blanket over her, and she hums happily before going slack with much-needed sleep. How cute. Okay, I'll stop in 13 minutes. Hey, so I heard you guys have a feast next season? Nomi says, tilting their head to the side. And there's competitions? What kind of competitions? Because, like, I've run the Helions how to do soldiery stuff, but other than that, I'm not really good at anything. Well, except for video games. Nomi smiles proudly. Okay, but I'm really good at video games, they say. Oh, and drawing. I guess I put all my skills points into dexterity. Wait, do you get that joke? Do you guys have role-playing games here? Do you think we can have an art contest at your festival? Wanna make something? Nomi flaps her hand in front of the face. I do, but it's so hot on this planet, don't you think? You shrug. Sure, it's different than living on a climate-controlled spaceship, but you're kind of used to it by now. Nomi snaps her fingers. Wait, we should make something to stay cool. You and Nomi brainstorm all sorts of weird and wonderful ways to stay cool. Umbrella hats, sunglasses with funny shapes, giant vats of cooling goop, but it all seems too complicated. Eventually, you just end up doodling on some of Nomi's paper and folding it to make paper fans. Sometimes the best solutions are the most simple. They smile, fanning themselves with their new Turbo Girl Hyperjet Transform fan. Rex hasn't gotten used to life on the surface yet. You remember your first year. Vertumna seems so enormous, so full of dangers and mysteries. Well, it still does, but the shock eventually wore off. Rex still has that slightly bewildered look on his face every time he walks outside and the sunlight hits his face. It's so bright and warm. Hugs incoming! Rex Throws his arms wide. Coach, I'm open! He laughs, catching you as you throw yourself into his arms. He spins you around and growls into your neck, squeezing you tightly. It's a good hug, the kind that makes you instantly just a little more relaxed. What a cutie pie. Mars surveys the construction work on the new walls with a critical eye. This is great and all, she says, but did you notice we have, like, a total power vacuum at the top here? Like, who's in charge? The council was just a bunch of scared adults like everyone else. If the Helio people wanted, they could control this colony. Mars clenches her fist. The colony should be under colony governance, not some outsider. Your dad is hard at work rebuilding the greenhouses. There's a lot of replanting to do, as well as setting up the hydroponics from the new ship. It's almost like how it was the first year after you landed. Over here. Relax in the lounge. The old lounge is toast. What was left over from the attack last globe was destroyed in the crash. The new lounge just isn't the same. You miss the beanbags and the walls covered with art you scrawled as kids. Someday this place will feel like the heart of the colony again. But right now, it just reminds you of how chaotic and horrible this past year has been. Hal looks like he's being run ragged. Hey, Goober, he says, leaning against a pallet of building supplies scavenged for the heliopause. What's up? I don't have a lot of time. I gotta get these over to geoponics, and then we gotta get plants in the ground. Nomi is running around making pew-pew noises at things like they're shooting imaginary lasers, which is fitting because that's exactly what they're doing. Well, hey, Goober! They say when they notice you watching. Do you want to play laser people? It's so fun! Rex hasn't gotten used to life on the surface yet. Oh yeah. I'm coming in for another hug! Again? Rex laughs, but wraps you up in a great big bear hug all the same. It's just cute. It's just cute to do it. Dice looks more skittery than usual, looking around to the new defenses. There's too many new people here now, he mutters. Too much noise. Too many mouths to feed. Whatever's out there isn't going to be happy with us. Any bravery at? Ah, it's too low. Too brave for me. Wait, did I talk to her yet? Mars is poring over a real book with real paper. Head around to take a look at it. This belongs to that new kid, Nomi? Mars says, lilting her voice like a question. I told them I was looking for something to draw designs for my new fashion line, and they just handed me this. The book is filled with character designs, giant robots, and pictures of characters kissing. It's so good, Mars says, turning the pages. This is what we need here. People with talent. Anemone looks around at all the new soldiers that arrived in the heliosphere. They look so cool, she mutters. Why don't we act more like these guys in the first place?
No food, no weapons, no defenses, Ace says, crossing his arms. No wonder we were almost destroyed. I don't know what I expected, but I figured it would have been better than this. Don't worry though, he continues. We're here now. We can protect you.
Well, bye! Survey the ridge? The only only way to the resting ridges is by glider. Part vehicle, part kite, and all adrenaline. You land on the rocky, broken up spine of the nearest ridge and nearly fall over when you look down at the plummeting slope into the basin below. You are a long way up. Dice and Utopia glide in beside you. Whoa! Utopia exclaims. You handled that glider like a champ, Dice. You too, Goober. She peers down over the slope of the ridge. A lot more exciting than the swamps, right? I want you two to stick together out here. It's dangerous in those ancient convergent domain ruins.
Convergent domain? Ruins?
You look around. The landscape is like nothing you've ever seen before. Dry, cracked soil gives way to steep cliffs, and what little vegetation here is brittle and sharp. You can feel the dry air wick away the moisture in your lips. Wait, what is that?
Cute little nose doing on your cute little face.
Then she breaks into a grin. I don't know what you're playing at, Goober. She puts extra emphasis on her accent, but you ain't getting any special treatment from yours truly just for butting me up. You have to pull your weight, just like the rest of the surveyors here. Now go on, kid. Try not to fall off a cliff. A precarious natural land bridge drops down sharply on both sides here. You kick a rock over the side, but don't hear it hit the bottom. Cross the bridge very carefully. You shovel across it slowly, examining the cracks and stickings of the solid places. You accidentally send a few more pebbles skittering over the edge, and think, better than me. I'm trying to find Dice. You this way? You're trudging along when suddenly you're buffeted by a hot wind. No, like a very hot wind. Lethally hot. The ridges are already baking, but all of a sudden it feels like you're trapped in a nuclear reactor. Your skin dries out and your lips begin to crack. Your eyeballs feel like sandpaper. Find a source. You take careful readings from a distance, triangulate them, and discover the source of the wind. A red sports ball-sized crystal emanator, hidden in a small crevice. When you smash it, it doesn't shatter like crystal. It almost looks like as if it could have been organic. Was this some kind of defensive barrier? Yet another weird mystery of this ridges. There is a straight heat haze shimmer across the path ahead. Oddly, it doesn't clear up as you get closer. The mirage effect is very strong. The refracted air makes it look like there's a pool of water on the ground and plants waving around it, but something is just off about the illusion. You can't put your finger on why. Investigate it. Next round. Oh, really? Next round? About to lose. Draw hands. Push through! Okay, let's try and get that lower. Push through. 40 stress. The faster you move, the faster the mirage disperses. You approach cautiously. As you do, you realize what is wrong about the mirage. It's impossible. The plants on the other side of the haze are different. Not just wibbly-wobbly from the layers of air, but bigger, older, in a different time of day. Evening, not morning. Then you see them. It's you. Through the heat haze, you see yourself in the distance, walking toward you. You move to the edge of the mirage and peek around it, but they aren't there. You can only see them through the heat haze, like it's some kind of doorway or mirror. Jump through the mirage. You take a running leap and jump through the heat haze. You're surprised to find yourself on the other side, alone, with everything looking very normal. You turn around. Heat haze is gone. You're pretty sure you're still where you started. It's still morning. I'm trying to find my buddy, though. Where is he? The flies here are awful. They come out in the heat of the day and buzz around you incessantly. They don't bite, but seem to want something from you. Maybe the water or salt from your sweat. Hope they aren't laying eggs. Hi, MixV! How you doing? I've been playing this game so long, Australia's awake. I'm just so into it. I can't stop. How are you? I'm doing pretty good. I just don't want to stop the game is the problem. It's so interesting. So much has happened. Like I finished a day and I'm like, I gotta continue. I gotta continue. Dice calls the most annoying ones rod flies because they're long, flexible sticks with a bunch of wings. They swarm in clouds around your face, no matter how hard you try to shoo them away. He says they remind him of Mars. But there are other ones too, like the one that's just a big eyeball with a couple pairs of little wings. They make a loud buzzing sound and are always just out of reach when you try to swat them away. Today, your personal nemesis is one of these eye flies. There was a whole bunch of them earlier, but only one has persisted. It's been following you, staring at you all morning. You and Dice have been batting at it for an hour, but it's a fast dodger. Dice has finally given up and just plods forward. It even lands on his hair, but he doesn't care. What that eye fly? Get that bitch out of here! Okay, no, it's better if I use that one. Wait, I shouldn't have done that. Why did I do that? Oops, I made a mistake. Next round! Oh, I'll try this. Oh. Oh, it's 24 now. Well, give up. I was defeated. You frustrate yourself trying to swat it, but the fly is faster than you. Okay, Dad wants to talk. Do I have anything for Dice? I don't think so.
have this flower. Okay. I'm gonna have to. Let me look at my friends. It's still at 16 out of 100. Okay, empathy is at 13. Persuasion is at 19. Creativity is at 77. Bravery is at 31. Reasoning is at 25. Organizing is at 21. Engineering is at 21. Biology is at 39. Toughness is at 15. Perception is at 77. Combat is at 4. Animals is at 44. 15 years old now. Before I log off, let me buy something from the shop depot. I haven't done that before. Is it up here? Probably is. Mars claps in delight as you approach. Goober, she calls out. Today, I had a conversation with someone I haven't known literally since the day I was born. It was incredible. She clasped her hands to her chest. They didn't know about the time I played Ingenuity in the creche play and forgot all of my lines, or the time Cal's pants fell down, or the food fight we had in the Shadow Mess Hall. They didn't know anything. We just talked, she exclaims, and we didn't run out of things to say. Wow. This is the supply depot. Okay. Plus 30 to bravery. Oh, I need 200 for that. Oh shit. Okay, well, I'll buy that. Okay. I do have to work here. You save. Sad face. Okay. Do I have enough people for a raid? I've been streaming so long. 2 platformer princess. I guess I can send everyone over there. All 2 of us. Okay, I'll do that. Thank you for stopping by. Man, I've been streaming for almost 7 hours straight. That's amazing. Okay, bye-bye. Oh, I think they just logged off, huh? Shoot. Well, anyway. I'm gonna stop streaming now. Bye-bye.